Hello, guys. Hello, Tim Tams. How you doing, Math? Hello, hi. How are we all? Excuse me. Sorry, I was a few moments late there. Let's see. Need to get this chat up and going. Just getting some munches. You were 30 seconds late. I know. I'm sorry, Matthew. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Matt, wait till you see what we did yesterday. Wait till you see. It's going to be so good. It's going to be so good. Tisk, tisk. Gold needs to get the hammer out. Yes, well, that's true. Just some guy. Hard to believe you've been streaming over a year. I know.
Hey,
it doesn't feel like it.
You've been streaming over a year.
I know, and I'm still messing everything up, guys. I'm still late. Still messing up. All going wrong. Just some guy, thank you so much for following this whole 12 months. You've been subbed for 12 months. Crazy. Crazy. You've been watching the progress. It's significant, isn't it? I'm pretty excited. Pretty excited by the progress. I mean, here. Are you ready, Matt? I'm just going to jump straight in and show you. No warming up, none of that business. We're just going to get straight into it. Look at this. Hello, Math. How are you? You've been... Have you added I'm guessing that's a yes, Voodoo, since there's an emote there. Look, guys, look at this. Hold on. This is so exciting. Check it out. We got a monster mode. We got monster mode. We added a zombie last night too. He's got a worm hanging out of his eye and you can see his brains. But check this out. Soon I'll be featured on Oasis Games Night. Really? That's cool. When are you joining that? All right. You ready? You ready, guys? How exciting is this? Sword and torch, right? And so what you can do, guys, is you can pick it up in either hand. So I'm going to pick up the sword in my right hand. And I'm going to pick up the torch in my left hand. And now look at me. I'm a badass with a tortured sword. I need to fix the flame up, of course. But look at me. I can run around and kill things with stuff. I feel so powerful with my weapons. With all the weapons. And then look, you can just like, boop, boop, drop them. Like it ain't nobody's business. And go, birds, monster mode. But yeah, this is really cool. This feels very satisfying. Like getting the weapons like this. And being able to like see in the dark with the torch. And then soon, fighting with the sword is going to be so good. I cannot wait. Cannot wait. So what do you think, guys? Isn't that sweet? Very cool. Yeah, it's good. It's good. I'm excited, Matt. It's going to look awesome. Good to see you. You're cool. You're cool, Snolzy. You're cool. That's who's cool. And look, there's all physics and stuff with it. Look, I can go and roll a torch down a hill. Hello, Snolzy. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Now make him do a flip. Fair request, Lucario. Fair request. All right, hold on. Ready? Watch the torch. Whee! Woo! Woo! Runs all the way down the hill and you can catch him. Physics! We did the physics. Woo! And then we can also, if we drop that, it's just not going to roll because it's flat. So that's a thing. Physics is a thing. Oh, God. Where'd our torch go? It's going to set everything on fire. We have to make it do that, by the way. But yeah, that's what we did yesterday, guys. We've got equipment. Look how cool he looks with his weapons. He's going to be sick. I'm so freaking excited by the potential. It's starting to come together, right, guys? Starting to come together. It's starting to feel like a real game. And look, the darkness will be like the other thing. You guys know how dark it gets. I'll be actually able to see things in the dark with the torch. Look how spooky the mood gets. And here, if I drop it, look at this. If I go monster mode, boom, I can see in the dark. I can see in the dark as a monster. So that's another thing. That's another thing that we've got. Are you ready for Fast to break it in 30 seconds? I want Fast to play it, but she's like, nope, I'm not going to play it until it's ready because then I won't have an authentic reaction. And I'm like, oh, but I want to like be excited and share it with you. And she's like, no, we will wait until it's done. So W take from her. I don't know. On one hand, yeah. But on the other, I really do want to like share it with her. You know, the development process shouldn't just be the finished product, especially with it. You know, it'll be like 6 months before it's ready for somebody to really play it. But I don't know. Anyway, it's feeling good. It's feeling good, guys. It's feeling like a game. Very soon, I think swinging this sword around is gonna be awesome. Better long term for the game? Maybe, but I'd rather have her like do little videos along the way than just like one video at the end with an excited reaction. She could be excited for this, even if, you know, if I'm relying on one launch moment reaction from Fast to make this game successful, then it's like we're doing it wrong anyway. Hello, Druggy Han. But isn't it freaking cool? Isn't this cool? I'm pretty excited, guys. I'm pretty excited. I need... So what I thought we would do today is Accusations. I think Accusations would be really cool. Oh, so there's some other things that I can like show and prove. There's a bug that we have to fix first. I'm going to show it to you guys. Ready? He's got 2 weapons. If he goes, boom, zombie mode, what happened to the weapons? Where are they? They're gone. They're gone. And if I go back up, guess I deleted them by going monster mode. Nope. If she plays through, she will know more than everyone else when you get your big streamer video. Everyone on the same level will be better. Yeah. I hear you, Voodoo. I hear you guys. I guess we're just going to have to play it before Fast does then. Right? Wouldn't it be they just drop on the ground for others to pick up? That's a good call, Matt. That's a good call. That's a good take, actually. That's a hot take. I think what I'm in the process of implementing now is something different. I mean... Let's see, where was the last set of changes? So this change actually, this is a pretty good one. I need to, we'll check that in before we get too far into anything else. Okay, yeah, use community to playtest, exactly. The big Oasis game night or whatever you want to aim for, everyone on the same level will make a banger video. I'm nervous about that. I don't know how to exactly... That's probably... I got to think about when that would even fit into the timeline. I think that potentially goes... here. That would be like... around PAX time, maybe? Maybe June? So it's a while away. Not that long. So we have a lot of work to do. Me, Goldie. You're taking me out. Because I messed up. I was 30 seconds late. You would want a solid state if it goes viral. Yeah. If it's in a state that you're ready for sales. Yeah, I hear you, Voodoo. It's a slightly scary prospect, but I hear you. All right, so one thing at a time. Let us first do this. Exciting prospect, big opportunity, business. Money. Yeah, I hear you, man. Hey Seb, I just want to distract you from this game, but I haven't heard what your company has been working on for ages. Anything in your day job you can share? We're working on a tool for like visualizing architecture at the moment. More like planning the construction of buildings. It's like we can't talk too much about it. It's all NDA stuff, but yeah, it is exciting. It is exciting, but it's also, you know, you can talk about what you can talk about, if that makes sense. And some stuff you just can't talk about. Okay, so this change is we like billable work. We do, we do. How's your thing going, Voodoo? There was that, you know, the project that we talked about forever ago. I thought it was a really, really, really cool idea and very exciting, and I hope that's going well. Billable work pays the bills. That is true. That is true. And then for the rest, just some guy. It's like R&D rebate and all this other boring stuff that people don't want to hear about, I'm sure. All very time consuming and stressy, but you know, that's how it is. Okay, so all characters share the same animation. I mean, what is it? It's the animation state machine. Okay. But yeah, let's catch up before I get too far into actually building stuff. I think what I'd like to do today, it's great that you all are here. What a great crowd today. What a great way to start the stream. I think what I'd like to do today, potentially, guys, is set it up so that players can accuse one another and it affects their credibility. Or not even credibility. I really actually should work on the right terms here. It affects maybe their standing or something like that. So I want to create a player interactable. That means you can walk up to a player and go, "Monster, you're a monster," and then in the game, your like the indicator that hovers above your head changes from like an angel to a devil. And then like a neutral character. So it's like a villager that shifts into a devil, and then it shifts into an angel as well. Okay, I don't want to chat too much on your stream about it, but it's going well. Yo, that's awesome. We just did a conference and getting some really good metrics. That's sick. That's so good. That's so good, Voodoo. That's really exciting. We can chat about it off stream sometime. I'd love to hear how it's progressing. What do you do when I accuse everyone on site of being a monster? Totally fine. Then it just means everyone moves towards the monster state. So how it's going to work, here's the idea for this, Voodoo. You're off mic. Good night. Druggy Han, you like it? It's a cool idea. I think it's a core mechanic. It's a core mechanic, and we really need to do it. Except me. Well, yeah, but like, if people see you running up to them and going, "Monster, monster," to everyone, they're probably going to do it back at you, you know? Everyone monster but you. They're probably just going to do it straight back at you, Voodoo. And then everyone, then you'll be the one who looks like a monster, because here's how it's going to work, right? I can see you trying to do this. I can see you trying to do this, Voodoo, but how it will work is, I mean, let me try and sketch this out so you can see the design of this. It's going to work like this. So every villager will have their own like rating, right? So let's say there's let's say everyone has their own like rating, and it's like it starts neutral. It starts neutral, but as you so what might happen is this person might say to this person, "I think you're a monster," and what that does is it moves this a little bit down, right? And then this person says, "No, but you're a monster," and he tries to like return gaslight him. And then this person's rating goes down, right? And so then this person convinces this person to get on board, right? And so now this guy says to that guy, like, "Hey, I think," oh, what the hell am I doing? I'm sorry. You can't see. I hit the button. I swear I hit the button. You all missed my cool diagrams. I'll start over. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So these are players. These are accusation lines. Every player starts with like a neutral accusation bar, right? And so let's imagine that we've got Voodoo here. Let's imagine we've got Voodoo here, right? This is Voodoo. Voodoo. And he's actually a monster. He's actually a monster, so I've put his name in red, right? Voodoo accuses this guy of being a monster, and what happens is his rating goes down a little, right? And then this guy accuses Voodoo back and says, no, Voodoo's the monster. You're not me, right? And then he goes and he helps this guy, right? So him and this guy become best buds, right? They become best buds. And so he convinces this guy to say that Voodoo's a monster, right? And so Voodoo's ranking goes down a little bit further, right? If Voodoo just accuses this guy back, right? What's going to wind up happening is his rating is only going to go down a tiny bit, but Voodoo's has gone down twice, right? So if Voodoo goes around accusing everyone like this, if Voodoo keeps going, this guy's a monster, what's going to eventually happen is his rating in the game is going to be like, until eventually he's red, and then everybody's going to kill Voodoo. Then Voodoo gets murdered. That's what happens, Voodoo. To answer your question, that's what happens if you go around accusing everyone of being a monster, because then you're not going to be very popular. You're not going to be very popular, right? Because then this guy gets on board, and then eventually they beat you to death. Then you get beaten to death. That's the plan. That's the plan. That's how that's going to work, Voodoo. I like it. Simple and good visuals to beat somebody up when the monster fight comes. Yeah, like, a person could be or might not be a monster, but when they walk around, there'll be a visual indicator that's the like live tally, the live vote of whether somebody is a social score. Exactly, Rue. Exactly. You get a social score in the game. Very authoritarian of you. That's exactly the plan. Yes. Create this dictatorship. The whole game's a popularity contest. And it's about social manipulation. So, perfect. Job done. Job done, chat. Job's done. Very authoritarian of you. Yep. Hello, Katie. Welcome in. So that's the plan. How do we all like the plan? Good ideas? Do we think they're good? So that's essentially what we're going to do. I do have a few things to fix. I think Matthew actually just came up with a great solution. Matt, you funny, man. You funny. The subs appear to be an odd number still. Prediction. Lufu wins the first game. 100%. That's not even prediction. That's just a fact. That's just a fact, guys. She kills it at these games. She wins all the popularity contests. It's true. Dragihan, at accusation time, how do you ensure that everybody is at one place and you don't left the scene? I don't actually think we need to make that thing. We don't need to do that, Dragihan. There'll be certain characters that have abilities, such as... let me see. So, there's the... let's go find us some characters that have abilities related to this. The church will have a bell. Anybody can go into the church and ring the bell. The priest will be able to lock the church. The other thing will be that the king will be able to call a town meeting as well. But there's just going to be a giant church bell that anybody can go to ring at any time. And the idea is, like, when that happens, everybody's supposed to assemble around the gallows. And so anybody can go to the church, ring the bell at any time, but they don't have to. You could just not turn up. You could just not turn up for a meeting, right? For a town hall meeting, and it would be like, it wouldn't penalize you. So it's yeah. At accusation time, how do you ensure that everybody is in one place and you don't left the scene? That's the thing. Is like, yeah, people can. So always choose the priest the priest so I can lock the church. I mean, you could do that, but it would look very suspicious, Rue. It would look very suspicious indeed. We do need to make a giant bell model. We should probably make that model. Why not? So let's see. We'll go here. Where's our church? So let's download as download original. Generate me an image of just the bell from the clock tower. Bell tower. On its own. Need to do that one. We'll need it eventually. Okay. I presume it will have to unlock automatically if the priest gets killed. Not necessarily. I don't think so, Rue. How this will work is... so everybody who has a home will be able to lock that home, right? So lots of different people actually have the... lots of people actually have homes that they can use to... okay, this needs to go... turn this into a low poly 3D model. So lots of people have different homes. So for example, we're going to go and illustrate the point like this. So for instance, the farmer lives here. Farmer lives in this building, and what he'll have is things that he needs to do. So for instance, he might need to take the corn and put that into he might have to go into the mill and mill the corn in order to make flour to make bread, right? So there's things that he'll need to do inside of his house that he will be able to do a lot quicker if he has somebody's assistance. In instances like that, he's going to be trying to encourage people to come inside of his building to help him with his tasks. And there'll be people who want the thing that he does too, right? There'll be people inside the building who want, whatever service he provides. And it's going to be in their interest to help him out when they need them. The thing is, if you happen to be a monster, if he happens to be a monster, he can lock the door on them and then fight them 1v1, which in general is better for the monster than for the villagers, right? So it's a bit of a conundrum where it's like, do you trust a person to go alone with them? Because it's a real risk to do it, yeah, but you can accuse me and beat me as a crowd. Hold on. But then why should I go there, especially as a monster? Because you want to blend in. You want to blend in, Dragihan. You don't want to stand out as the loner that never goes to the town meetings, right? You're supposed to be innocent. You're supposed to be there helping with everyone else, right? And so by doing that, you kind of prove your innocence, right? So if you were a monster and you didn't show up to any of them, then if you don't go as a monster, you'll be very suspicious. That's exactly it. Yeah, that's exactly it. So you kind of you need to participate in the town stuff. So I also generated some corn. I'm excited to put the corn on the cobs so that we can pick corn as a farmer. That's going to be something that we do very soon, potentially in this stream also, to start to illustrate the first behaviors of a villager. I think we need some activation barriers so that picking corn is slow for someone who's not a villager, that kind of thing. Did I hear corn? Yes. We love corn here. We love corn. Have you seen the CEO of corn before, Matthew? Have you seen the CEO of corn? You might like corn, Matt, but nobody likes corn as much as the CEO of corn. Hold on. We've featured the CEO of Corn on this stream before, but I don't think you were here, so we'll do it again. This guy's great. It's corn! We're making corn today, guys. We're making corn. So good. Okay, so we're doing corn. Here's the corn, guys. This is the corn. It might be a little bit high poly, if I'm being honest. There's too many polygons in this corn, but we're just gonna roll with it. We're just gonna roll with it. So yes, Matthew, there's corn. I like turtles. True. Okay, here's the scenario. The gardener has invited me in, not realizing that I am a monster. They lock the door as I am trying to kill them, locking me in. Now I can't get out and kill anyone else. Yeah, no, fair enough, Rue. Fair enough. Maybe we do need to just like make the doors unlock when a person dies. Or maybe you can go to their body and take their keys or something like that. That could definitely work. But yeah, we do need to support locking doors. I think that's a really fun mechanic. But yeah, something like if a person dies in a room with their keys, then the door unlocks would be totally fine. But something like that. Something like that. Corn should be good. The corn should be good. So we'll do that at some point. Could monsters bash down doors, but it takes a while and makes sound? That's a cool idea. That's a cool idea. But I really don't want it to be too... Yeah, usually I think the monsters are going to go the other way around. It's going to go the other way around where the monsters... how to explain? The monsters are going to be the ones trapping people in the house with them. So... yeah, it'll be fun. And you guys are so right. I think Fruity's gonna win this with the social deduction stuff. The voice chat's gonna be really important. We need to sort that out sometime soon. You like the flames? I mean, Jess, I think the fire trail is so it needs so much work. It needs so much work. I kind of just threw it together really quickly to illustrate the point. That, you know, flames would be coming from the torch. But so that's what we've done, guys. That's what we've done. I need to... all right, here goes zombie mode. Excellent. That looks like bug fixed. What if I transition? Still deletes it. So not fixed. Definitely not fixed. I think dropping would be the right way to handle this. So we're going to do that suggestion, Maddie. That was actually a really good one. So we're going to do that. Okay. So we have an issue at the moment where if we transition from monster form from villager form into monster form, the items held in our hands are deleted. We need a strategy to correct this. We need to correct this bug. The desired behavior would be that when a villager holding items turns into a monster, those items are dropped to the floor. Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. I'm here all night, my dude. All right, excellent. Me too, Matt. Me too. It's going to be a good stream. This Accusations, I think, is actually going to be really, really fun. It's going to be a critical core piece of the game. Especially, when we do a multiplayer test, we want to have lots of people. And then those accusations are really going to like sway opinion. I think public opinion is going to be such an important thing. I don't know how exactly we illustrate a lot of this stuff. I'm thinking about like animations too. Lately, I've been thinking a lot about animations because now that we're holding weapons, I really want to swing them around. It's it's a really important, it's a really key detail. It's a really key detail to like get people swinging their sword and attacking. So now I'm starting to think, how do we animate this? There are challenges involved with that, but yeah, it should be interesting. Should be good once we finally figure out and solve it. Yeah, so lots of stuff to work out with it, but yeah, I mean, first off, I just want to like take all the rough edges off of these items. Potentially, we'll get a few more items in, and then we'll move on to Accusation UI. Yeah. Let me make sure. There we go. Now I can hear my own voice a little better. These noise suppressing headphones, they make it burn them all. That's right, Kakashi. You saw the go live message. Did you get the reference? Did you get the reference, Kakashi? It's Monty Python, the Monty Python reference. Yeah, you got it. You got it. Nice. Any ideas about how to involve that kind of humor into the game more, guys? I think that'll be really, really fun if we can manage to do it well, but you know. Okay, so this is corn holdable. Corn holdable. Let's open this up. Put our corn in here. Corn. It's going to go there. This goes here. And then that collision shape we need to replace with a capsule. Turn it 90 degrees. Scale him down a bit. And we need to center our corn a little bit better. And just like that, the game has corn. Let's put it in our chapel just because. Near the noose area, there could be a big scale with a duck on one side and a wooden log on the other. That's a good one. That's a good one, just some guy. That's actually very funny. For the people who get it, they'll get it. That's, this is why we use our art test scene. That needs a fix. Oh. All right. The game may have just crashed. It's possible that happened. Okay. But you can surely add some jokes and one-liners. I'm not sure about voice acting in the game just yet, guys. I haven't really figured that out, whether we do voice acting or not. I think voice acting can be, that can really work quite well. But if you do it badly, it comes off really bad. So I'm still figuring out how exactly we do that, because it's a lot of work if we decide to, if we actually decide to do that. All right, I do need a place for all of our interactables. Where should we start to place these? All right, let's go here. We'll just go here. I mean, that's all church stuff. Maybe I should be putting the church stuff near the church. So many decisions. I feel like game designs are, it's just decision after decision after decision. Endless decisions. Not that that's a bad thing. It's like the decisions is where the art lives, right? It's in the decisions you make. That's where the real artistry comes into it. Yeah, okay. So I think I've just made like last night I made a decision to rotate objects in a particular way. What the heck? Did I just rotate that and have it disappear? What the hell? Okay, rotation does not work. Oh, that's an offset mesh, not a rotation. So you can't rotate. All right. Didn't know that. All right, but that's fine. We can rotate in the object. Probably this should match the size of the corn on the tree here, on the cob. Maybe not like voice acting, but like old style speech bubbles. Yeah. I'd be leaning more into something like that. Definitely an option, Kakashi. Definitely an option. I think visual references and humor might work. And I think there's also like something to be said about like wop 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 wop. That could work. Okay, so is that about the right size for our corn? That's a large piece of corn right now. So maybe 0.3. Simlish, yeah, exactly. Exactly, something like that. Something like that could definitely work. All right, there's our corn. But I need to definitely rotate this the right way. So that's a holdable. Where's our corn holdable? Much better. That goes there, and then this whoop way down there. All right. Okay, now we have corn. Put the corn in the chapel. We need like the white room from the Matrix pretty soon for all the different objects. You know, like the loading scene in the Matrix. Okay, there's its collision shape. It doesn't feel natural there, does it? It needs something like that. So to do that, I'm going to do this. All right, let's just go pick up our corn. I wonder how this is running. Okay. For network clients, how should the monster switch behave while held item drops are waiting for host authority? Fix only host single player behavior for now and then leave the client prediction for later. Request a drop first, keep the villager form until the authoritative item state is no longer held, then switch to monster host without deleting items. Yeah, we can do that. You know what though? Switch form right away and add optimistic local preservation so items appear dropped before host confirms. Think that. You're going for a lurk, Gamosaurus? No worries, man. Lurk away, we'll be here. Good to see you. Okay, which form changes should force held item drops? Any body swap. Villager to monster only. Maybe we shouldn't do these drops. Maybe we shouldn't drop. Maybe you swap and it's just the things stay held. Nah, we're doing drop. We're doing drops. Drops on both villager to monster and monster to villager. I think we want to do... When a villager becomes a monster, they should drop the held items. We should code this so that the transition works even without a drop. By default, a transition should preserve the items held. An additional instruction should also apply if a transition from monster is detected. To monster from villager is detected. A transition to monster from villager to monster. That's the way to say this. Is detected. So yeah, that way, if we do that transition, then the items will drop, and that also means that the you can't, like, the monsters are already going to be pretty powerful. You don't want like a freaking... You don't want like a snow yeti with a sword coming at you. Their melee is going to be kind of strong. So their melee attacks are going to be really big. So we'll just have them drop items. I don't think it shouldn't, you know, it could be fun for them to just pick up items anyway to deny the villager the item. But it might even reduce the damage they do in some cases. I don't know how fun it will be. What do we think? Should a monster keep the items that it's held? If a villager becomes a monster, should it hold the items or drop it? Okay, we're gonna go poll. When going to monster, items should stay in hand, drop from hand. Quick poll, guys. I mean, maybe can held but not use it. I mean, that would feel frustrating for players, I think, Kakashi. It's not a bad idea, but else it's pretty clear if there are dropped items around a person. Yeah. I mean, we need little clues that could make a person appear guilty. The thing is, you can drop an item. You can just drop an item. Does a werewolf need a sword? I mean, my answer to that is probably no. I'd say the werewolf doesn't need the sword. I'd say the werewolf might do as much damage with his claws as he does in, you know, with his... Okay, a lot of people saying stay in hand. I mean, why would a werewolf need the sword, though? Like, a werewolf wouldn't. He should just be able to, like, attack with his hands. But maybe knowing that is the advantage. Maybe what you want to do is you want to, like... I don't know. I think I hear what you're saying too, Kakashi, about not being able to use items. Like a healing item. I think healing items shouldn't be possible to use in monster form. Stuff like that. So maybe if we have it drop, we need to deal with this somehow anyway. It could make for a more interesting like gameplay thing, right? Where if you were, let's say you're the knight, and the knight becomes the snow yeti, right? He shouldn't, like, the other players around him, if he's a knight with a sword, should be able to grab the sword off the ground and use it to fight the knight. That might add an interesting dynamic where the knight's going to be incentivized not to have his sword with him if he thinks he's going to attack someone, because it'll be a disadvantage. And then maybe you'll read into the fact that the person didn't take the sword with them or something like that. So it could be like, yeah, I don't know. It could be a drops from hand type of situation. The vote's pretty damn close though. So, I mean, one more vote could tie it up and one more could swing it either way. But yeah, it's an interesting concept. Like how this goes could it materially affect gameplay. I think maybe the dropping the items is the right way to go, just to, you know, there's got to be a disadvantage to having an item and being a werewolf, and there's got to be ways that, like, you know, being a monster. I'm not really sure. This could go either way. This could go either way, guys. All right, what changes are there that are causing this issue? Okay, it's tied. That's a possibility too, just some guy. But I think also, like, it could be interesting to be like, oh, you know, like, I saw a werewolf running around with a sword. The knight's the only one here with a sword. So for that reason, I think the knight is the werewolf, right? It does need some testing. It definitely does. If they get caught being a monster and it's the fight time, can they activate their monster and fight as the monster? Absolutely. In fact, later in the game, initially the monsters aren't going to be that strong. They're probably going to be as strong as the players. But as the game gets further and further, the monsters are going to get stronger and stronger, crazy. So it will be to their advantage to swap to monster mode and then use their monster abilities and like attack with their hands instead of with the weapons. So I'm innocent for months. Normally I would, but when it comes to these kind of polls, we've got to make decisions. Yeah. I don't feel like this is actually just a 50-50 kind of thing. We don't tie polls for, yeah. I think I'm going to go with dropping the items. I think we'll go with that. We're going to drop items. Okay, what was our bug? Because we did have a runtime error there. And is it a service exception? It is a service exception. When did that pop up? Because it wasn't there the last time I ran this. I don't know when the service order changed. Dropping it like it's hot, especially in the case of the torch, yes. Dropping it like it's hot. All right, there's an error. So what is it? Oh, no wonder. I didn't change this. This is our debug holdable corn. Holdable corn. I'm gonna go corn holdable. Maybe we go holdable corn instead. All right, rerun it now. To be honest, thinking logically, if someone who had a weapon turned into a monster and kept it, it'd be noticeable compared to if nothing and it turns. So I reckon dropping it like it's hot is a better option, allowing that to be the mysterious guesswork needed. Yeah. Cornholio. That's what, yeah, Beavis and Butthead. I got that one, Hansblood. Very funny. I like it. Hello, William. Welcome in. All right, let's go see our corn. And of course, we're going to do that as our farmer. The farmer is and the farmer is our monster. Let's see. Let's go Jason's monster. This one is really growing on me. I think he's quite cool. Fear the Reaper. All right. It's corn. Okay, the position of the corn needs changing, or maybe the hand position actually needs changing for this guy. Interesting. All right, that's a badass farmer right there. This is a farmer getting his corn at night. All right, his hands need some tweaking. We're going to be revealing things we never even saw about characters with the hands. Like some of these might actually just need legitimate rework to make items function. This is going to be very cool. All the corn on all of the cobs. And then we're going to have a basket that he can like take with him. And then when he walks, like when he has it, he's only going to be able to walk with the basket. And then you're going to be able to put the basket down and then pick the corn and put it in the basket and like pick it up and like fill the basket. And then you'll have a whole basket of corn to be able to like take to the market or whatever. Like that. It's going to be good. It's going to be good, chat. I'm looking forward to this. It's going to be really cool. Fukit 9030 stream streak. Thank you very much, sir. How do you do? Welcome in. Welcome in. That's awesome. Thanks so much. Whoa. Did you all see that? That was a glitch on the corn. That was a physics glitch on the corn. How do we reproduce that one? You can kick it around. Kicking the corn up the hill. That's going to be fun. We can play corn soccer together. Oh my god, we need a soccer ball in this. Kaz would love that. Why have I not tried that already? We need a soccer ball. That can be in Kaz's home. Because we're going to make Kaz a home so that she's going to be like the scientist character. Where is it? There we go. The physics in this is going to be so fun, guys. Okay, and there's the Reaper. Reaper can pick things up. What does a Reaper need corn for? That's ridiculous. He's so silly. With his stupid hand, holding his stupid corn. And then transition's not working. Okay, so yeah, that's what we need to do next. So it's a quick read of the plan. Giving the farmer a buff if he's completed the whole field. It'll kind of be like that, Kakashi. I think if he's completed the whole field, it'll be like he'll be able to give everyone something they can use to like restore themselves if they need to. So yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Just severe thunderstorms where I'm at right now. I kind of love that. I kind of love thunderstorms. Okay, fix frozen swaps to be to held items are not deleted when the old character body is freed. By default, the body transitions preserve held items across hand anchors. When the local player transitions from a ... Update the character body to preserve the existing children, left and right. The new transition... we're going to have to actually read this. To preserve the existing children, left and right hand anchors by reparenting them to the new body's matching anchors before queuing the old body for deletion. Extend the local player held item controller to listen to the local player's pre-event avatar. If it's a villager and if it's a monster, request drops for any held left or right items using current hand anchor transforms. Okay, I want to just clarify. This implementation should use the open-close principle to the extent that's possible. Hopefully we can isolate the behavior related to dropping the item by having an event on a new object that detects transitions and notices if transitioning to a monster. Fook90, another 25 stream streak. Gosh, 2 accounts like that. Can't believe 2 accounts are on a stream streak. Wild. Hello, Junior. How you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, good to see you back, man. How have you been? We've made some progress since you were last here. I know you weren't here long ago, but we've got so many new things. We're starting to deal with like picking up items and handling items. It's it's going to be really fun. Okay, by having an event on the new object that detects the transitions and notices if transitioning to a monster and causes the item to drop. Okay. Creating a new extending system rather than adding to the existing one will be a little bit more flexible in case we decide to change this behavior in the future, which may happen. Okay. The behavior should essentially be a new class that exists on players that detects when they have done a transition. And if transitioning to monster, triggers the drop actions for both hands. All right. So let's go look at our backlogs. I don't know if we actually looked too far into this. This one's done, happily. I think this stuff can go. Oh, we do want to do this. Random question mark so that you can pick a random character. That will be a fun one. We also need to put a back button there. We do need those editor extensions at some point. Accusations. So, player interactable. User interface for accuse, vouch, and undecided. Let's have a quick look here. Okay. Update the character body, replace it to preserve the held items. Yep. Add a player monster transition held item dropper. The new dropper exports the character actor, resolves the reader and requester, subscribes. The owning player is locally controlled previously from the villager going to the monster. One or both hands is holding an item. For each hand occupied, the dropper calls request drop with the current hand anchor transform. So yes, the dropper should only request drops for locally controlled player avatars. The core transition systems remain behavior neutral. Special drop policies live only in a new player component. Yes. Yes, indeed. You got a drag bars put on your V8 motorcycle yesterday? Dude, Matt, are you still around? You and Fook90 should talk motorbikes. Matthew also has had some incredible motorbikes. I think you and Fook90 would get along on this subject. I was telling him the other day about your Hornet and its exhaust pipe and how we could hear you from like a minute before you actually arrived at the house. It's specifically we were talking about you and when we were younger. Yeah. Mate, drag bite is very different to what I've written. No, true. Fook90 actually does a lot of stuff with cars and motorbikes. But I think you two would get along on those subjects for sure. Okay. So I need something here. We're going to add a new system to the game. The system is going to enable players to accuse one another of being a monster or vindicate them, declaring their innocence. It should also be possible to have a neutral stance for any player. To do this, we will track the relationships between each players and what accusations have been made. every player will be able to hold an array of accusation state from each of the other players in the match. A player will be able to approach another player, interact with them, and then mark them guilty, innocent, or unknown. We're going to add a new column to the table of players in the in-game menu. And this column is going to show a score for guilt. All players start with a neutral score of 0. When someone accuses them, that score will be reduced by 1 to -1. When a player marks them as innocent, that score will be increased by 1. Back to 0. Rather than storing the number, this guilt factor should be recalculated based on the stored values of each accusation or innocent value for the given player. Okay. We will need to introduce a new user interface element that is activated using the F key when a player goes to another player and presses the activate button. This should be handled through the interaction system we already have. Let's see. You're a game developer, Junior. Yeah, I hold on. Yeah, mate, a drag bite is very different to what I've written. For sure. And yeah, straight off the headers, damn. Yep, that was a loud bike. If they can't see me, they can hear me. Safety first. Sure, there's safety. It wasn't because you thought it was really cool. But, okay, we can't just randomly lynch. You can randomly lynch, Jacob. You absolutely can. And yes, Junior, but you've been here for a few streams. You already know that by now. You know we're making games, right? I think last time you were in here, we were definitely making a game at that time. But I am definitely a game developer, Junior. Yes, we're making this game right now. This game is not Monsters. It's a social deduction party game where you can lynch your friends. But yeah, Jacob, you can do random lynchings. The thing is, you can lynch as a mob if you convince people to work with you. Otherwise, you can just lynch a person solo if you wanted to, but it's going to be hard to do, right? Because you need to like drag them here and do stuff like that. You know, it's not that easy to just lynch someone. You've got to like work together as a group. But yeah. I think as I look at this, look at how difficult it can become to pick that corn up. If I'm here, I would imagine that corn should be interactable, but it's not currently. And I can move my interaction marker way over it without it activating until I get like right in the middle of it. So I need to turn it, I think, into a capsule instead of a sphere. It's very handy being able to like understand and debug the physics here, but yeah. How's the stream been, by the way? I mean, downs and ups, Jacob. There have been some streams where the numbers weren't great, but I think I'm not paying too much attention to that lately. I'm getting I'm too locked into the game, man. I'm too locked into the game. I'm really loving how it's progressing. So especially with like all of the real game mechanics starting to come into it, I think that's very exciting to me. Where did that corn go? It got away. I'm having a lot of fun just like with the physics of stuff. Oh no, see, you're not, that's stuck. That's stuck in the groove now. There's no way we're getting that. That's gone. So yeah, we definitely need a capsule, and the capsule needs to be taller, because then we can pick things up even when they're in grooves. So that's a backlog task there. How are you, Casey? Welcome in. Did you see? I've got corn. I'm picking up corn and I can throw it around. How great is that? And there's a sword in the game. Are we able to yeet objects yet? Yes, you can. You can. Look. Check it out. He's got our sword. He's got a dang sword. That's a farmer with a sword. And look, we could yeet it. We could drop it. And I do need some kind of like throw button, I think. But I think if I do attack and in the middle of attack hit drop, it will inherit the velocity of the motion. So like, see how it kind of like takes the motion of the object with it. What's happening there? That's interesting. I'm not sure I can't pick that up. So I got a little bit of work still to do. Oh, that hole in the physics is there. That's a problem. So suddenly our physics placement becomes a lot more relevant. But quick fix for that one, I probably should do it. Whoa. Conversation interrupted. Why conversation interrupted? Pick up where you left off, please. Okay, grab your torch and pitchforks. Oh my god, actually. Pitchforks. Is that in my list? I know you were joking there, but that's an object we need. Pitchfork. All right, we do have it in our list. Yep. You should hear the exhaust on this motorcycle. It's a 383 Stroker Corvette racing engine. It sounds amazing. That's, yeah. An old code worker made his bike loud so that he could hear if he was able to be seen. Yeah. It can be like that. People hate it, but the sudden stop on a motorcycle sucks. It does. Hard to not get noticed on a bike like that, for sure. What lingering Godot process? I don't like that, but okay. That's a little aggressive for it just to like kill Godot like that. I don't like that. Maybe Godot crashing before wasn't even Godot crashing. It was just the AI killing it. That's possible. The road wins the fight every time. Yep, very true. Matthew has a big, he's got a big scar on his collarbone to prove it too. I remember actually, like he fell off his bike going around a roundabout, and I was there, just like driving, happened to drive past him just after it happened, which is crazy. Okay. I don't know why it needs all this other fluff. We're using 5.5 now, by the way, guys. 5.5. Apparently, it's the strongest agentic model that they've made yet. And it can reason about large code bases, which this is starting to become a real big code base. So we're gonna be trying to note if we see big improvements in the tasks that we are running today. Some coworker got into an accident, and all he could think of when it was happening was his bike was going to be okay. Yeah, that's the wrong priority right there. Yeah, Matt, I don't know if you're in the Discord, but Fug90 drops a bunch of pictures there from the different devices, the different vehicles that he does stuff with. Okay, what are some other things here? Battle axe, hammer. I think the hammer is going to be a cool one. The cleaver is another thing we need. I think we just generally need a club. That might even be the Night Watchman has a club. So lot more items to bring into the game now. Fruit, chickens. We already know what our chicken's gonna look like. That's gonna be hella cute. What else have we got? It's doing some more scary things today than I've seen it do in a very long time. Why is it trying to work outside of its workspace? It shouldn't need to. Cache was created by the validation workaround, so I'm cleaning that generated cache. All right. Has it actually made some? Yeah, it has made some changes. So that did work pretty fast. And that code is quite clean. And it's removing a lot of code, which we like. And it's creating collaborators, like static functions, instead of like putting them directly into itself, which is not a bad thing. You can see that here. It's recognizing when something could be reused and putting it into a different kind of class. Though I think that might be a little bit aggressive in terms of segmenting already, like before it actually needs segmentation. Anyway. Hello, Daniken. Welcome in. Good to see you. This new phone really doesn't like a South American accent. Oh, no. That must be annoying. Sorry, Fugnani. We get as Aussies as well. Like, phones can have a hard time understanding us. Unless you're gotta speak American. Okay, I have enough repo context to see the core architecture, but 3 product choices need to be made. Which score convention should the player table use? Use the convention from your prompt. Accuse is -1, innocent is +1, unknown is 0. Guilty negative, yeah. How much accusation information should be visible to the players? I mean, it's a good question. It's a good question. Should we see... We want to store every player-to-player stance. There's a plan later to have an icon for every player. Like a really little small icon for every different villager class. And I think it would be good to show every individual vote on the UI. So we're going to do that, and eventually every different villager will have a small icon representing their form. We do not have this yet. So use placeholders for now representing each. Use simple circles on the UI with the color of that player filling it. That player to represent the player for now. we'll put the icon inside of these circles. Once we have those images. Okay, how should the stances persist during the match? Once set, a stance follows both peers across rooms and disconnects presentation until the match and session resets. Yes. Okay. But we speak the English or real good. Why is that Italian, Matthew? That sounded Italian. We speak the English really good. That's what that was. But we Aussies, g'day mate, how's it going? That's how an Aussie speaks. That's why a computer can't understand us. Because if I, look, we're going to text to speech that, Matt. We're going to text to speech that. We're going to see what happens if I say, hello, how are you going in Aussie? G'day mate, how you going? Oh my God, it got it. It got it. How did it get it? They're getting smarter. They're getting smarter, Matt. Hello, Harry. Welcome in. Good to see you. I can't use what we usually say in this chat. Goldie has his hammer out. Matt, you forget that you're a mod too. You forget that you're a mod too. Now you must be an upstanding member of the community. You must set the best of examples for everyone else to follow. You're not right. You're not wrong, Goldie, but we don't say the C word here. The fact that it understood us was a pretty big compliment, yes. Though you might have meant something different. We're saying the same thing, yes, yes. How far along did you get last night? Really far, Danikin. Really far. I'll show you, hold on. If I can. I mean, there's some changes in progress here, which I should let finish. And in the meantime, we should do this cool bell. Just quickly, because we know we're going to need that. Yeah, we need this bell. So that's a thing. Let me think about this. This object is going to be activated by pulling a rope. By pulling a rope inside of the actual chapel. And it might be one of the first sounds we put in the game. We haven't done any sound, guys, which is kind of crazy. I highly suspect Goldie is a vampire because he doesn't need to sleep. Kali Kush, does that make me a vampire too? Maybe me and Fass and Goldie are all just secretly vampires. Could be. Because if you are so-called sick, yep, that means you are cool. We're not saying that word here. We're not saying that word, Maddie. The Taco Bell bell. Indeed, it is much like the Taco Bell bell. It is a bell that could be tacoed, one might say. Very possible. All right, we've got that bell before we forget it. What else do we need? I mean, it's probably good. Oh yeah, I was in the process of trying to do like an icon here. So remove the backpack from the image. Okay. I've been working from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. for 25 years. Doesn't that make me a vampire? Yes, confirmed. You are a vampire, Brian. Creature of the night. Creature of the night. Absolutely. Can confirm. Oh yeah, Matt, did you see how's the mullet on our butcher? This is our butcher character that we got in the game recently. Isn't he sick? Isn't he cool? All right, he can get closed for now. We got so many characters in yesterday too. Who asked about progress yesterday? It was Daniken, like a lot. We got a lot of characters in and we got a lot of features in. And I need to let this finish before... Oh, it's finished. Okay. The monster transition held item behavior. Let's give it a shot. Okay, we need to... Maybe like an up and a down next to this as like the icon for holding something. I'm thinking about what goes on the user interface. He needs a VB tint. That's not very medieval. That's not very medieval appropriate, if I must say. That's inappropriate for our game. Okay, let's go main. Oh boy. And have a look. Check it out. This is for you, Daniken, just to show you the progress we've made recently. Okay, play, host. Let's just do our blacksmith because he's becoming freaking iconic. Have a look. There's items. Look at him go. You can run around with your items and you can choose what hand they go in. You could be like, I want it in this hand and that hand. And then, yeah, as we run around, let's see. First, I just want to test if I drop these. There's no monster mode for me. I needed monster mode. Let's try and host again, see if we get lucky. I think you were adding a zombie when I left for bed. We have a zombie. Here, I'll show you on this menu. There's the zombie. He is in and working, which is very exciting. Let's try our new butcher. I'll just host this. Bring that down to 4 to increase the odds of being monster. Monster! Pick your monster. And I'll show you zombie as well. If you do like a battle axe, is it going to be two-handed? I need to figure that out. Honestly, I need to figure that out. Daniken, I do want to support two-handed items. So potentially, yes. Potentially, I do want to do that. Look at him. He's so cool. He's a cool character. Just the quality of my characters keeps going up, guys. And the more they get better, the more I realize I want to improve my other characters. But, yeah, okay. So, first we're going to drop them and go monster mode to zombie. Excellent. Now we're going to, we can pick up as zombie. Good. Let's go back to human. Now we're going to pick up and we're going to go into monster mode and see if they drop to the ground. We should be expecting them to drop to the ground like Maddie suggested. There we go. And that happens. And if I go back, we keep them. Excellent. So monster mode drops them. Yeah, this is good. I like it. Yep, excellent. That feature is now working, guys. So let's do something like free sword, exactly. Yeah, the smoke puff dropping them too is a nice touch. Yep. All right, good. We can call that feature done. Oh, and night vision. We have night vision for monsters. Look how dark it is when you're not in monster mode. You can hardly see anything. I know you can now because of the blue lines, but you can actually see in the dark as a monster, which is an important detail. Hello, Mondo. You should make it if the zombie picks up a weapon, they pick it upside down, and if they swing it, it causes damage to themselves. That's actually a pretty funny idea. That's pretty funny, Matt. One of my favorite Halloween episodes of The Simpsons was the episode with the zombie about to eat Homer, and then he taps on the head because he doesn't have enough brains for them to want to eat it. Yes. Yep. My favorite thing about the zombie is the worm that's coming out of his eye. You see the worm? He's got a little eye worm. It's my favorite detail. It's my favorite detail. The brains, they came out really good. The brains look quite squishy, which is, yeah, excellent detail. I'm thinking of making him walk so he can't move fast, and then having his arms out like this, so he's, brains. But yeah, it's coming along really well. The short answer is it's coming along really well. That's implemented now. I think that's really good. We'll check that in. I'm happy with the implementation too. That needs to get amended from the last one. And now the rest can just get committed. So that's the, all right, those are changes related to the corn. Now that's our item holder thing. New tests. Holdable items is new stuff. Hey, a Tanny boy. Welcome in, Tanny boy. How you doing? How are you? Welcome, welcome. We are making a game here, Tanny boy. How do you like it so far? Friendly fire? Ooh, yeah. I think we want some friendly fire in this game, definitely. With the chaos of like swinging weapons around and stuff, friendly fire is a must. Mundo, hello, hello. How you doing, Danny boy? Is it Danny boy? Tanny boy. How'd you find us, Tanny? Are you coming from like Discovery or like? Thank you for hitting the follow button. I really appreciate it. The number of followers you have make a huge difference to when you go live, and you being here in the community with that heart button pressed helps a lot. Thank you, man. Thank you. Okay, so monsters with items. Monster transitions when holding items, drop them. Items drop when becoming monsters. On villager to monster. Transition. Okay, let's add our corn. I like the cuteness of the game. You're good? No, that's good. That's good, Tanny. It's, we've discussed this a little bit. Whether, like, it is a cute game, but it's also going to be like, I don't know. On one hand, it's cute. On the other hand, there's a little bit of violence. There's like a noose, and you can lynch people, and there's going to be a little bit of violence in it as well. So, yeah, that's the plan at the moment. We might change it, but that's the current plan. Jacob, you need to grab some sleep. Yo, thank you for hanging out for the start of the stream. I really appreciate it. Good night, all. If you're still up when I wake up, I'll be back around. All right, we'll see you then. It's probably going to be about good 7-8 hours stream. So, I like how you said the monsters kill the humans. But how about there are 50% chance of certain monsters like a zombie and a vampire to infect and turn villagers? Yeah. I think the turning them is going to be a really fun and interesting thing. The incentives are going to shift too when that happens, by the way, Kakashi. So like in instances where, like, say I can trap you, say I'm a zombie and I trap you and I hit you and I infect you, I could just be like, okay, I'm going to stop attacking you now. Now you have to be on my side and you have to help me spread the infection quietly, right? And then your objectives kind of like change. I'm very new to this game, but it looks really good and polished. Yo, thank you, Tanny. It's got a long way to go. It's got a long way to go. We're really just like starting to implement a lot of the core game features now. So it's but I do really appreciate that. I like to hear that it's looking quite good. I really want it to be a good looking game. Fuck 90, it's 4:18 in the morning. Dude, enjoy the sound of the rain. Enjoy the sound of the rain. I hope you sleep well, man. All right, let's give this a review. Tanny boy, what questions would you have about the game? Ask away, and I will do my best to answer. Hello, Benny. Sup, gang. Based apologies if I'm the millionth person to ask, but what are your thoughts on Sandbox? You're actually the first person to ask, Benny. I think it's really interesting. I think it's cool that Valve is doing everything to support an open source engine. I really like what they did, with the Half-Life engine, and I like the lineage of that game engine. Like, finally, we've got a second Quake-based engine besides Unreal, but it's so diverged in terms of its like history. And I like the model, the free and open source stuff that they're aiming at doing is very cool as well. There's a lot of good things to say about that, Benny. I think I'm pretty excited about it. It could be really good. Okay, add a host authoritative player relationship system where each peer can mark the other peer guilty, innocent, or unknown. Store individual stances, never the aggregate score. Recalculate each target's score as guilty, innocent, unknown, and show both the score and the each individual vote markers in-game on the in-game players table. Yes. Honestly, I've just joined your channel a few minutes ago, so I have no questions yet. All right, let me just get you up to speed really quick, because it seems like, Tanny and Benny, you're both here new for the first time, so let me introduce you to the project. I'm working on a game called Not Monsters. It's a social deduction party game. Imagine Among Us, but with a bit of a twist. It's going to have a physics-based combat system. So imagine like Fall Guys or Gang Beast. That's the plan. And it's going to be a multiplayer game, just like Among Us, with proximity chat. And we're aiming to build this in a way where we set the price quite low and try and make it so that it creates really fun moments and goes a little bit viral. So that's kind of the plan when building it. And very hard to plan to go viral, but we're doing whatever we can to try and create this kind of chaotic feeling. So it's going to be a bit more chaotic than most social deduction games. That's the game. Stick in and you'll see a bit of what we're actually doing. I'm about to go and implement some new features. I think the core voting system is going to be a really important part of this game, so that's what happens next. But we've also focused a lot on the different character systems, so we can create a variety of characters. We're trying to do a lot of world building, though. More and more I'm realizing this world has to get much, much bigger to make the whole game work. That's what we're up to. Thank you both for following along. It's great to have you both here. Gives me Warcraft 3 vibes. That's a huge compliment, Benny. Thank you. I appreciate that. We are kind of going for that. We're going for that kind of look and feel where it's like, that's a big compliment. I appreciate it. That means we're moving in the right direction with our art, which is great. Okay, the key changes. We're going to add player accusation stance and player accusation record, player accusation snapshot, player accusation service. Excellent. With a reader, requester, and authority interface. If you're working on a game called Not Monsters, can you also simultaneously say you're working on a game called Monster? Monster? Hold on. Not Monsters. Can you say you're working on a game called Monster? There's a joke here, Hansblah. You're making a joke and I'm missing it. And I feel stupid for not seeing what it is. But I'm sure it's funny if I could get it. But yes, I'm going to say yes. You can say we're working on a game called Monster, because we're not working on a game called Not Monsters, but that not work. Oh, I see. Okay. if I'm if you're working on a game called Not Monsters, it's a double negative joke. Right. Maybe I'm a bit ahead, but have you thought about like certain monster duos might be a yes, I definitely have thought of that. Vampire and werewolf and other duo that might buff each other. Yeah, I think it would be really cool to do that. Can you call the game Subscribe to Voodoo? Voodoo, we could like hold on. There's a lot of these characters actually have they have like they're backed by streamers, and honestly, like maybe we can do a little bit of that and get a voodoo character into the game. That could be a thing, and then maybe that would really help discovery if that's what you're actually going for. You've helped Fast so much. I would love to do something to help you, but anyway. A Tanny Boy, I remember Among Us and Scuno. Sukuno. I don't know Sukuno. Maybe I need to learn that game, Tanny. It's about everyone pretend to be not monster. Yeah, that's basically it. I think the name is a bit of a pun on the fact that like you're, you guys know about the Salem witch trials? Sukuno is a streamer. All right, got it. Maybe we need to try and reach out and do some collabs with streamers like that. But I mean, if a streamer like that came through, like somebody who plays social deduction games, it would be so cool to put a character for them in the game. And maybe they play it, and then maybe that gets like heaps of reach for the game. Who knows? That's a big streamer. All right. Like tens of thousands of viewers. Yeah. Well, a man can dream. I think developing a game or writing a game script would be cool. I've got many different things I want to do. Lore Master Kaylee. Yeah, it's a difficult thing to do to get into that position because you need a few things to make a game, right? You need the skills to execute it. You need the vision, which is what you're talking about, like the idea and the creative direction. And then you need the money often to do it, right? So for me, that's time. If you can have all of those things, you can get a game. And if you have only one thing, then you usually need to bring two to the table. Either you bring money and then you can pay for the other two things, or you have ability and you need to find a team that's funded and has somebody with vision, or you need to, very rare instances like what we're trying to do here, you have all three things. So like you could definitely, Lore Master Kaylee, it's like, find some funding, find a team to work with and inspire them to do your idea. If you can, that's another very, very important thing. Or, learn to do those things, like the rest of the things yourself would be a good way to try and make your idea real. I would recommend trying a game jam. Game jams are great for this kind of thing. Maybe he's not the best choice at the moment. He was one of the big streamers for Among Us. Okay, cool. This game you're working on, how's it coming along? Nuggativity, it's coming along really well. He had some drama recently. I think drama comes and goes, though. Like, someone's a good person, they're a bad person. You want to work with good people, and sometimes bad things happen to good people, and sometimes good people do bad things, and sometimes bad people do good things. It's all, it's all hard to keep track of. It's all hard to keep track of with that type of stuff, Like I need to throw money at it or learn 2D art, or it's a hard thing. Yeah, if Toast played it, the game would pop off. Disgusted Toast would be a better choice. I'm thrilled that Fruity wants to play the game. That's what I'm really excited about, especially if she does it with Fass and the rest of my friends. That's ultimately what I'm really most excited about. But yeah, who knows? Maybe some other big streamers pick it up and try it as well. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea to learn stuff, right? Learning is a really, really good investment. It's a really good investment to invest in yourself. Okay, where were we? Yeah, that's it. If I can get a lobby on the OCE streamers and make some clips, hopefully pops off and ticked off and gets eyes on some of the the Giga big streamers. That would be so cool, Voodoo. Would be so cool if that happens. I I'm all about it. I learn myself. It's technical, but I don't think I will do well in art and making animations. Teddy Trojan, I did do an animation degree, but I'll tell you, it's becoming a lot easier to do that kind of thing without needing to know how to do all the nuts and bolts, like details, without needing to get really, really close to it. You can actually get a huge amount done at a high level. You don't need to be an expert in all of that to make a game now. Remember us when you're a billionaire? Oh, if I was a billionaire, Voodoo, I would be here doing exactly this and nothing different. And I would, of course, I'd remember you guys because I wouldn't want to do anything different. If I can have a game successful enough to keep me doing this, I would be very happy. I'd be very happy. And I appreciate your your optimism about this, Voodoo, because I know you're a bit of a realist too, you know? Like you'll call it out when it's crap. If an idea is stupid, you'll call it out. So you talking like that, it's pretty exciting. It's exciting to me. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Okay, add player accusation network runtime as an auto load RPC adapter. Integrate with the reset and recovery. Add the player avatar interaction. This is talking different. Already it's structuring its responses different. 5.5 is a little different. I'm noticing even its punctuation is different. There's no full stops at the end of its dashes. This is what I used to see from 4.5. See how it's dashes and full stops? I'm noticing that the structure of its response is actually different. It's a bit more succinct, I think. Add player avatar interaction. Add an interaction target and a player accusation interaction target. Configure the player target identity from the avatar spawn ID. Get the binding. I mean, yes. Open by pressing, okay, in-game menu. Open by pressing F on another player through the existing interaction path. Show the target player identity and 3 actions, guilty, innocent, unknown. Submitting overwrites the local player's prior. One thing I want to do here, maybe we go Q, E, and F once we've... When we have opened the accusation in-game menu, in order to cast the vote, let's use the keys Q for guilty, E for innocent, and F for neutral. Q. Extend the player's overlay. Add a guilt column. Yep, show the calculated signed score, and then show individual non-unknown votes as small player slot colored circles grouped by guilt versus innocence. When showing the player slot colored circles, put them on their own row within the player information on the main menu. All the dots should be on their own row below the existing information. Okay. If I was a billionaire, I'd be Iron Man when I'm a billionaire. I don't think billion wouldn't be much better than million, I think, honestly, Voodoo. Like a billion comes with, you know, more money. In the immortal words of the poet 50 Cent, more money, more problems. I think once you hit a certain amount, like that extra doesn't really help you that much. Lol, I've seen how much you've put into this game and the intricacy behind every thought, every move, every pixel. It's so fascinating, but so intricate what you've put into this. So I get why you're saying, laugh my ass off. It's just funny how you said it. It's just these things you need. Yeah, raisins, I hear. But what Dr. Dre said, he's a billionaire and a legendary music producer. He said if he was doing anything else in his life, he'd still come and produce music. with all of this time outside work. Great minds think alike. Yeah. I think the key there, though, Raisins, is if you find a thing that you are great at and that you love to do, you never have to work. And it's a cliche, but I think it's true. And for me, making games is what I love to do. It's what I would do if I had infinite money and infinite, time. I would, no responsibilities and stuff like that. I'd be trying to make like the best and most fun computer games to play with my friends. And so that's ultimately what I'm doing here anyway. And I think that's a good recipe for it's not the only thing you need in life, but it's a big part of life. If you can spend your time doing what you enjoy, that means you'll live a life well lived. Teddy Trojan, I got Tabby, Open Code, and RipGrep. And in Tabby, I can do Control J for new line. I didn't need the plugin to fix new lines. Yeah, but I don't like Control J as a shortcut, Teddy. It's like Shift Enter is my natural thing. I don't want to have to learn a new thing, but I know that's very Vimmy. It's very Vimmy of you to be able to pull it in a new line like that. So if you're, yeah, but it's cool that you're trying out the same tech stack here, man. The same tools. Yeah, I'm liking it too. I'm liking Open Code, though right now we're using Codex to try and get 5.5. Okay, where were we? Extend the player's overlay, add a guilt column, show the recalculated score, show individuals, omit unknown stances from the circle list because unknown is neutral cleared state. I think we won't omit. Don't omit. Show even neutral characters when they've cast no vote. In the visual language for the user interface, we should use the color blue to represent innocence and red to represent guilt. We probably need to deconflict. Right now, these are possible character colors, but these need to be removed from the rotation. A color for a character should not be blue or red now that these colors are reserved to represent guilt or innocence. Replace those colors with some other colors in our lookup. Okay, let's see, what else? New public interfaces, and those are fine, they're compliant. And then we've got our test plan and our assumptions. Let's review the assumptions. Accusations are public match-wide state and persist across room travel and disconnect. Unknown clears the voter's stored stance for that target. Absence of a record means neutral. The first UI, okay, we shouldn't say absence of a record. We should initialize the list to neutral for every character. Pre-allocate the array of votes with neutral values. All right. The first UI version uses player slot colored circles only. Future villager form icons can be placed inside the same circle without changing the service model. Yes. Okay. How do we represent the guilt or innocence on the UI? Maybe we let it make that determination and then just figure it out from there if we need to change it. Maybe we have two separate sections in the UI for, yeah, okay. On the user interface, for the row with the circles representing each player, have 3 sections. The first, with a red background, represents all of the players voting guilty. The second, in the center, with no color to represent its background, represents characters who have made no vote or cast a neutral vote. Then a section on the right with a blue background represents the characters who have voted innocent. The players. Okay. Sorry for long messages. I'm done. No raisins. I love the long messages. Keep them coming. It is. So to really succeed in that level, you have to love what you're doing to the point of madness. Yeah, it can be like that. It's definitely like that for me. Like, before I came up here, I found myself like thinking through what I was going to do today in the backyard, kind of like pacing back and forth with my mind just racing on all the different options. And like, honestly, I woke up this morning full of excitement about doing this. It needs to be like that. It needs to be like that sometimes, Raisins. To do great things, you need to be a bit passionate about it. And sometimes passion comes with a bit of madness. It's true. I think it's true like that. And it's very rare that like really great things usually are big things, and big things usually take huge effort. And to undertake things with huge effort, it sometimes takes passion and a little bit of madness, because, you know, otherwise everybody would do it. I think there's this saying that says, you know, innovators are the ones who overcome the reality that tells them they're crazy. In order to really do something that nobody's done before, you have to have a little bit of madness. So I hear you, and I'm with you. Now, quite a whole book. Hold on. Now, quote a whole book. Wait, that's a lot. That's a lot to quote. All right. I'm actually really liking how succinct the plans are now in 5.5. At a host authoritative relationship system, Q guilty, E innocent, F neutral, the player's overlay shows recalculated guilt score plus a full voter row for every player. All right, yes, let's implement. All right, exciting. So this was our monster transition. New song, please. It was the best of times. It was the blurst of times. Stupid monkey. Exactly, Coley. That's it. I love the references here. Funny, funny, funny. Good times. Okay. Random option for the character and monster selection. This would be a good one to queue up next. On the character selection screen, we need to add an additional option. It should be just like a character selection option, but instead have a question mark and represent a random character. Choosing this option should pick one of the available character slots at random. There should be one of these for both the monster and villagers. Clicking it should be the same as clicking one of the random villages or monsters, and should not yet enter the select button. What do you think? No, random click select a thing. Yeah, okay, that should be fine. Um, let's examine the code base and come up with a plan for how to implement this. Okay, there we go. That was a very short book. What was it? Is it a Hemingway book or something? It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. A Tale of Two Cities, Charles Dickens. It was a Dickens novel. Okay. Oh my god, it's been 18 days in here. It's been 18 days in the game, guys. We need a butcher shop. We need a butcher shop, guys. That's going to be another thing that we have to design. We've got... Yep, butcher shop. We need... He has accessories. Have you not seen this, Raisins? Yeah, he does. He does. We can now, like, not only that, they're items that you can pick up and drop, and they, like, sit in the world. So you can, like, here, I can run around and physics interact with them. You can pick them up and then run around, and then at nighttime you can use it, and you can drop it, and you can grab it, and all the good stuff. All the good stuff. Fire is appropriate, yes. Soon we're going to be able to like swing and attack with them too, Raisins, which I'm very excited about. I think that's going to be absolutely sick. Yes, yes, not yet, but soon. Oh, and look at this one. Look at this one, Raisins. See how dark it is? Ignore the fact that you can see all the blue outlines. If I go zombie mode, look. Boom. Zombie night vision. Zombie night vision. So all the monsters can now see in the dark. Hell yeah, exactly. It's coming along, isn't it? It's really coming along. All these weapons and stuff too, they're network synced. Oh, and there's some corn. We got some corn in the game. Let me drop this stuff and go show you the corn. There's corn, and you can choose. You can choose like what hand you pick things up with. So it's like left hand, right hand. You can swap hands. Isn't that cool? Actually, yeah, I should do that with the sword. That's going to look hella fancy. In the middle of a fight, how cool is that going to be? It'd be like, ting, ting, ting. Hold on, that's actually hella fancy. That's like, I'd be so intimidated if somebody did this. That's kind of fun and satisfying, actually. I need to, like, interpolate the position. I've never seen a monster IRL transform that with accessories and all. Look, if you go into monster mode, look what happens. He drops it. So yeah, they drop the item. And you'll be able to like pick up an item and then eat it as well. You'll be able to like... Yo, ACC85, how you doing, man? If you were to give an extremely rough estimate, when do you think you'll have the game in a state when it's ready for release? Would you have alpha beta tests and stuff for early access? I'm trying to, right now, I'm trying to hit these timelines. These would be ideal. I don't know if I'll be able to do them, and I really should probably like stop faffing about on streams and lock in if I want to make this real. But this is what I'm kind of aiming at right now, ACC. Yeah, because ideally, if I was going to do a beta where people could play it, I would want to try and make that happen at Halloween. And if I was going to do a playable demo, it should be ready for Next Fest. And if I was going to have an alpha release, I should try and have it at PAX and be at PAX. And then there's a great event called Queensland Games Festival in June. So this is kind of like, these are the timelines. And so I don't know if I can do them. I don't know if I'll be able to do them, but this is what I would like to try and do. Moonwalking on these, yeah. Just some guy picking up a sword with the left hand means you're a monster. Lefties are evil. That's just science. That is science. Those are just facts. Those are just facts. throw the corn. That's so fun. It's satisfying. You could jump and let it go at the top of your jump and like throw the corn. There you go. Woo. Oh man, this is fun. It's fun. I'm having fun. We're going to have fun with this, guys. Smurfette, yo, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. You caught me as I was just messing around with the new physics systems. Thank you for the raid. How is it going? How is your stream? Welcome in. Welcome in. I do certainly appreciate it. How was your stream today? What'd you get up to? Let's see if I can check it out. Are you coming to check out the game we're making? Your stream was good? Nice. That's good. Rec Room Chaos. I see. Well, that's fun. We're creating a game with a fair bit of chaos ourselves. This is, do you know the project? Do you know the project, Smurf? This is not Monsters. It's the game we've been making for a little while now. Social deduction party game is what this is. And so, yeah, we're kind of testing object pickups and physics at the moment, which is why you can see all these, like, blue boxes everywhere. And I can throw things around. Very fun. Micro! It's Micro! Welcome back, man. Welcome back. We're back live. How's it going? Did you sleep well last night, man? I really appreciate the raid last night. Again, thank you for that. I appreciate it a lot. How was everything? How was your stream yesterday? You streamed for a fairly long while. Base code raccoon. I haven't seen that raccoon in ages. Man, that's probably an emote I need to cycle. I need to reuse that emote slot for something else. Very cool though. Very cool. Okay, so added corn. That needs to go in. Where else? There's some other state related to that, surely, right? Added corn, holdable item. Commit that. You're going very well. Had decent sleep. Been locked in today with work and testing out 5.5. Yeah, we're using it right now. It's fairly different, man. Like its responses are more succinct. Have you noticed that? Like the format of its responses are like more clear. It seems to be a little bit more like surgical, and so far I think the quality of the code is a little bit better. It's a little bit better. I'm actually planning to maybe like, I don't know if anyone would be interested in me doing this. I think people are more interested in seeing the progress of the game, but I'm potentially looking at tuning a skill file for code review in 5.5 to get it to do like C# code review in the style that I like to write. So I mean, that could be really cool. I love it when there's people that hang after raid and relate to the target as well. Yeah, for sure. They do. OpenAI and Anthropic love to get at each other's necks. They definitely like to like race, don't they? There's always a bit of competition about like when they release and stuff like that. It's it's pretty cool. Is that local direction? I think I need to change the simulation space of this particle effect to not be local. Oh, no, it's okay. It is not local, so that's good. I really need to redo that particle effect. It would be cool. It would be cool if Claude drops one as well. Right now, I'm just like, since I'm not using Claude, I'm kind of stoked to be using a frontier model a little bit, knowing that what we're getting is the best that you can get, but I don't know how long that will last. But it is quite cool. But I was stoked to have been able to raid. You've always ended stream before I could. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, man. It's just like I end up streaming way too early anyway. Last night I took it so far. I was able to raid a friend who starts streaming ridiculously early in the morning, which is a sign that I stayed up far too late. But exciting times. Today we're working on something pretty cool, man. Oh my God, that's a lot of errors. Can I just clear that instead of trying to load that? Whoops. We are working on accusations. And so you'll be able to, very soon, I need to queue another one up just here. Very soon you're going to be able to run up to a player and accuse them of being a monster or state their innocence, and it will show up like on the in-game HUD. And then on top of that, we're going to be able to very soon, I'm going to put the nameplates above people's heads, and we're going to have a little icon that represents the score of like innocence to guilt. So yeah, that should be really good. That should be fun. I wonder if there's like I should be able to do something like generate a color spectrum from, let's see, generate a color spectrum in HTML from red to blue. I think we'll be able to, we can just hit play here and see that little, when this goes. Yeah, okay. Can we do this without going through yellow and green? I think this is how we're going to try and interpolate the names of people. So can we remove the purple from this? Yeah, smooth gradient. That's not very smooth. Something like this. This will be the one, perceptual fade. So neutral will be white. If everyone votes you out, it'll be red. Otherwise, it'll be blue. So we'll start up Codex here. People running up to you and accusing you of being a monster, that is. Yeah, it sounds fun. Story of my life. I can't imagine that. I can't imagine that. Dolly, hello. Good to see you, Dolly. How you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. It's great to see you. It's great to see you. When was the last time you were here, Dolly? We've got so much new stuff. Look at him. We got a zombie in, but not only that. The coolest thing is this. Look, he's holding corn. He's holding some corn and a torch. And he can go here and pick up a freaking sword. You can run around with a sword. Look how much we did since yesterday. So much progress. The corn's escaping. Look at it. I can throw it and roll it down the stairs. Isn't that freaking cool? It's so cool. I know. And the other thing here, you can, we got a new character in. We got Crispy Bacon's butcher character in. Look, we can do the transition and he drops the corn. Oh, look at that. I even slid on the corn. I was just corn surfing. It's true. You saw it here first, guys. Corn surfing. The coolest new trend. Let's see if I... Oh! Oh, there's physics in the game, guys. Look at it. I'm getting pushed by corn. Peak gaming right here. That's hilarious and great. I can't imagine what kind of weird glitches and stuff we're going to get with this. Don't forget the new Binny game Cornball. That's right. You can launch this corn. Check it out. If I do a running start, hold on. If I sprint, jump, and then yeet, that's a pretty good throw. Pretty good throw. But yeah, we got so many other things in Dolly, like the see how it's dark, and then if I go monster mode, like we get monster night vision. So that's in. And then next we're about to do accusations. Wait, why is there corn? Obviously because the farmer needs to farm the corn. Like this. I should make popcorn when you put a torch near corn. That'd be hilarious. Little pop particle effect. But yeah, this is it. This is there'll be corn here. And you can micro 10 stream streak. Huge. Popcorn icon. Perfectly appropriate. You don't need a popcorn side quest at the moment. You are correct, Dolly. We do not need a popcorn side quest. So there'll be corn here. And let's say you're the farmer. the farmer will be able to go and pick the corn and put it in a thing, and then potentially process it, or just like take it straight to the market. And then when other people need like to rejuvenate their stamina, they can come up and just like take corn and be like, I'm gonna grab some corn, and then you pick up your corn and then you eat your corn, and then you get back your stamina. And that might also be an ingredient in other things. So it's like we might use that to make flour. And yeah, so that's basically these are some of the first steps to building the villager economy in the game, Dolly. So it's like the interactions between the different villager roles. I think it'd be possible for other people to pick the corn, but being the farmer, you'll be able to do it much quicker, so much faster. And so yeah, that's going to kind of make the different roles it'll add relevance to the different roles. Did I lose the corn? Wait, there it is. I remember. It's trying to escape, guys. Depends on the point you need. Hold on. Roll or get rolled. True. Look at that. You can actually corn surf. I need to put a soccer ball in this game, guys. Soccer ball is going to be really fun. I can imagine us all playing soccer instead of murdering each other and getting distracted. And then Dolly being like, lock in, guys. We have to find the monster or we'll all die. And then everybody else being like, no, Dolly, we're too busy having fun playing soccer. You know what, though? Dolly would be the first one playing soccer. You guys know how good Dolly is at soccer. It's so fun to kick this stuff around. If this is like a straight up ball, we could actually have a soccer mini game in the game. Set up a little field somewhere with some goals and a soccer ball. That's actually hella fun. I mean, look at that. Look at that. I kind of have to do it. Dolly, soccer side quest? Soccer side quest in the game? Could be really good. Especially if it's a round ball, it's not going to roll so awkwardly. I do need to speak to you at some point about IRL soccer. Okay. Hell yeah. You should speak to Kaz about IRL soccer. If there's an IRL soccer thing, she'd be down. She'd be there with socks on, I tell you that. Imagine you had an IRL release with people in the game dressed as their characters and playing soccer and corn surfing. Yo, one of these days. Next PAX, I'm calling it. Next PAX will have corn surfing as a thing. I'm calling it. Okay. We're going to add a new feature to the game. Every player in the game should have a name which appears above their head. Alongside the name, we're going to have a circle with a color representing their guilt or innocence as evaluated by the accusation system. This color will change using a perceptual fade from red for guilty through to blue, white for neutral, and blue for innocent. Let's see. So what was the name of that website that somebody gave us a cool website for colors? It was like color compliance. Contrast checker. Some contrast checker compatible colors. For the blue and red. Okay. I have a whole plan to make it happen hopefully in the next couple of months. I want to try and make it happen anyway. I mean, that'd be amazing, Dolly. Another soccer match would be great. Do you have an idea of like what you want to do and when? Because that was really, really fun. I'm sure I would love to be a part of it, and Fast would probably love to be a part of it, and Kaz would probably love to be a part of it. It'd be really good. Let's do another one. That stream was like pretty sick. That was really, really awesome. I enjoyed it. Even if I was just spectating, it was really fun. Kinda, but I need to try and organize an IRL stream day, etc. Well, loop me in. Would love to do that. Would love to do that. Okay, we need that with a perceptual fade through white. We need this with a perceptual fade through white. Okay. Let's have another look at this. Can we find a compatible color that uses lighter gradients rather than these darker ones? I'm thinking something like baby blues, but make sure we're compliant with whatever is recommended on that. Anything close to night white cannot be... I mean, I'm still fine with it. Let's try and keep this vibe, but make it a little bit darker still. It must be like, oh, this stupid human. It's trying to ask me to do two incompatible things. I need to try and organize an IRL stream day, maybe over a few days. Like, love to do that. Love to do that, Dolly. Love to be involved. Okay. In-game menu reducer. Yes, do a build. Okay, these colors. How's that going to look without game UI? I think it might be better. Let's try a little bit darker still. Anyway, my NRL team, are you playing NRL as well, Dolly? Is about to play, so I'm off. You are so freaking sporty. Be back later. I'll see you later then. And we should have a really cool like voting system in. Just watching. Okay. Fair enough. I was gonna say, I wouldn't have been surprised. You are crazy athletic, but at the same time. Okay, maybe this is the one. Initially, let's aim at a gradient for something like this to represent the colors. What do you guys think about these colors for innocence and guilt? We could also do green to red, but I don't like this middle color. It looks a little bit too like... I would like it to go through white, but just the way the colors work, unfortunately, it might just not be possible. Maybe this gradient's the best one. That red looks a little pink, though. That's the thing. I think something like this might be the way to go. Colors are so awkward to work with. Yeah, they can be, GPOs. They really can be. It's pretty difficult to get them right. Okay. Compile is clean. Running our tests. I think I'll even like feed this color back into this prompt to get it right once it runs. mean, let's just pull up something like Photoshop and get a bit of an idea of what's happening here. So you want Photo P or something like that. And we're going to screenshot all of this to get a sense of the palette of the game. Color theory is like a pretty in-depth thing, guys, if I'm being honest. There's a lot to it. Getting it right. Okay. All right, that's interesting. It could go a little darker. So imagine this is the spectrum that represents the guilt or innocence. I feel like if we choose a color that's too harsh, it's going to be like a little bit too assertive. We need to make it, we need it to be suggestive, right? This is only going to suggest that a person's guilty or innocent. It's not going to be like completely authoritative, right? So we need a color that kind of like represents that, which is the hard thing to do. So I mean, what we can probably even do is these colors are going to be used to represent a sentiment in a computer game about a player, with the red color being guilt and the blue color being innocence. These colors need to be suggestive and not authoritative, but a bit stronger than they currently are. With this additional context, can you make some amendments to our colors and render the spectrum again? Neutral white colors represent an unknown value for the guilt or innocence. Neutral parties will appear white. Let's see what it comes up with. Night Streamer, how you doing, man? Have you noticed a better improved picture creation in GPT? It's supposed to be better than Nano Banana in many areas. I mean, my experience with it, I tried Nano Banana, Night Streamer. For the kind of art that I'm trying to make, I actually noticed that it was better anyway. It was just, you know, by default, it was better. I did see the announcement that it improved, but honestly, it's been pretty damn good for me for a long time. And the improvements, if they're there, aren't as noticeable as maybe other people might have it because... you know, they're, yeah, that's kind of how I felt about it. Is like, I haven't noticed it as much as maybe others might, because I've been pretty satisfied. And what I've been doing with it, I think, has maybe been a little bit, you know, a little bit more narrow than, like, I'm trying to do a very specific thing, if that makes any sense. So you know what, I kind of like the other one before we darkened this. I think this is the spectrum that we want. Yeah, we're just going to stick with that, guys. Your work looks great. Thank you, Night Streamer. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, it's the art direction, like on point. That's what most of my contribution to that project was just like directing the game and art in terms of how it was supposed to like play and feel. And you know, I'm finding it's really satisfying to remove some of the intermediary stuff. I didn't have time to build everything on the last project. I was too busy trying to run the company instead of hold on. Do we have someone here in the chat that I didn't see? We've got three-armed onion. Hello, good to see you. Sorry I missed your message. Welcome into the chat, man. Welcome into the chat. Great to have you here. Great to have you here, man. And was that another follow? Breezer, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Back from dinner. Welcome back, Goldie. Welcome back. But yeah, no, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I've spent a lot of time, night streamer, like refining my pipelines and processes and the prompting stuff. Like from the moment, like honestly, from the moment that AI became a thing, I've just been engaging with it nonstop since then because I was just like instantly saw what it what it would become, and always kind of thought that it was going to be what it is now. And so yeah, since it first came out, I was like, okay, this is the future, and I've been locked into learning the language, learning the methods of communicating and how to get those best results. And so it's been a long process to get here, Night Streamer. But like, yeah, I'm happy now that I have a project where I can do this, and I'm really enjoying having more direct control over the process, less intermediaries, and getting to less time running the company, more time building the thing, which is what I actually love to do. That's really enjoy the creative process. Okay. Well, what if we did a bell like this? I know that orientation is kind of jank and it needs some fixing. So maybe we'll fix that up. Let's fix that up while we're at it. While we're talking about prompting. Where is that bell? I hear a ding. Let's go to our images, pull that bell up, open that chat, change the perspective to a front-on orthographic. All right, where are we? And we should really stay onto that color. I need to make sure we lock that color in because we're about to need it. And it's going to be a big part of the game in terms of visual language. Does this have 5.5 on it yet? Come on, come on. 5.5 is not here yet. They're not benchmarking it yet. Which is annoying. They definitely should have it. How was dinner? What was on the plate? Some frittata. Delicious. Delicious, Goldie. Yum. Okay, back to those colors. Okay. Change the perspective to orthographic bottom up. Let's see. If it gets that right, and then we'll regenerate. That needs auto approvals. I can't keep coming back to it every time. All right. Brainstorm some other colors that could represent the same sentiments that we're aiming for with our moral gradient system. Put them all side by side vertically. I want a good range that represent what people associate with the feelings of guilt and innocence. Harry, do I enjoy traveling? Yeah, I do. I definitely do. Which country would you love to visit the most? I haven't been to like Germany or anything yet. I would love to go there. Though I have been through parts of Europe. I'd love to go to some places in South America. There are some places in Europe I haven't been, like Switzerland, that kind of thing. So I think if I was going to go back, it would be, but I really want to travel with people, there are some people I'd love to travel with. Okay. Absent the color choices I gave you already, in a complete vacuum, what choices would you have made for these colors? You strip away your red and blue framing. Warm versus cool. Yeah, I don't know. Too culturally loaded. Give me one single gradient you think best achieves what we're going for. Okay, that's not quite. Change the camera angle so that you're looking directly up into the bell. If you were to travel to Asia, what country would you prefer to visit? Harry, I would go to China. I haven't been to China yet. I've been to what was it? Singapore with like Taipei, or yeah, and that was really interesting. But like maybe I'm saying this wrong, but it was it was like there was Chinese influence there, but it wasn't China. I would love to actually go to China. Me and Maddie actually, Matt M. Caban from the chat, we both trained martial arts for a really long time. And I'm talking like me and Matt would get together and beat the crap out of each other for about 3 hours a day, for about 5 days a week. Got smacked, yes, yeah, but we did that in a style of martial arts that was kung fu, and that had a lot of influence from Chinese culture in it. So I think from that perspective, I always had an interest in that culture and would love to go there and see that. Keep moving in that direction. You should be directly under the bell. I should not be able to see any of the top side of it. I would love to go to Japan, especially. I especially want to try kung fu. Yeah, well, kung fu is a Chinese thing, Harry. You won't really find a lot of kung fu in Japan. You'll find you'll find judo and karate and like those types of martial arts, and jujitsu. But it's like yeah, and if you go to like Korea, then you'll find taekwondo and stuff like that. But if you want kung fu, you have to kind of go to China for it. But yeah. Okay. We're getting somewhere. That might do the trick for us. Move the knocker in the bell to the center of the frame. I mean, you know what? Let's just try it without trying to like get an image from the bottom of this thing. We'll see what we can do. This one was a pretty good render. I'm fairly happy with it. That's pretty cool when you scroll it like that. It's very good at imagining, isn't it, guys? Ding, ding, ding. I'd love to visit Angkor Wat. Where is that, Turbo? Got smacked, Matt. Yes, we each did. I always knew Seb was one. He knows Kung Fu. He was the one. I know Kung Fu. Exactly. A doorbell. Only this one's going to be way up in the church steeple. All right, let's have a look. I don't think I like this for Guilt and Innocence. What do you guys think in terms of these colors? Which one represents Guilt and Innocence best? Let's go with 1, 1, 2, and 3. 2 and 3. And we've got guilty and innocent. You know the Cambodian flag? I mean, I would know the Cambodian flag if I looked at it. That I would need to, yeah, I'm not very good with flags, if I'm being honest. Kung Fu is a martial art that teaches us discipline and inner peace. That's actually pretty awesome. Yes. Yep. Okay. What do we think, guys? Any other suggestions for color palettes here, or? I think maybe I'm going to go with 2. 2 might be the way to go here. I'm not liking that or that. 2 might be the way to go. So let's go way back till we find that one. Is it this? No. This. Close. That one. Let's circle back to this one. Not guilty, innocent, guilty. Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair point, actually. Martin, you might be right about that. Reverse the direction of the gradient also. Yeah. This is why it's nice to be on Twitch when you make a thing, because people like Martin come along and they say really sensible things, and then you do the sensible things, and then your game's better because you were sensible. That's what happens, guys. That's what happens. We definitely doing that. That's smart. That's smart. Everybody say thank you, Martin. That was clever. Yeah, I think we'll do it like that. So red at the right extreme, because it progresses in that direction. I think people want to censor that progression. So yeah, this is the right direction for the spectrum. Thanks, Martin. That was clever. Yo, thank you, Maddie. Also, I'd love to visit Turkey. It has a rich history from Islamic perspective with many beautiful historic places. Yo, that'd be cool, Harry. That'd be cool. You got any other cool, bright ideas, Martin? That was a good one. I think that swap helps. Interesting. Been there twice. It's good. Turbo. You've been to Turkey, dude. Nice. When I first got my place, I was like, oh my God, I have a local spot. And it's got a cute and cool little name. Oh, yo. Chinese food. Yeah, look, I love Chinese food. So good. So good. Really delicious. I gotta auto approve this. Let's make the colors a little bit more intense at the extreme ends of the spectrums. Spectrum, single, not plural. All right, with this bell, render this from a side-on perspective. This is a front-on perspective. All right, it's working through it. Character, yeah, okay, this one's ready to go. That one's nice. This is going to be a fun task when we implement that. That's better. I think this one like color is going to probably have a big effect on player perception, which is why I'm so obsessive about it right now. If I get it right, it really like communicates a lot about what's happening in the game. Okay, so we're going to go a little bit more still. Integration tests. I was too tired to cook and 5 minutes away, too easy. Just got a crab ragoon. Ooh, and wonton egg soup. Yum. Yum. Man, I always cook my own meals. I just like takeaway, it becomes so expensive if you're not careful, you know? It's a bit like that. All right. So the name above the player, let's have a quick think about how we do this. Player name above head. How should we do it? We could do it like that. We could do it like this, Minecraft style. We could do it like that, okay. We could do it, does Fall Guys have that? Ooh, like that's not half bad. So just the text maybe? I think the Fall Guys style is the one that I'm liking. Let's have a look at Among Us. That's a little bit like Arial for me. But it seems like just the text with nothing, no backing thing, and an outline might be the way to go here. I think that. The text itself for the name should be white. With a black outline. With a thin black outline. Maybe the outline should be a color that represents the guilt or innocence of that player according to the above gradient. Initially, let's aim at a gradient for something like this to represent the color. Okay, let's... The following gradient should represent the player's guilt or innocence. Let's see. Something like that. Directly side on so that you don't see the side of the wood. Okay. Okay, nice. By the way, I've noticed the most Formula One drivers seem to start their careers in the UK, Seb. Harry, I mean, are you, that might just be like the culture there. Do you have like friends and family around in the UK that, because if you go there, it's a big thing, you know? Yo, I want that 12-month sub badge. Turbo! You are not far, man. Like, oh, hold on. 2 months, not 12 months. Just another 10. Just another 10. I'm glad that like you like it though. That's really cool. That's really cool. I'm only just seeing it from just some guy. Like I think that's the first time I'm really seeing it in the chat. It's pretty cool. Only 10 more. Easy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's I spoke too soon, Jabbo. No, I only found you early March. Yeah. True. You've been around a lot since then, though, Turbo. You've been around a lot since then. Okay, the name itself should only be white, and the text itself, the text should use the font that's already present in the project and is used everywhere else. Yo, hello, open awareness. We're making this. We're making not monsters. It's a game that's a social deduction game. It's a bit of a party game too. So it's got like chaotic physics-based combat. It will play a little bit like Among Us, but it's set in like a medieval town like Salem, where everybody's accusing everyone of being a monster and trying to lynch them, but they actually are monsters. And so some players will just be made monsters, and it's their job to escape detection and also murder everyone. And if they can manage to do that, they win. Otherwise, the villagers win. But yeah, it's we're working on some systems right now, like the equipment and item systems. We're about to put names above players' heads and stuff like that. And we're working on the voting system. I've just gone and kicked my torch way over here. But yeah, this is the game. This is the work in progress. Seb, if it's not too much trouble, could I send you the music? Yeah, please send me music. I would love to mix up the music today. So here's an internal environment and a character, and it's all multiplayer with voice chat. Open awareness. Nice. Glad you like it, man. Welcome in. Oh, and there's a day-night cycle. It goes nighttime, thus the torch. And so here's an example. This guy's secretly a zombie monster. And so he can go into zombie mode if he can manage to. So how it will play is like monster 1v1 will be better than a person, but there'll be much more people than there'll be monsters. And so if you're playing a monster, your job will be to like try and isolate people and then go, haha, monster mode, attack, and kill them. There'll be things like you can lock doors and everybody gets a home. So that guy was the butcher, but for example, there'll be like, this is the blacksmith's home. I'm coming up to it. You can't see it very well because it's in the dark, but there's his anvil and stuff like that. And different players, they get their own little homes to live and do stuff in. Very interesting. Would love to try it out. I also would love to try it out, open awareness, which is why I'm making it. But yeah, I think it's going to be really fun. I think it's going to be really fun. Are you using an engine or from scratch? Yeah, we are using an engine. I think if we wanted to make a game and did it with our own engine, we'd probably spend a few years making an engine instead of making a game. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, dude. I appreciate that. I look forward to having you along for the development journey. That's awesome. Thank you so much. But yeah, we're using an engine. We're using Godot for this. It's a Godot project. So it's quite a lightweight engine, open source, very community focused kind of game engine. But yes, that's what we're up to. And so we're using lots of different tools in the process. We're using Comfy UI. We're using some AI models for our art generation and some of our code generation. We're using like Rider. We're using Blender. We're using Godot. We're using Git. There's lots of different tools that we're using in the process. If you have any questions along the way, open awareness, just ask them. I would love to try and educate as well as just doing what we're doing. I'm here to bounce ideas off you guys and to have the community involved and to build a community for the game as we go. Which it's coming along. It's coming along. I really need to start focusing on some of the other more marketing-y things as we come to a vertical slice for the game. But so far it's just been really fun messing around with the game and seeing where it goes. All right, that's our gradient. This is still doing its thing. We've got that gradient there. This one's queued up and ready to go. We really need this to finish because then we can move on to the next thing there. What else have I considered here? Every player in the game should ask me any open questions. Hold on. Here's one. Every player should not see any name above the local character's head, but only other players over the network. Ask me any open questions that may not have been answered before we move on to creating a plan for implementation. Okay. We got a poll going in chat. Yo, send Turbo the music. Oh, did Turbo, was he asking for the music instead of... Oh, my bad. I thought he was going to send music instead of asking for me to send the music. Sorry, Turbo. Sorry. There you go. This is Bella's music. Speech to text is peak vibe coding. It's open awareness. I'm actually just like, if you're on Windows, hold the Windows key and press H. I'm just really doing that because otherwise I type and then I wanna be telling people what I'm doing, so I speak out loud when I type anyway. So you can use that for yourself if you want to do that. It's sometimes it's a little bit more interesting on a stream than typing, though. I'd like to type better. The speech to text, it gets you there a little bit faster and it makes it a bit more interesting. I'm sorry, Turbo. I thought it was the other way. I thought you were asking if you could send some music instead of asking for me to send the music. But this is Bella's music and it's good stuff. It's really good stuff. I absolutely love the music she put together. And she did it inspired by this stream too, by the way, Turbo, which is why it's so perfect for what we're doing. It was Goldie and me who voted. Yep. Thank you. That's a nice way to remind me, guys. It's a nice way to keep me on task, is run a poll. It really is. It's so chill. Yeah, it is. And she's got 3 albums like this too. Hold on. I'll go to the other one. Here's the other one. Here's the next one. She made these 3 freaking playlists for the stream, which I love. And here's the third. It's so perfect, Turbo. Okay, what should the overhead name text come from? Um, I think eventually we're going to be using the names of the players that come from Steam. No such systems have been integrated at this point, so instead, let's go with the name of the character. For instance, butcher, blacksmith, etc. Which accusation value should drive the circle? Look at that. It's actually already got some of the prerequisite data in there. And it's, yeah, so use all players' current accusations for that target normalized across all the possible voters. Yes. How should the nameplate behave in world space? Occluded billboard. Attach a camera-facing world label above the remote avatar and let geometry hide it naturally. Yes. Ensure that the world space geometry always aims directly at the player's camera. Actually, let's go have a look at Fall Guys and how that does that. Fall Guys. What's that video, Maddie? There's no names above these heads. Why is there no names above these heads? You know, it's shameful, guys, but I've never actually played Fall Guys. Okay. So there's no names on Fall Guys. What was I looking at before? What were those screenshots? Okay. What was I looking at here? Surely that's like, this is what we're after. We want names like that. Maybe we do a 2D icon for each of the different characters potentially. I don't know. I don't know anymore, chat. I don't know. Okay, hold on, Goldie. Why are we ringing the bell? You can toggle them on and off. Okay. Would names in the game give away locations if people were trying to hide? Yes, but that's why we're occluding the names, Matt. So if some geometry gets in the way, that's what this question here is talking about, is like occlusion means it's blocked. So they should be occluded. Ensure that they are occluded by geometry. Ensure that they render in a way that is affected by lighting, so that they don't shine through the darkness at night. The nameplate should also turn off when a certain distance is exceeded. Should turn off when a player is more than 5 units away. And instead of turn off, we're going to say fade out. Yes. Switched back and saw Fall Guys. I thought you changed games for a second. We were just looking up some reference, Rue. I'm trying to figure out how to render the nameplates above players' heads. Goldie's saying you can turn them on, so it's like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Kind of makes sense that you would do it like that. But yeah, we're trying to figure out how to communicate the names of players to other players. And the other thing I'm trying to do here is put the... okay, I guess there's like a way you can switch it on in the options. All right. This is what Goldie was saying. Can you see nameplates through buildings? No, it will be blocked. The nameplates will be blocked. Okay, when a player changes form, which character name should the overhead text show? No, definitely none. None of the above. It is critical that in the monster forms, nameplates do not show. The restrictions on distance should not apply in some special circumstances, such as when a monster is viewing another monster. So, do not show the restriction on distance. The monster nameplate can show to other monsters, though. And the color of the nameplate should always be red for a monster when viewing another monster. Okay. I still like no name, though, for players that are a bit oblivious. Sorry, oblivious. We could put an option in the menu to turn it off. I like the idea of it showing either the villager name or no nameplate at all. But I also think for like content creation and when playing with friends, it's probably going to be important that you see the names of your friends around you. That's probably, yeah, I think that'll help a lot. With just like understanding what's going on and collaborating and that kind of thing. And ultimately, it's a social deduction game, so the social aspect is really important. Okay, how should the 5-unit fade behave? It should start at 5. Yep, start at 5 is fine. What should the guilt and innocence circle be visually? Rather than a guilt or innocence circle, let's just make the outline color for the white text be the guilt or innocence color. Oh, hold on. Cancel that. Okay. Start at 5. None of the above. Okay. This needs auto approve. It's really catching me up. All right, where are we? 4. I think we were doing work on a bell, right? Where's that bell? Not that bell, not the ding bell. Okay, good. We can probably use this. That multi-image will be... Let me have a think about how we're doing this. The bell's going to be an interesting one. Okay, hold on. I hear dinging. Yes, run a unit test. Yes, run a build. Okay, when should the monster form target nameplate become visible? Both monster roles. Okay, hold on. So, show it only when the local viewer is currently in monster form and the remote target is currently in monster form. Yes. Show it when both players are assigned monster roles, even if one is currently disguised as a villager. Correct. Viewer monster role. Show monster form targets to any viewer assigned a monster role, even while that viewer is currently in villager form. To any viewer who is just... Are these not the same thing? Show it to both players. Show it whenever both players are assigned monster roles, even if one is currently disguised as a villager. Show monster form targets to any viewer. All right. Monsters should see monster form names only when the monster is in monster form. What a sentence. Monsters should see monster form names only when in monster form. Villagers should not see monster forms at any time. Form names at any time. A villager who is also a monster will always see other monsters in full red around their names. Even when in villager form. Okay. Lots going on there. Okay. Sounds like olive music. OV music? What's OV music? Less noise on the screen. Hold on. Open awareness. Whoa, I gotta rewind. I still like no names though. Yes, yeah, I'm with you, Matt. You could target / grief people for sure. Less noise on the screen. No, I'm with you, open awareness. I think on one hand, I agree with that. On the other, I think it's important that people know who they're playing with and build, like, it's a social game. So there's that part of it that I can't get away from. I think no names would be really good, but maybe with voice chat, it's fine. We should make it easy to disable though. I think I'll set something up so that maybe in the settings. Will that be in the lobby though? Maybe we have it only on in the lobby, and then when the game actually starts, we turn all the nameplates off. We could do that. That's maybe an idea. How does everyone else feel about this? Is there a strong sentiment here where lots of people agree that nameplates off is better? Is this another thing where we do a vote? Okay. Vote. Hold on. Poll. Actually, Matt, do you want to run that poll? Can you run that poll? I think streamers like options. More options is better. I know what you mean, just some guy, but I also want to make it as... Okay. Currently on a dive. Oh, he's doing the hell diving. Okay. Let me run the poll. All right, Maddie. All right. Should we have name above head? Yes. No. 3-minute poll. Hey Sly, how you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you, man. Nameplates during play or during the decision and discussion times. Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point. Maybe we turn them on in specific areas. That would be a way to do it. I'm gonna use the restroom really quickly, guys. I'll be right back. Ooh, it's just finished. Okay. You can accuse their role. I think the king is a monster. Exactly. That you can do that. You can do that, Rue. That's what we're setting up right now. I think often play works. But on in other bits, how else will you be able to accuse others if you don't know which ones they are? We're actually building a system to do that. We're about to test that system right now, Sly. Micro, I was busy making coffee and heard a discussion about streamers liking options. Yeah, streamers do like options, but I also think if you put too many options in a game, you dilute the experience a little bit, Justin Guy. I think you should only put options in when you have to put options in. And as much as possible, yeah, like Matthew's saying here, is you should keep it as simple as possible and then present people with the best option first. And it's like, it comes down to what the options are for. Yeah. Micro, right now, the discussion is, are we gonna put names above people's heads so that you can see the Steam name of the player that's next to you as they run around? So like I'm designing that feature now, and some people are saying no, and some people are like, a lot of people are saying yes. Actually, 88% of people said yes. 7 votes for yes, so it seems like a big yes. Well, that's nice. That's good. Thank you for voting, guys. That really clears it up. All right. So, how's our code review here? All right, lots of new code. Some new tests, which are all passing, which is fantastic. Some new code in player avatar. Okay. Interaction target behavior, good. Apply authoritative snapshot for host migration. Oh man, there's so many things we have to test for host migration. We haven't tested items in host migration yet. So we'll test that as a part of these, like when we do our tests here. Can we add my vote to no? I was busy. I mean, you can do that, but it's still going to be 7-2, Matt. Do other games do that? If yes, then yes. Some games do micro, some games don't. I think the question is more about what kind of game are we. For games like Among Us, yes. For games like Fall Guys, no. And our game is trying to model both of those, right? It's drawing inspiration for each of them. So I don't know exactly where this falls, which makes it a kind of hard decision. Have an option to disable it. Yeah, I mean, even then, I would rather not, I really don't want to create options unnecessarily. I want to determine what the best play experience is and give that to as many people as possible. Maybe only see names of humans. Monster names are hidden. Monster names are already hidden, Matt. We're now just deciding whether we're going to show names for humans. Wouldn't that give away the game? I think you're misunderstanding, Sly. It's like when a person is in monster mode, we don't need to say zombie above their head, right? And we're definitely not going to say the name of the person who we see as the monster. That's always going to be off. The question is now, when you're next to a person who is another villager, do we put the name of the player above the villager's head? Because what we can do is we can just have something like when the person speaks in voice comms, have their name come up like with the volume of their speaking, right? Like in Counter-Strike or whatever. Something like that would also make sense, but I don't know. We'll see. All right, let's test our new accusation system. Let's run it. Oh, hold on. That was silly. We need multiple players for that. Hold on. That was also silly. This way. Are you using codecs through an API? What do you mean by through an API, Telly? I'm using it through a CLI, like a command line interface, which is a bit different from an application programming interface. But like, yes, I'm using codecs and I'm using it through the command line. I think that's the way I prefer to work with it. Though there are some, like the codecs app is pretty good, but I think the command line experience to me is the nicest one. All right, 2, 1, let's go. Game start. Who should we use to accuse? Let's go the blacksmith. And the blacksmith can go find... Let's just gather them all out here. Hold on. This is going to be the first potential accusation session ever in Not Monsters. It's getting dark. Better get onto it. All right. The blacksmith is going to accuse... Let's see. Our blacksmith is going to accuse our night watchman. Accuse button. Boom. Cast judgment. Guilty. And now... Okay. Hold on. There we go. Player 3. The lamplighter, or the blacksmith, thinks the lamplighter is guilty. Guilt -1. Mwah. Okay, that's pretty freaking cool. Accuse innocent. I think instead of accuse, it needs to say judge. Beautiful, guys. Isn't that freaking awesome? And I think I need, like, instead of going through players, I think as you hold tab, I want the in play. Oh, no, tab is already the go to monster button. Maybe caps lock can be that button. What do you think? What button should we have monster mode be? We can make it tilde. What's a button that people won't accidentally hit? Needs to not scroll, I think. Yeah, potentially. You mean this one. It's a lot of text, though. It's a lot of text. And let's make sure that's synced. Players, yeah, we're seeing not guilty here. Do we see we had a guilt? Oh, did I undo that? Hold on. Guilty. All right, that's guilty. And then if we had our... guilty goes to -2. Yeah, look at that. Fantastic. I think the in-game UI, one thing that I will say in favor of it, needs clear indicators. I hate reading. Yeah. Well, that's what we're about to do with our next UI. Our next UI is going to show the guilt and innocence. Nice mechanics happening. Yeah. I think it's pretty cool. It's getting there. I just want to ask, how do you do the lightings inside of the room? I just put light sources inside of those rooms. Do you use area lights or sunlight? So every room reloads a whole new environment and resets the lighting, and then I add lighting into the room. And then I also pull in the lighting from outside so that it, like, during daylight, there's a baseline, which is a little, I wish I was happy as you. Oh, direct. Are you not feeling good, dude? Because I'm happy because I'm getting to make a game. I love making games, and this is the thing that gives me most joy in life. So you're seeing me at my most joyful. I think that's probably the short answer to it. But why are you not happy? Are you not enjoying your life? Maybe you need to make more video games. It might be that. It might be that. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry if you're not having a good day or you're not feeling great. Um, Most joy in life, you are literally standing near a noose. That is true. That is true. But it's a humorous noose, I guess. It's a. I think you've got to laugh at, like, in life. Like, everybody dies. I got bad news for you, direct. You're not gonna make it out alive. You're gonna die, and so is everyone you've ever known or loved. And so you kind of have to smile in the face of that, right? That's how life works, man. That's how life works. What inspired you most in your life? I mean, that's a hard one, man. Um, what inspired you most? I don't know. I think, like, friends and family, honestly. Family's been a big one. Family's definitely been a big one. I think the confidence that, like, Fass and Mum have put in me, like, over the years, that's been a big one. And, like, people like Matt believing in you, despite when even when you fail, if you've got people who back you, it can be very inspirational. It can help you, like, get back in and try again. I got inspired by Marie Curie. Yeah, well, I mean, you know how her story ended, direct. But look at the thing, like, the great stuff that she did for humanity. We understand radiation now because of her, right? It's yeah, it's a whole thing, man. I mean, maybe the colors here that it's chosen for the UI are the way to go. Um, so I'm going to use that and reevaluate. Because I actually kind of like it. We're using it in the rest of the user interface already. So first up, this is working really well. I'm really surprised that kind of went so great straight out of the gate. Um, I guess this is 5.5 coming through, right? This is the first or second big system we've asked 5.5 to do. Too many colors? I mean, maybe. Um, let's have a look. This is why we made this. This is why we made this, right? I mean, those are the colors, and that is the palette of our game. What we can try. Let's try a gradient using the colors on these three buttons. Let's use a gradient with the colors from these three buttons. Show me that. That's nice. Wishing happy blessings for your family. Yo, thank you. Thank you, Harry. Towards the end, too many colors? Maybe. It might be too many colors. You might be right about that, Direct. You know what, though? I don't hate it. It's where we've gone throughout our entire, like, we've used this throughout the game everywhere anyway. We may as well stick with it and keep the color theme going. Neutral should be gray, innocent should be green, guilt should be red. This is what we had. We had that, basically. We had this. Neutral should be gray, innocent should be green, and red should be, yeah. No, I think the green is a little bit too, like, the reason I don't want to go green is a little bit too vindicating. I think blue it's a positive color, but it's not, it still has a little bit of ambiguity. And I know that's a kind of vague way to think about it, but I did consider green. It's very colorful. Yeah, it might be too colorful potentially. Um, Replace the center color with white. We can look at that. I think that might be it. So this is going to be our gradient. Okay. All right. What text should the monster to monster nameplate show? Let's go the monster name. For normal remote nameplates, where should the fade that starts after the 5 units reach 0 opacity? 7 is fine. I don't think I'm specifically worried about this. This one went really well. Very happy with how that came through. I think the next thing is to lock this in and move that along. Make sure we not checking anything that we didn't mean to in. But this accusation system, I think, yeah, this is pretty damn close to good. I think having a button, like one button to, like a tab button, like in Counter-Strike or whatever, would be a great way to represent, to like bring up this menu. And somebody said that we should not have to scroll for this, and I'm actually quite inclined to agree. I don't know exactly how we achieve that with icons and 15 different players. Yeah, but I think once we have this guilt system in, it's going to be really, it's going to communicate quite clearly. I agree on blue. I think blue is my favorite color. Yeah, fair. I mean, Direct makes a really good point about it. Create a matrix maybe instead of a list. Yes, yeah. But I want to represent more information, so it is in a table rather than a matrix. I'm liking your design ideas though, Direct. I really am. I think I can tell you have a bit of a design background. Let's say that. Okay, where is it? The reason I don't want to do a matrix here necessarily is that it's like, yeah, I mean, I could even do that. I think it's just simpler as a table potentially. We could represent a person's vote and also the group vote with every player. Yeah, I think we'll have the color around be the vote, like their vote, and then your own vote should be its own icon. We'll definitely, yeah, I think we're going to do that. So, if the remote target is assigned a monster role, but is currently in villager form, what should another monster role viewer see? The villager red, yes. The villager red. Oh, hold on. Not you. Villager red. Does a monster role viewer need to be currently transformed to get a special monster visibility? Role is enough. Yeah, we clarified that already. Role is enough. Okay. Hover to get more info. Yeah, that could work. I mean, yeah, not a bad idea. I am realizing that we need something like tab to bring that menu up so that you don't have to go escape and play as every time. I think people will probably want to be able to evaluate that menu fairly frequently. So yeah, we will make that a shortcut, and that means we need another button to transform into monster mode. Any suggestions? Maybe tilde. I'm thinking tilde or caps lock. Tilde or caps lock is still available. How often do people hit caps lock accidentally? Maybe not that often. Maybe caps lock's the way to go. Tab to bring up the roles menu, and maybe even that matrix, or like a new menu. Q, direct and E and Q, direct and Q. I'm just gonna call you direct. We already actually have that bound to something. I'll show you just quickly. Yeah, I'll take the blacksmith inside. So there's a system here where there's items that you can use. So for instance, there's a torch and a sword. I can use E and Q to like pick up and drop items in each hand, which will be used with like a crafting system and an equipment system and stuff later. So that E and Q are already used by default for those, to like pick up with, if I want to pick this torch up with my left hand, I use Q to grab it. If I want to drop say I want to drop the sword, then I'm going to use E to drop the sword. And then, whoa, that was a good throw. Yeah, that's kind of, I'm going to have to remember that. You can throw them quite freaking high. Hold on. Ha! That's funny. That's great. Basically, it should be a button reachable by the left hand. So maybe Z. I mean, caps lock, maybe Z. Yeah, maybe Z's a good one. But I feel like you're more likely to hit, like, it needs to be like a dramatic button. I think caps lock. Caps lock is like, autopilot for cool, right? You can just like, you're shouting if you're in caps lock mode. I think that there might be a good sentiment with that button anyway. That's hilarious that you can just throw it up in the air like that. If you jump and drop like at the peak. Yeah, that's so funny. I love that. That's a great feature. Not a bug. It's not a bug, chat. It's not a bug. It's a feature. Okay, it's still having a thing. Good. Let's go have a look at him throw that in the air from a distance. That's quite the thing to spectate. All right, hold up. Let's see him juggle these things. See how far it actually is when we... Can we see it up here? All right, hold up. That was pathetic. Oh, that's quite high. That's quite high. That's really cool. How fun is that? That's good. Why can I not pick this up? Oh, there we can. I can. I really need to change the size of that collider to have more vertical height. Left control is always left out. That's a good point. I was thinking maybe that could be like a voice comms button, but that might be V. Left control is a good idea, but I feel like people who play shooters might be inclined to try and crouch and then accidentally activate monster mode. I think it needs to be a key that a person would accidentally press. I think caps lock. I'm gravitating towards caps lock. But yeah, direct, you've got good suggestions there. I think Z would be good if it weren't something where it's like when the first time you jump in, you could accidentally hit that. I think because caps puts you in caps mode for the OS. That's probably something where, yeah. Where the hell did that just go? I just threw those objects, but now have no idea where they actually disappeared to. Well, that's going to be fun. That's going to be one active sabotage that monsters will be able to do. Oh no, they're just here. I definitely need to change the height, the detection box height. All right. Okay, so while we're waiting, we could get this bell in. Get the bell in the bell tower. Yeah, let's do it. So kill all of those. We're going to go to the chapel. And open up the scene. Is there going to be chat? If you wanted to use caps in chat, would you accidentally reveal you're a monster? I think the way we would do that, DGen, I'm going to try to discourage people using chat. I think this game is designed to be a voice chat game. And so I want people to have microphones. Think of a game like Fortnite. You know, you don't really see a lot of like direct typing between players and players in Fortnite. Like if you're going to communicate, you're doing it with a microphone. I think I'm going to design it that way. And for that reason, no, it's unlikely that people are going to be chatting very often at all. That said, even if we did introduce like text chat, then I think it's going to be something where we can just say, you know, if you're in text mode, you're the listener that's going to be filtering for like the inputs are going to be caught by the input field rather than propagating to the rest of the system. We'll set it up like that. In game, what would need to be tested so much and words excluded from the stuff that people say? Hold on, what are you talking about there, Goldie? You mean like trying to not use a button to activate something? All right, let's review this plan. Add remote-only 3D nameplates over player avatars. The label uses the existing font while white text and the guilt or innocence colored outline. There's no separate circular indicator. All right, one change there. Let's add a separate circular indicator to show the color of a vote that you placed against a player. If you voted guilty, then the circular indicator besides the name would come up red. If you voted innocent, it would come up blue. If you did not vote, there would be no indicator next to the player's name at all. If you did not vote or voted neutral, let's see, what else have we got? Hold on. Curse words in chat, I'm assuming? Yeah. I mean, there are well-developed strategies for profanity filters though, Goldie, that I don't mind, like, you know, that we can use. Although it's a complicated problem if you solve it from scratch. We don't need to do it like that. It would be needed. Hold on. Yeah, the profanity filtering stuff. There are some vile people out there and they could say anything. Yeah. I think not doing text chat is probably okay as long as voice chat is built in. Okay. Add player avatar nameplate scene child under the runtime player avatar wired through exported type references from player avatar. Use the label 3D with the save sin cell regular font while text colored, billboard enabled, shaded is true, no depth test is false, and fixed size is true. Position each frame above the active body using global position. Yep, fall back to the current body global position. Hide nameplates for locally controlled avatars in all cases. Normal remote behavior. Show the current non-monster character display name. Always visible within full red, with full red outline and no distance fade. Show the current non-monster character display name, 7 units, always visible with full red outline and no distance fade. If the target is in villager form, show the villager name in red outline. What on earth? This is not right. Normal remote behavior. Show the current non-monster character display name. Always visible with full red outline and no distance fade. That's completely wrong. If the target is a villager, show the villager name in a red outline. What on earth? Normal color, this is wrong. Normal color uses aggregate, calculates score, and normalizes it between -1 and 1. Yep. Map the guilty negative to these colors and innocent to that color. Interpolate precise for the perceptual fade. All right, we need to review that. Okay, existing lobby session roster state is the authority for the role-based visibility. Existing avatar movement replication is the authority for the current presentation form. Spectator form uses the current display name unless the monster roles apply. Okay, we need to... All right, hold up. I have a friend that works for Foxy Games, and that was his sole job for a while, just testing the banned words. Damn. Yeah, that's a lot. Do games ever get it right when it comes to a banning system? I feel like it's rare that it's done right. Yeah, it's a hard thing to do, Turbo. It's a really hard thing to do. Very hard thing to do. There are some games that I think do a pretty good job of it. Examples would be like, I like how Arc Raiders handled like violence and people who were PvP. It kind of just like quietly matched people who did PvP into PvP servers and then quietly kept all the PvE people together. So you were more likely to encounter people who wanted to play the way that you wanted to play. And if you were like really bad, then you just wind up being with really bad players. And with cheaters, sometimes there are games that detect cheaters and put them in lobbies with other cheaters. I think that's a good way to, really a good way to do it. Okay. Spectator uses... Okay, so we need to clarify the normal remote behavior. Past 5 units, the nameplay should begin to fade out, being completely transparent at 7 units. Villagers should not see the nameplate of monsters. Monsters should see the names of other monsters when in monster form. Monsters should see red outlines for the names of other monsters, even when in villager form. The villager name should be the name even when monsters view monsters, despite the red outline. There's some weirdness happening here. I think it probably does know the plan, but it didn't state it quite right. Ark is an incredibly well-designed battle royale, and I personally don't enjoy battle royales. Yeah, I haven't even played Ark Raiders. It does seem to be a very well-designed game, though. Very well thought through. There's going to be a million design decisions in this game before we get to a vertical slice. I swear, guys, there's so much that goes into it. Okay, while we wait for that, to process bell. Let's call it a tower bell. No, bell's fine. We're going to extract it. Extract bell. That goes there. Okay. This is going to be a prop. Bell. And that goes in here. Okay, there's our actual chapel. Very cool. And we can hang it up there. I think it scales about right too. And then we can do this with it, right? We can create a 3D. If we set this to 0, 0, 0, it will match that bell's position, and then we invert that parentage. And then the bell can go down a little. That node can go up. And now when the bell activates, we can do this. Ding, 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 ding. And just to make it as obvious as we can, we're going to rotate this 90 degrees. So when people view it from here, they'll see it like this. Ding, 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 ding. So that's gonna, yeah, this is how you'll call a town meeting. You'll go into the chapel and you'll pull on a rope, and this will go ding, ding, and then people can come to like gather for the town hall. Okay. There it is. Cool, cool, cool. Chat DC'd, I think. Oh no. What do you mean, Turbo? It still stayed up though. The stream stayed up, didn't it? I think we're still good. We're still good. Oh no. Music's gone to weirdness. There we go. Now we vibing again. Oh, the overlay. Oh, crap. Sorry, Turbo. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It's refreshing itself now. That's what happens when you design your own systems. You know, we built this. We built these, Turbo. Like when we were first streaming, that was some of the first stuff we did, was I designed the systems that made the based stream tools. We built the based stream tools before we built any of this other stuff. But yeah. Okay. Should that bell be bigger? You know what? Let's make it bigger, just to like make a point. As Bell has something to say. Awesome. Are they available to share? I used to stream. Yeah, they are. You can check them out here. There's still a wait list. I just like to launch it properly. I know I need to put time into it, and I haven't put that in yet. But you can join the wait list so that when they become available, you can get them. But as you can see, there's still some issues with them from time to time, Turbo. All right. Well, that's freaking annoying. That's kind of ridiculous. Pick up where you left off. I only streamed like 5 times, but I'm planning to make a return at some stage. Yo, that'd be cool, Turbo. Hopefully I catch one of those streams. That'd be sick. You get so much context about like who a person is from a stream. It's you know, it's nice. It's nice if you can do that. I would love that. That's really annoying. You can pay. It's like $170 a month, and they still just block you and say you're at capacity. I'm gonna have to. All right, answering questions again. For a local viewer who has the monster role, what should happen when the remote target is a monster role who is currently in monster form? Show the nameplate even if the local monster role viewer is currently in villager form, and use the target's villager name with a red outline. That's fine. How should the separate local vote circle behave relative to the nameplate? The dot shares the same occlusion, lighting, fade visibility, all of that. Yes. It should also appear to the left of the text. Okay. I have 4 accounts and I swap between them. Ghost, how do you afford that? That's expensive, man. That's expensive. God damn. Wish I had that kind of budget. Probably a mix of primarily software and game development with a variety of games. So would love to raid. Yo, dude, I'd love to raid you if you were streaming, man. Do that thing, and if the timing lines up, that's a vibe. Hold on, I'm gonna let me go. There, you've got another follow, Turbo, for when the time comes. 4 accounts of what? I think he's talking about 4 like GPT accounts, which is a lot of accounts. That's huge. They're only $20. I got more done with it. Don't you get much more value than the... Oh, okay. I mean, that might actually be really smart. I'm not sure. Okay. Add remote-only 3D nameplates above player avatars. Each plate uses the existing font with an aggregate accusation outline color, plus a separate circular local vote indicator rendered to the left of the text. Add a player avatar nameplate under player avatar, wired through player avatar, implement the world space label. We'll put a bullet next to it. Render settings for both is use the font. Oh, good. Anchor from get view, get camera 3D. Place it above the avatar using that. Position the vote.label to the left. Text and visibility rules. Make the avatar never show a nameplate. Display text above the target village's name from the assigner's loadout. Default villager form, never the monster form name. Non-monster roles. Show normal remote villagers. Hide targets whose current form is monster. The villager role viewers. Okay, this is all getting it right. 5.4 is listening better than 5.5. Reveal other monster role targets even if the local viewer is currently in villager form. If the target has a monster form in its assigned loadout, force the name outline to full red and bypass the fade. Still use the target's villager name text even when the target is currently in monster form. Yep. Derive the local viewer's stance with get stance. Guilt shows the red dot. Use innocence shows this. Neutral is missing. Yes. Okay, the target counts are... A target counts as other monster for special reveals if its assigned loadout contains a monster form. Let me process that again. A target counts as other monster for special reveal if its assigned loadout contains a monster form. Current monster visibility or non-monster role viewers is based on the target's current presentation form. Current monster visibility for non-monster viewers is based on the current target's presentation form. What? The vote dot is intentionally local only presentation is not derived from aggregate accusations. Correct. For the last one. The first two I'm not so sure about. Okay, hold on. What happened, Turbo? AOTY so much. Thank you so much for what? What happened? What happened? You would love the... Oh, the follow. No problem, man. No problem. My pleasure. Glad I can hit follow. Glad I could hit follow there. Okay. Let's understand these first two assumptions. The target counts as another monster for special reveals if its assigned loadout contains a monster form. Yes, that is true. The current monster visibility for non-monster role viewers is based on the target's current presentation form. Yes, but I think we are we not clear on the fact that like we should never see a nameplate for a monster if we are villager? One important clarification to be made is that a villager should never see a nameplate for a monster in a monster form. Is that a non-monster villager should never see a nameplate for it in a monster form. There we go. Send it. Okay. And then we can do our random button, which will be good. One thing to test. Let's go to our auto matchmaking harness. Run that one more time. I want to test that the hotkeys worked. From a celebrity. Turbo, I'm not a celebrity. I'm not a celebrity, man. I appreciate that sentiment. I appreciate that, but that is so not the case. That is so not the case. But it feels nice to hear that. It feels nice to hear that you feel that way. Thank you, man. Thank you. We probably need to disable the voting system. Okay, that did work quite nicely. Let's get this guy, run him out here. F reactivates, interestingly. I don't think, maybe we just don't need it feels good to like, we need some kind of like, we definitely need some kind of, we need inverse kinematics. I think that's going to be another soon upcoming stream. If I get inverse kinematics, then it'll be like, we'll be able to do points where we have a target and we control the arm to move in a particular direction. And I think with something like accusation, if I run up and go guilty, it should be like, and then point. Even when I run away, the arm should stay like pointing at the person. I think that's really funny. And it starts on our path to active ragdoll physics, which is a really, really important part of the game. It's a really important part of the game, the active ragdoll. I think that's really going to make it feel like wacky and crazy. And definitely I want tab. I need tab for the... So that's another thing. So we should queue that up. Okay, so... Let's quickly review this, make sure that we've got it all locked in. Display the text always uses the target village's display name from the village's form, never the monster name. Show the remote player while those targets are in villager form, hide nameplates, and vote dots completely. Monster roll viewers may see other monster roll targets even while the local viewer is still in villager form. Bypass that, yes. Normalize the voter count, yes. Interpolate that, yes. Local vote dot. I mean, now I think we're good. Now I think we're good. A target counts for monster to monster reveal if its assignment loadout includes a monster form. Yes. Normal viewer hiding is based on the target's current presentation form, not only role assignment. The local vote dot is, yeah, okay, I think we've got it. We went back and forth enough here to get a yes for this. I think that's going to be fine. We're going to send it. We're going to send it. That can go here, and then here we're going to go codex potentially now we're going to queue up the next thing there. Let's see. So the next thing will likely be, I mean, I just had something in mind before I switched around and I lost my train of thought. We are going to need, the tab. We need to change some controls around now that we have a menu that shows guilt and innocence in all of the players. We're going to have to shift around some of the controls now that we have systems that enable the player to see guilt and innocence. We have an in-game menu that can be accessed through the characters screen after pressing escape. We want to activate this menu while the tab key is held. This means that the existing monster button needs to move away from tab to caps lock. Ask any clarifying questions you might have before moving on to design this feature. Okay. That can go there. All right. All right. It's kind of annoying that I can't stick this. Okay. Tabby's got some annoying qualities. Let's just say that. We're going to do this. And then that can go there. Did that put it in the wrong place? It definitely did. That goes there. Yep, better. And now it's doing some really weird stuff. Gosh dang it. Tabby, why you got a tab like this? Tabby not tabbing. Very frustrating. It doesn't snap very productively. That's the really annoying thing. We're going to leave it like that. I've completely lost track of what's doing what. That's one thing I would love Tabby to have. Tabby developers, if you ever see this, for the love of God, can you please allow us to put titles on each of these different groups? It would simplify the process so dramatically and save me so much stress and worry about like thinking about what's doing what. Would really, really help. If I truly am a celebrity turbo, maybe things like this will find their way to developers, but I just never am going to feel like a developer. Like a celebrity developer is just not a thing. That ain't a thing. All right, that can sit up there while it works. This is fine. I'll deal. Yeah, that's actually not too bad. That's okay. All right, that was I feel like a bit of a waste of time, but it's fine. Okay, I've checked the current flow. The screen that exposes the guilt and innocence is the player's overlay behind escape. And opening it blocks gameplay input and shows the cursor. Before assigning the change, I need these calls. 1, is the target to open that player's overlay on tab hold, or is the full escape menu shell? Okay, hold on. It's the goal is to open the player's overlay on tab hold. When tab is held, should the stay modal or become a quick peek that leaves the movement and look active? Quick peek that leaves the movement and look active and vanishes on release. Imagine the behavior of score screens in games like Counter-Strike. Imagine the behavior of score screens in games like Counter-Strike. If the player already has the escape menu option open or quit confirmation open, and opening it blocks gameplay input and shows the cursor. Before I design the change, I need this. Okay, hold on. If the player already has escape menu, options menu, and quit confirmation open, what escape and opening it blocks gameplay input and shows the cursor? This is a weird sentence. Before I design the change, I need these small calls. Is the target to open the player's overlay on tab hold or the full escape menu shell? Is it duplicating? It's duplicated, it's text. The third one... Alright, that's just weird. This might even be Tabby buggering it up. By the way, there's an AI platform called Arena AI where you can access multiple models like GPT and Claude for free. Oh, that's cool, Harry. Can you link it? I'd be curious to check out what it is and what the like how much access you actually get, because you know that's they certainly ain't free. I'll say that. And you know, there's no such thing as a free beer. If the player already has escape menu, this tab button should be treated like the other gameplay inputs, such as WASD. When the escape menu is open, those are disabled, and so should the tab button's functionality. If the player... Okay, should releasing tab always close the tab overlay immediately? Releasing tab should immediately close the tab overlay. For Monster Switch, do you want a straight remap from tab to caps lock with the exact same behavior? Straight map from tab to caps lock for the monster behavior. Do you want the player's button to remain in the escape menu? Leave the player's button in the escape menu and leave its behavior intact. Should tab hold work only during active in-match play, or also during countdown other block match statuses? Even in the lobby and during countdown, tab should work this way. Ask any other clarifying questions you need before we proceed. Okay, login and top select battle to direct is... I mean, how would this be free? How would this be free? I wonder that. Where is the pricing? I mean, looks pretty good. Have you actually tried this, Harry? Have you tried this yourself, or are you just finding this tool now? Because it seems very unlikely that it just, that it just works. It's cool though. Okay. We've got a lot of changes here coming through, which is great. The runtime pieces are in. I'm wiring the test now, including the direct checks on the rendered label 3D. Exciting. Okay. This is really not working. Let's just do this. That's probably smarter than what we were doing this entire time. Okay. What should hold tab version look like? Dedicated peak. Reuse the same player guilt data, but show a non-interactive peak version with no focus and back button behavior. Yeah. Keep the current layout, but I mean, let's do it. Let's do the dedicated peak. When another UI is already blocking gameplay input, how broadly should hold tab be suppressed? All blocking UI. Disable hold tab wherever modular UI is open. I don't want to make really complicated code to handle a bunch of edge cases here with user interfaces. The tab button should be treated like the other movement inputs. Don't add any special cases, just treat it that way and it will be fine. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. We're getting somewhere, guys. Getting somewhere, and we've got tests coming through on the right here, which is pretty exciting. Okay, this is nameplates. So, accusation system. Initial accusation system. Commit that. Oh my gosh, very close, very close. One last product level thinking. The control screen is static right now and it currently shows transform equals tab. With this feature, we can either just update that row to caps lock. Yep. Update and add, good. Okay, Junior, sorry about the link thing. I was having breakfast. You told me you're a game developer. I'm an agent developer. I have a particular public and open source one. Okay, no, I can see this link and I'm going to click it here because it looks like a perfectly fine link to me, Junior. Okay, you're working on Coda. It's fully autonomous software engineering agent that runs a native desktop application. No IDE extensions or cloud servers or clipboard gymnastics. You just read. It just reads the code base, edits, and it runs locally. It runs locally. I wonder how does it compare to other models. That's cool. I'm just having a browse now, guys, of Coda. I mean, that's cool, man. What's the organization behind this? TypeScript, though. The whole thing's implemented in TypeScript. That's interesting. It's an interesting choice. Actually, I'd be really curious to talk through that, Junior. Like why like a lower level language wasn't chosen for something like this, or does it plug into other? It plugs into other AIs presumably because like when I read this, no cloud servers. I think that it's completely locally. It runs completely locally, which means that the language that you're using to write that means you've got your LLM with all of your your model and all of the weights and stuff like that actually running through TypeScript, which I would imagine is far from the fastest way to do that stuff. But I mean that's really cool that you're working on something like this. It's a sophisticated thing to be working on. I have a lot of respect for somebody who can do something so complicated, Junior. And yeah, we are definitely doing game development here, not working on language models. We're using lots of language models, as you can see. But I'd love to give that a go. I'd love to try that out. That could be awesome. That could be really fun to experiment with. But yeah, at the moment, I would, it'd be a detour from the productivity that we have if it's not as good as like 4.5. Sorry, 5.4. And now 5.5, which also seems to be quite strong. Though I have to say, I don't know if the leap from, 5.4 to 5.5 is as big as the leap from like, the preceding, like 5.3 was so, sorry, 5.4 was a really huge jump. Really, really huge jump in effectiveness in my experience. Really impressed. All right, we got another plan in the chamber for when this one finishes and passes its tests. Man, we've got so many colliders to fix up. Maybe that's a useful thing we can do while we wait. All right, where are we? This is cool, Coda. I'm going to check this out. I'm going to bookmark this and have a look later, okay? All right. Hey, Sergius. Welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing? All right, that might be a good culprit to begin with. All right, that is... And we need to go a little deeper than space layout. Let's go outside. And then, yeah, we need to make sure our backlog has a task to remove this extra layer of abstraction. The remove layer between outside space and outside environment. Okay, that can go. That can go. Who said cornholio before? Somebody said cornholio when I made cornhole, and I can't not read it every time I read cornhole now, which is diabolical. Who did that? Who do I have to blame for this? Ugh. Okay, here's our granary. We're going to add a collision shape 3D. Instead of the polygon, we're going to go with really simple things. What the helly? Why so big? Nobody, that's what she said that, okay? Stop it. Stop it. I know that's what you're typing. And stop. We won't have any of that here. I knew it. I knew it, Goldie. I knew it. Called it. Now we're getting something far more efficient. Yay, efficiency. How's the hell diving going, Matt? Are you playing with us? I sure hope you are. It's Turbo. Yeah, behave yourself, Stream Elements. Going well, Ez is AFK, but you are playing with him. That's sick. That's awesome. That's awesome. Hope he's doing well. Hope he's doing good. All right, one more collision shape here. Collision shape 3D. I think there's the, like, I think what we'll do is a box. Scale it way up. The graphics in your game are cute. I love them. Yo, thank you. I really, yeah, I'm trying to make I'm trying to make a game that feels like, I mean, a part of the decision was making sure that the art style was accessible, like something that lots of people could like, but also something that I could build quickly, if that makes any sense. I wanted to make something that wouldn't take forever to implement. So I've kind of found a balance between, engaging and like quick to make. It's a really big concern that a lot of people overlook. They set an art style that's like so hard, like looks great, but it's so hard to do that they wind up spending like so much time making the art instead of making the game. So you have to be really careful when you choose a style of art for your game that you don't do that you don't choose something that looks incredible but then adds like months and months and months of time to what you build. And it's very easy to do. It's very easy to accidentally do that. Okay, more collision shapes. A box collision shape, and this time I'm going to do something similar for its dimensions, especially its scale. Hold on. Here we go, that scale. Wait, still hold on. There we go. Copy values. Paste values, there we are. All right, good. Getting there. All right, one more. This time we're going to make it the, what do you call it? The beam that sits at the very top. What's the name of that program? The program we're using right now, Harry? This is Godot, Godot, and it's the game engine. This is the actual game engine in which we're making the whole thing. Yeah. This is Godot. It's a terrible name. I think it's a terrible name for an incredible piece of software. They really could have done a better job coming up with a name, but I mean, I cannot complain about anything else in the engine. It's really, really nicely implemented. It's really nice to work in. Absolutely loving doing that. And what I'm doing right now is putting collision shapes in. So like defining the boundaries where when a person interacts with them, you know, where anything interacts with them, like where objects will get stuck and stick. That's essentially what I'm doing here. It's trying to make something that says, you know, here is where things, like here's where space is occupied. Wrong one. That handle, there we go. Nice. Excellent. These can be rough approximations. These don't need to be perfect. I think it'll be very rare that we actually get people walking on these roofs. Famous last words. Okay, we still need to do that side bit, but we're starting to get rough shapes in for a lot of it. It seems rather easier than Unreal Engine. I hard agree. I hard agree with you on that one, Harry. It's game and robot merged. Godot. It's actually, we looked this up one time on stream, Dragihan. It comes from the name of a play. The name of a play. A play about it's a play about a person who's writing a book that's never done. I think something like that. Robot in Slavic languages means work. Oh, I didn't know that. That actually kind of checks out though. That kind of makes sense. Okay. Let's go look at our new feature set. Ooh boy, that did a lot of telemetry stuff that we don't care about. That can all go. Complete rewrites of these? What? I mean, that's probably me making changes to the granary. Not the chapel, though. I don't know why the chapel got changed. Oh, yeah, this is me putting the bell in the chapel. This is a minimal change. This is actually a minimal change. I really like that. It seems like most of this is actually just in the tests. And then we have a player avatar change where... And then a scene change, and then, oh my gosh, so small, so small. This is a good implementation. We'll need to read this, but this is where the grunt of it is going to be, like most of it. And it's to do with form changes. All right, let's try it. Let's try it. F6, and we're off. Yes, but it's a misconception, as I know. You mean that the robot... Hold on, what's a misconception? Robot in Slavic languages means work, but it's a misconception. Is it... Hold on, does it or does it not mean work in Slavic languages? All right, we're about to see nameplates, guys. Are we ready? Here goes. I lied. We don't have any nameplates. Why is that character jumping? Oh, hold on. I do see a nameplate. It's just way off. And the units are off, but the fading in is very nice. That's cool. Are we seeing that? That's quite good. What happened here? How did this go? Oh, we changed the collisions. We changed the collisions. That's stupid of us. Yes, that actually makes a lot of sense. Why that would happen. Okay, we need to correct that. We need to correct that. Progress. Ryzen 9 3D seems no lag with 4 Windows games. Yeah, but keep in mind, Salsa Drama, we have also been optimizing the game as we go. So it's been, you know, the game in theory could run on a mid to low end computer, maybe even some devices, potentially a mobile phone, like who knows? We might actually get it down to that point at some point, where there could be a mobile phone game. So we have optimized it. So it's not so bad. And it's a good computer. It's a pretty strong computer. The play name. Oh, that's a misconception. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that, Dragihan. I did not know that. Okay, so we need to make some adjustments. The text does not fade in until you are right beside a person, and this needs to increase. Substitute your own reasonable values for this instead of the 5 to 7 units we currently have. Let's start there. And then, while we're at it, outside environment has a granary. The granary has a mesh. What is actually going wrong is the granary. Outside environment should have the granary. The granary under here in our layout. So where's our layout? Our space layout is using the wrong object internally when we go. Yeah, this is going to be the issue. We're using this object to give us our dimensions for outside. So in here, this is using the wrong thing. This is using... Where is it? As the placeholder art reference is going to be the granary, and this needs to go. So that goes, reference goes, and now we get a new reference, which is the actual granary mesh without any collisions. This is architecture, exterior, granary. Here it is. And then we're just going to take the FBX, not the scene. And then Bob's your uncle. Good to go. My uncle's name is not Bob, by the way, for anyone wondering who Bob is. What was that joke you told me about? I hesitate to repeat it. What do you call a man swimming in a pool with no arms and no legs? It's Bob. All good. We say that in the UK too. Yep. I don't know why people say that. How many languages do you speak? I speak 2 pretty fluently, Harry. I speak Dutch and English. How about you? I dabble in a few other languages, but I only speak 2 very fluently. Okay, we fixed that. How's this going? Okay. Give this one more run. Actually, no, wrong scene. I'm running the wrong scene, so we don't do that. We do that here. Boom. Okay. All right. We're going to have to feed through the player name pretty soon instead of the role. I want to learn Spanish, Mandarin, and Japanese. Yeah, I feel like Spanish and Mandarin are languages that get you like communicating with by volume in terms of the number of people on planet Earth, like get you the most amount of like people speaking. You know, you can communicate with so many people with just those languages. Let's see, you can come stand out there. That looks hella blurry, so we need to crispen that up. And the size needs to go way down. So we need probably another... We need another 1/3 more distance. The position of the text needs to be lifted so that it sits above the head of the player, where it currently is at the feet. Um, oh, it's impossible to read at night. It's impossible to read at night, guys. Maybe that's a good move. Maybe when it's smaller and more on the player, that will be fine. But at the moment, I feel like you can't read that at night. And maybe that's maybe that's good or not. I don't know yet. Maybe it should be hard to see in the dark, right? Like, oh, just like that's just a good design idea to just do that. All right, let's test if we accuse. Oh, the accusation UI is broken. Annoying. All right, no errors on the host. Okay. This one's an annoying bug that we really ought to fix. That's been sitting there a little while too. I really need to put it at the top of my technical debt list. To be fair, in medieval times, ordinary people can't read. That's true. That's true. But I don't think that's a good game design principle. That doesn't make for a fun game. Okay. We need another one third more distance. We need the name to fade in at about name to fade in closer about one third closer further. The position of the text needs to be lifted so that it sits above the head of the player when it's currently at the feet. Let's see. The border is currently white when neutral, but should instead be black. All right, there we go. To be fair, yeah, okay, drag yarn. Sorry, I saw that. Have skills where only certain characters can read. Everyone else is yeah. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny, actually, Matt. We could do that. So just like jumble the symbols when character. Yeah, that's kind of funny. We could have like the educated people be able to read the signs and then just go and garble the signs whenever you're playing as someone who's like illiterate. That's a good idea. Priest can read only, and the king. Yeah. It's actually pretty funny, guys. I'm so smart. SMRAT. No, it's a cool idea. I don't know how much it materially affects the gameplay though. Like once you've played a few times, you just know what it's going to be, right? You know how it's going to play, so. Okay. Man, this is going to be exciting when this is in. This is one really important step in the right direction for playing together. Okay, how close now? This honestly is one of the worst implementations that we've had in a long time. I feel that I feel a special need to check this code carefully. Dankin, how we doing? Doing really good, man. We're doing good. We've added a lot of features recently, Dankin. There, we've just put a voting system in, and we're putting a plate above people's names so that you can see how others have voted for them, and also how you have voted on a particular person. Which, yeah, I think is really going to make for an engaging experience when doing the social deduction part of this game. And we've got holdable items in. That's a pretty recent development. I'm really excited about that one, because soon we're going to be able to move on to like combat, and potentially other systems as well, like the whole economy that'll sit behind stuff. I'm excited. I'm excited. It's going to be really good. Where are we? And then this is that next thing. Tab for player's peak. This is going to be a cool menu. I think we might even like re-implement a new menu rather than trying to copy the existing one. Yeah, it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool. Christmas Secret Santa system? What do you mean? What do you mean, Katie? And Harry, what was my favorite subject? I mean, depends. I think in high school, I probably enjoyed I really enjoyed industrial design, and I enjoyed film and television a lot. Surprisingly, I didn't enjoy the software engineering subject very much. We had a teacher who, I don't know, he didn't explain stuff very well, and there were a few students who knew what they were doing, and he gave them all of his attention, and then the people who weren't, like, Matt, you in high school, you were incorrigible. Yeah, that sounds about right for you, Matty, with your high school. Matt went to the like, I don't know, it wasn't the roughest high school. That was maybe like Keebra, where we grew up, but he went to the biggest high school with the most students. And so there was a really big network of like social network around there. Yo, look at that, 6 clips. I did not know that you were sitting there, Martin, making clips. Dude, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who's been making clips, by the way. Recently, like even this morning, I was kind of just like going around and doing this. I was setting up, I was just like launching some clips. Oh, here's one. Just coming up there. Only 4 views though. Very sad. Very sad. Just 4 views. But I was going and taking some of the clips that we, the community made, and look at that. 8,000 views. 8,000 views in the last 25 hours. Hold on. 25 hours of views. It's very different. But, yeah, it was kind of cool. It was kind of like good to see. There's like, I uploaded them, and there was this little teeny tiny movement of activity, and about 8,000 hits for the clips that you guys are taking. So that's really, really cool, and I really appreciate you guys doing that. It saves me a lot of time. So far, this has just been me like using the clips that you guys make, and then I have to go and like frame them up. But a few of them are coming out really good. Like this one, here's a good one. That's stupid. So that one went well. That one went well, though it like got a little bit of a push and then just plateaued. And what else was there? This one, though it shows me how much I need to fix up the lighting. I really need to fix the lighting. Oh my God, they pushed this one and then nothing. It got like 2,000 views and then nothing. Hold on. This one. And it also shows me how much I need to like use a bigger, this frame here. This is going to be much better for future shorts. Look how bad the color is though. And it shows a catchy name, goes a long way. Pretty cool thing that happened there, though. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys clipping. Those clips, they make me trying to do YouTube a lot easier. We are now at 196 subscribers. When you hit 200, you can monetize your YouTube channel, by the way. And that's a very, very small number after a year. I have to say, I have to do a better job of this. But like, thank you for everyone who has helped with making clips. It does help. I need to put more effort into it and make real videos, but it really makes a big difference. So thanks. Okay, let's now. Whoa. No, thank you. My keyboard die? Yep. It didn't even give me a battery warning. Rude. Okay. Very rude. How do I even... Now I have to sit sideways while I type. Frustrating. Okay. We're going to be sitting this way for a while, guys. All right. F6, yes. The Darrow High School. I mean, it wasn't when you started, but then it got really, really, really big and became a little bit more like that, Maddie. Just a little bit more. Okay, here goes. Chirpy Chirp! Yo! Thank you for the raid. Are you heading off to work? You're wrapping up your morning stream and heading off to work? Dude, I really appreciate that. Well, hello there. Hello there, yes. How do you do? How was your stream today? Working from home? Yo, that's good. That's good. We like that. Have you tried? Oh, you can't do that, can you? Probably. There's the co-working category that you can do. You could keep the stream rolling. Wouldn't that be good? Guys, if you haven't checked out Chirpy Chirp's channel, it's really cool stuff. You'll probably really like it. Go check her out, guys. Go hit up Chirpy Chirp and hit that follow button because her content's really, really good. And she streams like nearly every morning, I think. Remorfol, why use AI art when you can get someone to make real art? Is that like, okay. It's an interesting question. It's a really interesting question, Remorfol. I mean, for one, if I look at what happened with On Point, I would start by maybe challenging the idea that art made with AI isn't real. I would say that is open to interpretation to some extent. But I totally understand and accept a lot of arguments about where it's trained on people's art and it may not be entitled to the the creative energy that went into it and things like that. If we take that and set it aside, Remorfol, if I wanted to make this game and did all of the art the old school way, which I can do that. I went to university, I studied animation, I learned all of the tools there, I learned to use Maya, I know how to use Blender. I can make art the old way, but if we had done that, we would not be nearly as far through the production process of actually making a game as we are now. And whether you like it or not, these technologies exist, these technologies are real, and they're out there, and we can choose to use them or we can choose to not use them. And I happen to be able to use them very well, and I think others will also come to be able to use them very well. And if you either you get on board with it, or you get left behind by the technology, and that's the bottom line, right? Is either we make twice the game in half the time and we learn to use the new technology, or we don't, and we don't do that. And as a person who wants to be able to make games, then I know which I'm going to choose. So that's the long answer there, Remorfol. But thank you for the question. Do you have any follow-up questions about that? Like any other things, like interesting notes or thoughts about it? Okay, we're seeing a nameplate come up here. Work smarter, not harder, says Matt. Yeah. I mean, to some extent. Chirpy, again, thank you for rating. It's really, really cool of you to do that. Are you gonna hang out and lurk while we stream here? If so, like welcome in and thank you for bringing your community with you too. By the way, I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. I'll hang out. Hell yeah, hell yeah. We love that. I love that. Thank you very much, very much. I appreciate it a lot. Your company in these streams is always appreciated. It's always I'm very grateful that you come here and that you raid as often as you do. I appreciate that too. Okay. The nameplate needs to be a little bit higher and needs to be shrunk to about half the current size. Okay. I never said so, but I'm also pretty much against AI to make my stuff. But that's my choice. Yeah, yeah. I can understand that decision. I can definitely understand that decision. The last game I made, guys, the last game I made, On Point, it's... On Point has like literally zero AI in it. It's a completely non-AI game that was made like by hand for every basically every step of the process. It cost me my life savings to get the people to pay the people to create the game, and the I think for indie developers it's becoming about like how quickly can you make stuff, not necessarily how high can you move the bar for the quality of the art. And so if you do choose to try and make it like we did this game, I took such a risk and found myself with nothing left. And I really mean nothing left. I mean, my life's savings went into trying to create this and make it successful, and it didn't work. And unfortunately, I can't afford to take that risk again, right? I can't afford to do it the old way when the new way works so fast and it makes such high quality stuff. When I understand the tools and I'm able to master the tools, it enables me to be back in control of the creative process, and it allows me to move quicker than I ever have before. And whether you like it or not, this technology exists, and I'm going to, because I still want to make games, I'm going to continue to make games with the best technology available to do it. And yeah, that's the approach that you're seeing me create the game. You're seeing me make Not Monsters with that tech. And I think you can probably also see how fast it's possible to move when you understand how to really use it well. It's much easier to focus on your main goal. Yeah, absolutely. Like, and I'm not kidding. Like, I could have bought a couple of houses with the amount of money that I put into trying to make this a success. And it's like, I can't do that again. I need to adapt, and I need to change the way that I do things in order to be successful, in order to do what I love, in order to be here and be able to make games. And that's also why I'm here creating games on stream as well. It's this is part of the marketing promotion that didn't go well for On Point, right? We launched this game and it didn't find its audience. On Point was VR. Yeah, it was Remorphal. Absolutely. It's, Harry, yeah, real art has its own unique charm, but AI sometimes ruins things. It really can. Yeah, I totally agree. Since I use AI, I've noticed what a good prompt you can get great results, but often it takes a while. Yeah, it's not as easy as people think it is. It's not as On Point is history remade. Yeah, it is. It's an interesting. It's definitely trying to play on nostalgia, Maddie. It's like trying to reach an audience that wasn't as big or didn't see the need for. I think a lot of it is the hardware and the timing, and yeah, it's. If I don't think it makes sense to make games the old way. It's pretty cheap. Remorphal, I think it's like $12. It's a $12 game. Okay. There we go. Those are names. And they're starting to look better. I think the names need to be positioned relative to the head of the character. So they're... because the taller characters might have issues with this approach. Um, but it's starting to look good. It's starting to look good. I don't mind the way that nameplate looks. Let's accuse him. Oh, I forgot that. We broke the accusation system. Look at the stupid smiley face in the bottom left one. Oh, we didn't break the accusation system. Why couldn't I accuse with the top right character? Oh, I could. Was it bottom left that couldn't do it? I'm not seeing the pip. Oh my gosh, I hit tab accidentally. I'm going to be doing that for a while. Okay. Great game to play with friends all around. Yo, thanks, Matt. Yeah, I appreciate it. In Photoshop, designing a brochure or catalog takes time for me, but AI can complete the task in just 5 minutes, which is really helpful. I agree. Nano Banana is super powerful for image creation. I think a lot of people, like Ramolfo probably, and Chirpy Chirp as well, they put a lot of time and energy into developing the skills that enable them to do what you're doing there in 5 minutes, Harry. And from a person who's invested that much, to see something come along and make those skills like feel irrelevant or redundant is like, it's a painful thing, and that can create a lot of resistance to that kind of technology. But whether you feel that way or not, it doesn't change the fact that it exists. And I think for that reason, if you really want to remain as productive as you possibly can, which is my ultimate goal here in trying to make a game, I'm trying to be as productive as I possibly can. I'm trying to take every minute that I have to commit to this project and get as much productivity and value as I possibly can. And you can't ignore tools like what AI is capable of doing if that's what if that's the mentality that you're taking into it. And so as much as I would love to be somebody who's completely driven by art and is doing this just to make art, I'm not trying to do that. I'm also trying to make a living so that I can make my art my life. And for that reason, I have to have other concerns, like how quickly can I do it? And that's why AI is going to be the answer for me going forward, is because it allows me to move fast. Okay, I think the difference with some people need AI and others use AI to enhance. That's the real difference. Yeah, definitely. With AI, it's either need or want. In this case, it's need. In his case, it's need. He's only using it as he needs to. I mean, the thing is, Ramorfal, I could definitely, in a sense, I don't need to. I could do it manually, but it would just take so much longer. It would really take a long time for me to do it that way. And I don't have that kind of time, right? I need to make a game that can produce income for me so that I can, and for my company too. That's the other thing. It's like, I have a need for a project that generates revenue. And so that's the bottom line. I really need to think about that first. Chirpy Chirp. I think the difference with me is I already have a full-time job, so making games is more for fun. Yeah. This for me, although it's fun and I love doing it, I'm not doing it for the fun of it. I'm trying to do it because I've spent my life learning to make video games and getting good at making video games, and I want to spend the rest of my life making video games. And for that to be true, I have to have successful video games and I have to produce them quickly. As long as you don't have an emotional connection to it, I'm perfectly okay with AI. It saves us as humans so much time and is incredibly efficient. Yeah, I think a lot of people, we're going to have a very biased crowd here, Turbo, like you and I and Harry. It seems like you think that way too. But there are also people who have spent their lives learning to do things that AI may come in and make very, very quick. And it's like, I can understand their perspective. I can definitely understand where they're coming from when they feel resistant to it. Harry, you work with 3D as well, and I use AI alongside my workflow to stay productive, but I can save time and complete tasks more effectively. It's all about productivity in the end. And that's a kind of heartless approach though, don't you think, Matt? It's kind of heartless when you think about that. If like it all boils down to how much can you produce, That's not a great way to be, because a lot of people used to think that AI would be the thing that would make robots do your laundry and your dishes and like clean up after you and take all the things that you didn't enjoy doing and automate it, and it would leave humans to be free to be more creative, and we could spend all of our time on like creative pursuits instead. And what a lot of people feel like is that AI comes and steals the creative tasks away by doing them better than the people who wanted to spend their time doing those things, right? Because the highest pursuits, I think, I agree, can be creative ones. If you're being creative, then you are very, very, like, you're stimulated, you're fulfilled, you're getting the most out of your time, and you're getting the most out of your life if you're spending your life being a creative person. But then, here AI comes along and it takes all of that away. I think for me, I still feel as though I can be creative, but the nature of my creativity has shifted. I'm now being creative at a higher level in terms of orchestrating different agents to do different tasks, and I'm focusing my time and effort on the design. I'm trying to think about how the different pieces fit together and then leveraging the tools to develop those little pieces, right? And I can do that because I'm in indie. I can do that because I'm a small one-man team. I can draw on all of these things to remove the need for me to sit for hours like modeling and UV unwrapping and rigging and creating like the animation by hand. Instead of doing those things, I'm using other tools to do those things for me, and then thinking at a higher level about what the game needs to be, and then pulling the pieces together. And I still feel like I'm being incredibly creative. If anything, I feel like I'm being more creative because I'm acting as like a creative director for these different tools that I'm using to create an outcome, right? And so I still feel very creative when I do this, but I think a lot of people feel that there's no creativity left in that because they define creativity as something different from what I'm doing. If AI becomes 10 times faster and smarter than humans and VFX and all that other stuff, what would be left for us? What do you think? I think what's left for us then, Harry, is orchestrating all those different pieces to work together to create value, right? We still, to some extent, all of those things are working towards producing things for humans. And there's a certain amount of understanding what humans want and using them to produce that still requires creativity. It's a different kind of creativity, but it's still, that's what's left. And if you're not one of the people who's using the tools to do that part of the task, you're going to feel like you're left behind, and you're going to feel like, you're not going to feel valued. And to some extent, there's truth to it. There won't be value in the work which you do because something else can do it better and faster and cheaper. And that devalues what you do. So to me, what I want to do is, although I don't want to be a person who's pigeonholed into like being a code monkey where I press keys and produce code, or being a 3D modeler, an artist, or a person that makes sound. I'm trying to be a person who makes games. And that's always been the kind of person I am and the kind of work that I do. I've never been a person who narrows myself to just one discipline. And from that perspective, making the game is still something that requires a huge amount of creativity. I think it'll be a very long time before AI can replace people that do all of those things, right? That can determine what a person wants and how the product should work to serve what that person wants. That's the real skill that will take a very long time before AI can replace that. Even if it becomes 10 times faster at doing VFX and game dev and web dev and all that stuff, there's still a layer of like design that it'll take a very long time to replace. It's a good tool, just like a hammer and nails, when you could just use a nail gun. Yeah, I mean, there's greater examples of that through human history too, Daniken, where it's like, the calculator replaced the abacus and the computer replaced the calculator. And it's like to some extent, like the combine harvester replaced the scythe, right? It's the sickle is no longer a useful thing when you have a machine that can do the work of 100 people in a tenth of the time. The Industrial Revolution did this, and we're going through like the internet revolution and information age also kind of replaced a whole bunch of other things. It just didn't happen as quickly as the AI age is doing. And I really do think when we look back at history, people will look at the time that we're in now and see it as the AI age. There'll be a phase where it was Industrial Revolution, Information Age, AI age. And the people who get in front of that and make the most use of those tools are going to be the ones who really benefit from the change the most. Did you see Uncle Bob's video today about coding? It really moved me. No, I haven't seen Robert's. I haven't seen anything from that. But Commander Dirts, can you link it? I would love to have a look at that. His stuff about object-oriented programming. I mean, like the agile. The solid principles and all the agile stuff was very influential for me. So I have a lot of time for him. I'm sorry you got timed out there. Okay. Should we have a... Yeah, I think we'll have a quick look at this right now. Why not? Thank you for the link. Hold on. 2 minutes. We've got 2 minutes for Uncle Bob. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. Very true. So true. He's so eccentric. Yeah, this is the stuff we're doing, guys. This is what we're doing. Why so serious? Exactly, Turbo. Yeah, he's so right. He's so right. Yeah, it's a good take. It's a good take. Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you. That was actually a really relevant video. That was a very relevant video. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing, guys. It's so for those who don't know who that was, that's Uncle Bob. Uncle Bob is Robert Martin. He wrote a lot of really influential books, especially about the C# programming language, which is the one that we use like all the time on this stream. Bob's your uncle. Exactly, Turbo. That's exactly right. Yeah. Bob's your uncle. Would you share that video? Yeah, I could share that video. For, like, are you asking me to, is that a request for me to share that video? I don't think I'm even on, I mean, hold up. Am I on X? What are we like? Oh, that's a Reddit. I'm not even on Reddit. Sorry. I'm not on Reddit, so I can't. But it's a good take. It's a good take. The guy's the reason I fell in love with writing clean code. Man, it kind of hurts. Yeah. Yep. I just want to know who he is. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I mean, do you not have that link? I'll post that link. Yeah, that's Uncle Bob. And his books are great. His books are great for when you're learning C sharp, like early on. Can highly recommend. Okay. We need to change the way that the text is being anchored. It's now a fixed height off of the ground, I think, that doesn't account for the height of the characters. Height, H-I-G-H-T, off the ground, that doesn't account for the height of the characters. We should instead be positioning the text above the head of the character. We can find the head by examining the skeleton and placing an offset from the bone that represents the head. Sorry for the big detour there, guys. We took a while to answer some questions. I even jumped into the chat mode, which is cool. We don't do that all the time. But we had some good questions, so I appreciate it. I actually did use AI rarely if I needed help with anything and couldn't find it on Google. I used it only when I needed it. It did help. Yeah, Remofol, it's incredibly useful. Turbo Sebyap. We need a Sebyap. We don't have a Sebyap. We have no Sebyap icon. Okay. Nameplates. Ooh, this one's a spooky. Ugh. I don't like this. It's one way to do it. This file is kind of scary and gross, but at least it's nice and isolated. We need someone to make useful clips for us. Remofol, dude, that would be amazing. I would even consider like employing a person to like make videos if we were gonna like go and make videos and clips. I know it's not like, I don't really have a budget for that, but I feel like if the channel's gonna grow past the, past the size that it currently is at, if the rate of growth is going to increase, then we need to do something different from what we're doing. Otherwise, it'll just remain linear. And I think the way to do it is like content on YouTube and stuff like that, I think. I saw an interview on the School of Hard Knocks. An entrepreneur said that, thank you for the follow, substandard loser. I love that name. Oh man, that's a very deprecating name, very self-deprecating, but I'm sure you're awesome despite what your name says. Welcome in. I saw an interview on School of Hard Knocks. An entrepreneur said he used AI in his company and built it up over $500 million. Yeah, you can do that kind of thing, but you'd be good at talking to camera for shorts, Seb. Yeah, I think you're probably right, Turbo. I made an AI tool that actually looks through my videos and cuts together shorts. I just haven't had the time to improve it to the point where I can really use it yet. But it is something that I've got in theory. That is absolutely amazing. What are you referring to, Raisins? You mean like the... You know what I actually should have done for that video, just for shorts, for instance? For something like that, it would have been smart to do this, right? I should have gone here, full screen, and then taken this and like set it here so that it's an automatic reaction video, right? Automatic reaction video, and something like put your chats like there, something like that, right? And then without doing anything, we can just clip it, right? We can clip it and then we've got a reaction and we've got instant content like straight in the thing, right? Maybe we should do that, like some reaction videos every stream where you guys bring us things. We look at it like this. We have a hot take. We bring in our, we share, we share our opinion. We share our take. We give our reaction to it, and then that can be some good content for other stuff, right? I mean, it's not a half bad idea, something like that. Especially if I can change this circle to like a square. It's an idea. It's an idea. I got to think more about that. Do more of that. Those are easy clips. Dude, that's amazing. You're a genius. Yeah, let's not go too far. You did it in 15 seconds. Yeah, we probably need to do more of that. We need to do more. Okay. Based. Yeah. So thank you for linking that clip. We're gonna try and do that more often. I think that's actually a really good idea. Are you from the UK? Commander, the accent you're hearing is an Aussie accent. I'm actually in Melbourne, Australia. I should probably put that in the top bar. Okay. Are they loading in? Let's see their names. That maybe worked. Where is he? Okay. Where is the word? I feel as though I should see a word there, but I don't. Excuse me. Why am I making all this effort to pick up a... Why is that not working? Too many questions. It's fine. There's probably errors and they explain it. And we'll look at them later. But right now, stay focused. Can I see something that tells me the blacksmith's name? Oh, there it is. So it is there. Yeah, it just needs to become... It needs to be lifted up. Increase the offset above the head. It needs to be a fair bit higher so that it is not rendering within the player character's geometry. Back to the game coding. My dude, yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Thank you, Fugue8, for the blessings. And Turbo, I appreciate that. I'm always getting called British because of my accent. Yeah, fair. Scene is still chatting. Oh, dude, that's what you guys mean. I'm sorry. I need to get my Stream Deck sorted out so that it keeps me in the loop with where I'm actually at. I'm sorry. That's a rookie move right there. You're not overexhausting yourself into another case of the cold zap. No, Fugue8. Nothing like that. On the wrong scene. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. What? You didn't miss much anyway. You just missed like the nameplates appearing inside of everyone's head. Yo, the Wildy Westy. What a name. Welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing? Thank you for coming through. Thank you for hitting follow. All right, we've got names. We just need them a little higher. Let's give that a shot. Let's see. Kill that. Run this. We need a sorry counter. Yeah, it's going to be a big one. I'm good, and yourself? I'm really good. Wildy Westy. I'm here getting to make video games. I feel like I'm having a good stream today. So I'm excellent. I'm great. And how are you? You're doing well? Having a good what is it? A Friday night too. No wonder it's a busy stream. Okay. Countdown finished. I'll go stand here. We needed a fair bit higher again. Um, those player names are a subtle detail, but I think they're important. Let's do the... Okay, the first accusation seems to fail, and I'm not sure why. Do you know what we're up to, Wildy Westy? Would you like a quick introduction as to the what the project is, so you can get up to speed? Okay, that accusation worked. Why did the top right accusation not work? Seb said foot. Yep. So yeah. I mean, it's totally possible. You know, we wrote something on this stream, guys, that detects swear words that we could have used for the word sorry. In fact, is it running? No, it's not running. I haven't left it running. I could have left it running in the background this entire time, recording all the stuff that I said. Maybe I did. No, I didn't. I didn't. We haven't done that. We have not done that. But that would have been handy. Okay. So where was that change? Player avatar name. Avatar name. That was definitely in the change set, was it not? Let's copy that path. Player avatar nameplate. And what line did it change? We were looking at 7. That needs to be like there. We'll do a rebuild here. And then I think we can do this. See it real time? No, probably not. So we'll have to end this. Go again. Okay. I've watched before, just have not hit follow. Oh, I see, Wildy Westy. No, I appreciate you hitting that follow button. So you're up to speed. You know what we're actually working on. Good to know. Good to know. That's great. That's a good point. Yeah, we have the technology. We definitely have the technology, Fugue State, to do what you're talking about here. That idea. Okay, now I feel like we've actually got them positioned well. In fact, I might even end this and do it one more time through our F8, F6. We have the tech. Exactly. More practically speaking, although your summary and game run-through introduction is always compelling, a command line for the game that describes the title and the genre, that's like Fugue State, that's a really good idea. We don't yet have a Steam link. Unfortunately, not yet. We're a little while off that. But we're getting closer every day to being there. Okay, those nameplates now look pretty good. Lamplighter. Okay, y'all can't see that, but check it out. The Doctor is looking good. Rendering over his head. That's excellent. That's really good. Okay. What's stopping accusations here, though? Okay, we can't accuse. What could be blocking it? It might be the host not being in the environment. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, where's our accuse AI? Sorry, accuse AI. Yeah, the chat that had the accusations. I think it's this one. Okay. I've noticed that when the host is not in the same room as the other players, the accusations do not seem to be working. Even when the host is not in the room, clients should be able to accuse one another. First, track down this bug and find its cause, and then ask me questions until we can resolve how to solve it. Okay. Okay, we can rebuild him. Yes, it's exactly, Psych. I actually find coding so fun. I just don't have the motivation sometimes. Yeah, I know what you mean, Remofol. It's like it is the most fun part of the engineering process in many ways, and that's one of the things that AI is actually coming in and taking away is the most enjoyable part of creating, for me in many ways. But I can now focus on a different set of problems, which is still equally engaging and challenging. You were referring to the swear jar adapted for sorry, exactly, Fugue State. We could take the swear jar and just replace swear words with the words like sorry, and it would work. Just being a menace. We just need to start cloning Seb and we'll finish the game in half the time. 5 Sebs. Why not 10 Sebs? Exponential Sebs. We'll just double the Sebs with every iteration. It'll be like Mr. Meeseeks. Mr. Meeseeks all over again. Unless that clone gets some ideas about taking it. Oh, man. Yep. It'd be like that. It'd be like that, guys. Okay, yeah, this one, good. Then the other thing to do here, I mean, probably I should stage what we have so that whatever changes are coming through very shortly don't create problems for us. Okay, nice. And then the other thing, now that we can accuse, is where is our pip? Let's go look in the scene, just because we know it's there. Seb's yapping to each other. Oh, that'd be the most boring panel ever. Have you ever seen the movie Primer? But it has some compelling counterpoints. I have not seen the movie Primer, no. What is it about, broad strokes, Fugue? Just so I can get a sense of whether I want to watch that or not. I really want to finish this bug off. This bug is very annoying. I've seen Wall-E, yeah, where humanity like devolves into just like fat in floating chairs. Is that the future of humanity, Remorpho? Ever seen Idiocracy, guys? That's a good movie with a harrowing prediction of our future. Okay. The generic interaction between the execution pipeline to open the voting UI. A client can select another client's avatar locally, but the host validates the interaction on the host's own materialized scene. So the host, if it's in another room, the avatar is not registered on the host, and the interaction runtime drops the request. Okay, to fix it cleanly, an important decision is whether the accusations should remain physical scene interactions resolved by the host's current scene or become player-to-planet semantic actions validated from replication. I don't think it should be local only. Press F on the dedicated accusation open request. I mean, why should we need the AI on the host? We really shouldn't. What should the host validate before accepting the guilty, innocent, neutral stance? The same room and range. Okay, keep the current stance validation, known connected peers, and no self-accusation regardless of room and distance. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I don't think I need proximity. We may later choose to enable people to cast votes directly through the UI. For this reason, we don't need to validate whether the peer is directly near their accuser, accuser. I mean, that's another point, is we might want to make the accusation UI... Hold on, we're kind of done with this one. We might want to make the accusation UI that you can access in the options menu, the one where you can actually cast votes to. It would be useful so that you don't need to run around and find a person to cast a vote. Or do you think that would be less fun? I don't know. We're living in idiocracy a little bit, Matt. Gossip Goblin on Instagram generates AI gone wrong videos with AI. That's pretty funny, Teddy. We laughed at it back 20 years ago. Now it's our reality. Hello, God of War. Welcome in. Good to see you. Okay. It is so complicated, it virtually requires rewatch to fully comprehend. Ah, yeah. I mean, okay. A super low budget time travel flick. It might be cool. I could be into that potentially. Sometimes those like brain twisters are a little bit too much though. How are you doing, God of War? Having a good start to your weekend? Happy Friday indeed. I just remembered a dream I had. It gave me a game idea. I wonder if it counts as creativity if you create something that you dreamt of. 100% it does. 100% it does, Ramorpho. It actually just occurred to me that the movie Primer actually has a lot more in common with your game than I would have first realized. Okay, I have to check it out then. I'll have to check it out. Okay, the host rejects the stance request. What should the client experience? No new UI. I think it just does nothing. Any lore for your game? Remorphol, yeah, we do kind of have some lore for the game. I'll show you. Where is it? Not the core gameplay loop. I'm looking for... Oh man, you have to go so far down until you get to any actual lore. Narrative framework, finally. It's kind of loose. There's not a lot. But the monsters are bound to a 7-night ritual. If they fail to consume the town before the 7th dawn, then the sacred wards activate, the ritual collapses, and the monsters all die. So that's essentially it. Is they're participating in this giant ritual where the monsters have to sacrifice all the villagers before the end of the 7 days, and if they don't succeed, they all die. So that creates the time pressure in the game. So it's pretty loose narrative framework, but yes, there is a narrative framework. Okay, that can implement. Let's see if fork still has all of our changes. Okay, here we go. All right, those are all the local changes. All right, sweet. Let's send it. Hopefully this fixes that issue. Hello. Hello. Hello, back again. It's just a fast fee intermission. Um, okay. My weekend is going pretty well. I was about to leave work in 30 minutes. Nice, God of War. Exciting. I love lore. A lot of monsters are based off your friends, right? That's right, Ramofel. And a lot of villages too, actually. Like a lot of the friends that other content creators who I really want to play the game with. I'm trying to like entice them into being in the game so that they might play the game with me and so that they might play the game on stream. And it's twofold. It cuts on one hand, it's about I really want to do this just to like play a game with my friends. And on the other hand, some of my friends are kind of, also bigger content creators. And if they play the game, then that's a little bit of advertising for the game. So it's like, kind of trying to make that all happen, Ramorpho. Okay. Let's see if we can change our model to 5.5 here. One of the requirements for this feature is absent. We were supposed to show an indicator that let other players... There was supposed to be a circle to the left of the name of the character that indicated how we had voted. That indicator seems absent. Investigate where this is in the code base and see why it's not functioning as designed. Okay. I really hope your game succeeds, Ramophol. I do too. I do too. It's like I have put like a lot into this so far, and it's very far from done. It's got a very, very long way to go. I also want it to succeed a lot because if it succeeds, it means that what we're doing here is sustainable long term. It means that I can get more people in my team to help potentially, because you feel a really big obligation to support those people. And it also means that as a community, I get to be here and hang out with you guys more often and do more stuff with you and make another game after this and maybe do more things with my other content creator friends and bring those guys into the creative process more on future things. Yeah, I've got a lot that I would love to do for this. So, do you have suggestions thing in your Discord? I totally do. God of War, actually, I really want to encourage people to put their ideas in the Discord so that they don't get lost. I think, Ramophel, there's a whole section in the Discord specifically for that, and I definitely want to encourage people to leave their ideas there, because that's going to be the best way for me to actually consume those ideas and make them happen, So yeah, head to the Discord and drop your idea there. I have a lore idea, dude. Love it, love it. There was someone who was going to potentially do some writing for this project, Jason Spencer, a really good friend of mine, but that hasn't actually happened yet. There's been none of that so far. So there's a lot of like space for growth in terms of lore. He can do both. That is totally true. That is totally true, God of War. But if it's going to be a really long like explanation, then it's probably best to put it in the Discord. When the game starts, what does it say about the monsters? I thought I might have like some kind of the priest might do some kind of like exposition where he explains what's happening, just to give players context about why that the world is going to end if they let the monsters sacrifice them, and so they have to weed out the monsters to avoid the apocalypse. So that was kind of what was going to maybe happen. And I think we might have something like that in the cutscene. I'll show you the cutscene for the game so far. There's some concepts here, Ramophol, if you haven't already seen this. So how are they monsters? I mean, I haven't gone that far. I haven't gone that far. I feel like just, you know, monsters are a metaphor for like people, you know, like people who are different. So here's the rough narrative framework for how the cinematic trailer might run. So you can see the wolf howls, and there's a howl that continues and shocks everyone, and then it transitions into a cockadoodle doo from the bird. So it's like suddenly monsters appear in the town, and then the missing scene here, the missing shot here, is supposed to be this, where it goes to the priest, and the priest like gives that speech and says like if we don't stop the monsters in 7 days, the apocalypse happens, and then he's going to accuse the vagabond. That doesn't really make sense in the context of what we're talking about. And then all the villagers turn against them, and then you know the vagabond runs away, and then you know then we show the whole economy of everybody working together bit by bit to become strong. And then at the end they lynch the vagabond. Hold on, Harry. What's your question? The intro made by AI are these images. They're images, but I used AI to get the images. So like I came up with the ideas and I used the AI to get the images. So, yeah. Monsters are people who are different. Well, unexpected from Seb. I mean, I don't believe that, but that's the underlying message here, Hansbla, is that the real monsters are the people who lynch their neighbors for being different, if that makes sense. That's why the game name is Not Monsters. It's because it's like we're not monsters, they are, and so we get them because they're different. And so it's like, you know, that, and the whole thing can be a lie from the priest about, you know, but I don't know. I think actually the apocalypse, maybe we have the apocalypse actually happen. Maybe that's a lie in terms of narrative. It's but yeah, I've put a bit of thought into how we communicate the story to the players through the cinematic trailer, just to like give them the world building. But you know, I need to develop the game out a little bit more before I have all of the assets to show those scenes properly. The images are great. No, thank you, Harry. In a way, we kind of are all monsters, making us not monsters. We just do bad things. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's the idea, Rumafol. And that's why the name is a pun. It's a bit of a, like, it's not even a pun. It's a bit of a, it's a social commentary at the same time. All right, it's going to go 5.4. Resume where you left off. Hopefully this one doesn't give us an interruption error. That's going to be really annoying if it does. Good, it didn't. Okay. Good, let's try this again. Okay, the only thing left is to convert the images into video, right? No, there's a lot more. There's a lot more involved in that, Harry. We already have a few conversions. We've got to like edit it together. There's got to be a lot of like, we have to get the timing. We have to produce the sound. There's lots of little steps still involved. Okay. I wonder what happens when the match starts if I'm holding a sword. It took the sword with it. We need to fix that. Okay. He can go here. All right, lamplighter. Then we accuse him of being guilty. Let's get everybody to come accuse this guy of being guilty. And see if his text color changes. Guilty. Guilty. And that's it. He should look very guilty right now, but I don't think he does at all. So, oh, maybe he does. Hold on, he does. He does. The outline needs to become a lot brighter. as the guilt increases. We'll have to wait till morning. Okay, hold on. There's our monster. Oh, he is actually guilty. That's hilarious. We correctly identified the guilty guy completely by chance. Okay, yeah. Okay, hello. We've got someone new. Yo, how you doing? If you're a nerd and a dev, have you ever made a Sudoku solver? No, I haven't. Yo. But I mean, it's a pretty like if you model it properly, if you create what I mean is like create the code that captures the problem for Sudoku. It's actually not it's not a difficult thing to write. It's a pretty easy thing to write code for. Okay, so. The other thing that we just tested here was, can we do accusations when the host is in another room? So let's take the host here and confirm that we can still accuse, and we still can, so that's good. So let's everybody's going to make the farmer innocent. Whereas the farmer, he becomes innocent. Where's our lamplighter? And he does look a little more blue. He does look a little bit more blue, but the whole effect is far too subtle. And can I see a dot next to his name as well now? I do see that dot. Where is, yeah, there's a dot next to the farmer, but I don't know how it got there, and I don't know why it's missing from the blacksmith and the doctor. Okay. First, you do Sudoku. If you do Sudoku long enough, the Sudoku starts doing you. Yo, that's pretty funny. Yeah, I mean, why are you asking, Yo? Are you working on something like that? That would be a great challenge to learn programming. If you're trying to learn programming and anybody wants to learn programming, I would recommend something like that. That's a great idea. Okay, in full daylight, I mean, the monster nameplate disappears. In full daylight, the farmer and lamplighter actually really do look blue and red. I think we do need to increase the thickness of the border as they become more innocent and more guilty. So that might be the next thing to do here. Okay. Okay, let's use I mean, we don't need a 3D circle. If we are creating user interface elements, to render the text, we should be able to use normal UI to create the circle, right? If that's possible, we should just use that. In terms of its position, it should be in the same hierarchy location as the text itself, so that it doesn't render somewhere separate. Okay. So yeah, Yowa, like if you're making a Sudoku, like tell us a bit about it. Are you I guess I'm guessing now as to whether that's doing it, whether you're doing that. But you know, if you have any questions about like the process or like recommendations for languages to use, or like I'm curious about what you're doing, And yeah, happy to talk a bit about it if you've got an idea related to that. Do you like Venn diagrams? I sometimes like Venn diagrams. Ah, I know this one. I know this one. We're gonna do the thing. We're gonna do the thing. Let's do the thing that we thought that we were gonna that would be a good idea. Hold on, chat. Let's do this. We're gonna do that. We're gonna quick edit a video. Let's do it like this. All right. Comments welcome, chat. Comments welcome. Let's do it. Yes. This seems good. All right, we got it because we're right in the middle of that Venn diagram right now, and that doesn't help us. That does not help us at all. We're gonna whoop, zoom us way in, and you can sit to the side here, chat. You can sit to the side here. Okay, about there. And you know what? We're gonna swap the sides because I'm facing the wrong way. Reaction video. Let's do it. One more take. What the hell? What the hell? There we go. This is too much trouble, isn't it? I'm a nerd, for sure. Or maybe I'm a nerd. No, okay, I'm a geek. I'm a geek. Yeah, not a dork. I think I'm here. I'm here on this side here. Yay, nerd. Yep. So true. So true. Very true, guys. Very true. Definitely a geek. Yeah, Matt vouches. He's known me for only like 30 years, so can confirm. Okay. Let's go ahead and implement that fix. Okay, and then this one's another big buffer change. Yeah, this one's going to be a big change after that. This one's solved, so we can leave that. I think what we'll need for this as well, as the next change, the next thing in the queue is going to be, as the ranking for each player becomes more confident, either guilty or innocent, we should increase the width of the outline to make the color of the status more prevalent. All right, that's buffered. This is going to go once that's done. But yeah, that is kind of working, guys. That is kind of working. It's hard to read at night, but maybe that's for the best. And then tab's going to be really handy when it's not a monster transition. And we can also see for sure that now the monsters, we need 2 monsters in a game. That's going to be an interesting thing to orchestrate here. Do we have the capability? We do not have the technology. There is only 1 monster. So we need to see the behavior with 2 monsters, but we can't really do that with just 4 characters because we're going to guarantee on a 4-player game there's only 1 monster. Which is why I think the minimum might be 5. Yo, thank you for the clip. Thank you for the clip, Fugue. I went to all that trouble and I didn't even do the clip thing. So I'm glad you both did that. I'm a dork, except I'm not smart. Yo, I doubt that very much. Yo, I doubt that very much. If you're in here enjoying this stream, I have serious doubts as to whether you are not smart. I believe you are probably a smart person. As smart people do not find the type of things we are doing right now interesting. Sorry, they do. Non-smart people do not. Do you use Houdini? Oh, yo, Harry, I've been wanting to try that tool out. I really want to be wanting to try that out. But I think it's quite expensive, isn't it? It's quite an expensive tool, so I don't know. I have not yet, but I've seen incredible things be done with it. Welcome back, Turbo. Welcome back. The tool was used on, Into Black, which is one of the projects that Actuator worked on. It was used for the level design. It's really, really cool. Quick note on that clip though, Seb. You have audio input from YouTube turned off for the clip. I shouldn't do. All right. Good to know. Thanks for pointing that out. It should have worked, but that's annoying. We'll get better. We'll keep getting better. I need to have a scene with reactions like that. That'll be very, very handy to get quick shorts and stuff. I think I've got Chrome audio set up. I don't want to be switching desktop audio off and on. The same music comes through Chrome, so it should work, but there will be soon. Hold on. With both Game Wiki and link to the Steam page in the trailer. Hold on. What are you referring to there, Ramilful? Sorry, Fugue State. I love Houdini, especially for making simulations so smooth. Yeah, I need to try it. It seems just way too cool not to try, especially with the way that I problem solve, you know? Okay. The bug was the vote dot. It didn't. Okay. Does support. Okay, we added integration tests. I mean, I feel like that dot's going to be too small. Let's try again, though. Let's see. All clips don't have any music, though. You are... you speak the truth, Fugue. You speak the truth. That's a good point. We're going to have to open them in a different kind of browser, I think, and capture audio from a different kind of browser. Yeah, makes sense, Remorful. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. That was kind of an oversight on my part. Definitely need to think that through. Okay, countdowns. 1 and boom. Let's get them all together and start doing some voting. Lamplighter fades in nicely as you come close. He's going to be innocent this time, though he's probably actually guilty, let's be real. Let's see, we're going to go innocent for him, and we'll make the farmer guilty this time. And where's our last guy? One more. This one. Here he is. Run him outside. I think, what do you guys think? Should we have it so that it's in the dark? The innocence and guilt is hard to see. Lamplighter needs to be innocent. Lamplighter needs to be innocent. And who are we going guilty? Farmer is guilty. Should be doing this here, sorry. So we can see how everyone votes. All innocents for Lamplighter. Lamplighter needs to vote guilty on Farmer. Where is he? Lamplighter. No, that's the Witch Doctor. Sorry, Witch Doctor, what am I saying? Farmer needs guilty. Okay, that is working. I'm seeing very clear blue and red. I'm not seeing that indicator at all. That round indicator is like terribly off. All right, we need a different approach as we're still not seeing that indicator at all. Here's a website that you can find different programs like Adobe and Houdini for free. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. Get it into PC. Oh, hold on. That's not cool at all. That's a piracy website, isn't it? Hold on. 100% legal. How could that be? How can that be? 100% legal. Is it just old versions of the software, Harry? Isn't if buying isn't owning, how is piracy stealing? I mean, because people still decide how they're going to how they're going to distribute a thing. I think it's a complicated question, Maddie. I don't think it's as simple as just like piracy is not, it's complicated. We're not going to go into it. We need a different approach. We're still not seeing the indicator at all. Okay, this plan is so raring to go. I'm so ready with it. I am tempted to do it on multiple branches. Like copy the whole client project and then just like implement changes on multiple branches and deal with the complications of merging. More, that's the evilest laugh. That's the evilest laugh, Matt. How's Ez doing? You guys still playing? Still having fun? It looks really clear in the light of day who's guilty and who's innocent, which I quite like. I really like that. We need to make the outlines brighter. And I love how it fades in. Isn't it cool how it fades in, chat? You can't even... Can you properly see it? Hold on. Let's get our Plague Doctor in here. I mean, it gets darker and it becomes harder to see. I think that's fine too. I actually like that. I think that's a good feature. What are your thoughts on the prices to watch sports? Turbo, you think I watch sports? I don't watch sports ball. No, I don't watch a lot of sports, Turbo. But I think it's justified why people use very legal streams. I mean, yeah. I mean, if it's legal, that's fine. Why not? Why not? Okay. I've narrowed it down to the rendering primitive. The cleanest replacement is a dedicated billboard circle visual that sits beside the label instead of another label 3D. I want to lock one behavior choice. Which visual behavior should replace the vote dot used besides the nameplate? A dedicated flat circle that stays readable like the nameplate. Yep, easy. Oh, hold on. Not you. You. Easy. And then you can implement the plan. This one needed the... So we'll write the change here. That's the accusation system. So we do want this one. We do want this one. Accusation system seems to be working really well. Honestly, really well. It doesn't seem to cause any viruses on the PC, and while it has older versions, newer ones are available too. Harry, I'm very curious how that is legal. I also would say like it's better to use the newer versions of software anyway. If it's a really really dated version of the software, I'm like, I'm not that into it. Um, And especially if the source isn't legitimate, the fact that you're even concerned about viruses is probably enough for me to write off the whole idea of using that place to source any software. And it doesn't look that legit, you know? I feel like it has to that's how you get hacked, man. If you're not like if it doesn't feel legit, you get a vibe, right? You get a vibe about it. Okay. Here we go. Restart F8, F6 to run this scene. What do you like to do in your free time? You're looking at it. You're looking at it, Ramorphol. You're looking at it. This is what I do. This is my life. In my free time, yeah. Pretty much this. I also like to hang out with friends and stuff. It's I lately I've been really enjoying hanging out with another streamer, Kaz. Well, she's a streamer. I don't know why she doesn't see herself as a streamer. She is. She's really good at it too. That's been really fun. I go to the gym. I used to train a lot of martial arts. That was one thing I did with a lot of my free time. Played video games when I was younger. But yeah, lately it's all about making the games. I'm definitely interested in that. Okay, we'll see the names come up. I have zero regrets about these names. I think they're subtle and they look good. They're not like, they don't overtake the gameplay too much. The way we're doing them, it looks good. All right, Blacksmith, he's guilty. He's so guilty. Just look at him, guys. Just look at the guilt on that Blacksmith. Guilty, 2 votes. 3 votes. He should be all friggin' red. We need the green guy to vote Blacksmith. Green guy is Farmer. Where's Farmer? No, that's the Plague Doctor. That's the Farmer. 1 more vote for guilty. Now he should be as red can be. Though I noticed it still screwed up the indicator. The indicator is still not there. Oh, we didn't actually trigger it. We heard a ding and we assumed. We spoke too soon. Okay. Harry, I agree with thee. I am sorry, but I believe it is not lawful. I have only seen it before. These cracked softwares, my bad. No, it's all good. It's all good, Harry. Like, once upon a time when I was a student and didn't, have any kind of disposable income and wanted to learn software, there were times when I did use that software when I wasn't working professionally and I wasn't, I was learning and I needed to learn. There were times where I did use software that I hadn't bought, and I don't regret doing that because I went on to become a professional and to use those and to pay what the software developers wanted to pay, were asking for that software. I think there's a difference between being someone who's learning still and someone who's a professional. And usually if you're learning, if you're at a university, you'll get a student license, right? You'll get a free pass for 4 years to use a really expensive piece of software like Maya. But then you get to a point where you've been through that and you start to use the tool to earn money, or you're trying to start to use the tool to earn money. And I think your thinking about the tool needs to change. At that point, you need to start paying what they ask for. And if the software is asking for too much, then you swap to free tools. You swap to free tools at that point in time. And that's what I tend to do. I don't use cracked versions of anything. I don't use any kind of illegal software. I switch to the tools that serve my needs at the price point that I'm willing to work with. And there's so much great stuff that's free and open source. I would say just do that. Just do that instead, Harry. One day you're going to look at people who play your game and say, how did they do that? Oh, while they're using the mechanics you put in the game, one day you're going to look at people who play your game and say, how did they do that? Well, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Like speedrunners and people who like, play the people who get really into the game and play it differently. It's really fun. Yeah, there's something called a checksum hashmark that helps you ensure the compiled version of the published software matches the one you might be downloading. What many sites might include is a dormant malicious code that isn't obvious. And he's very right. In Zeta Vim is very right there, and I couldn't really recommend using a site like that. Just be very careful. It's becoming easier and easier and easier to write good, exploits these days. So, be careful. Doing so can also cause a tremendous amount of liability for any published creation. Yeah, exactly. In Zeta Vim, it's a really good point. But yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, the other thing I really want to implement, but I want that dot first. I want that dot to indicate who a person voted. Who you voted for every player. I think that's a really important thing to get right. All right, we're creating the volume this time. That's going to be good. And then the next thing we're going to do will be, as the guild increases, the thickness of the border needs to increase so that it really stands out. Do you happen to be pretty good at finding crazy stuff in the game? I do happen to, Remorphle, that'll be very handy. It'll be annoying, but God, I'll really appreciate it if you are able to go and find a bunch of bugs. My sister Fasfi is also very, very good at that. She can break any software you give her. I don't know how she does it. It's a real talent. But she spent a long time, actually. She spent a really long time as a QA tester at a game studio where we both worked. So she's really good at breaking stuff. I just hope she doesn't break it on stream, because that's you want her to enjoy the game and you want her to play it in a way that it doesn't get broken. And right now it's going to have a lot of broken stuff in it. Like a lot of broken stuff. Okay, I've been very distracted and yappy today. I've been very, very yappy today. What I should be doing is locking in and adding some more assets. There were assets that we wanted to create here that I have not been making. Where is our... I think I'm going to open TL drawer and go from there. Demolition Fast. It's good. It's an app description. God of War. One game I played, I had an update and had a glitch which kind of ruined the game. What game was that? What was the update, Remorphle? Because you can take a perfectly working version of something and patch it into patch problems into it. Sometimes patches create more problems than they fix, truthfully. Okay, that's a character we still want. We could... Ooh, hey, hold on. You are done. You are done, buddy. We've got these characters with the wings. The wings are going to be a real challenge. We've got the Fast V Vampire, which we need to replace. Let's see. Inspired by Cyber's death. Okay. Pretty sure we finished our gravestones. That can get cleaned up. We need more plants. We need way more natural decoration around the world. Butcher's shop. That's a whole thing. That's a whole thing we definitely need to do. We've got a lot more environments that need doing. This is that butcher's shop, actually. So we could do more environments while we wait. I think the most interesting thing to do right now is to fill in more of these, right? So like the battle axe is a great example. I really want a battle axe in a hammer. All right, let's do it. We did the clock. This UI would be handy. We still need to do that. Let's go find our sword and use that style as reference. If we go images, okay, good. Open in chat. Branch in new chat. Okay. And let's go get our barbarian just because it needs to suit him. Add photos. Whoa, Harry, hold up. That's a big message. Let me catch up on that. One game I played had an update. Yeah, Ramolfo, that'll happen, man. I prefer staying on the legal side. I believe that's the best approach. And if we need any tools, we should invest in them instead of... Yeah, I agree with you, Harry, there. I agree with you. I was on Roblox. They added a trading update and people duped their stuff to get heaps of money. Whoa. Agree. And if people can't afford to, then that's the risk that they take. Yeah. For example, just like we invest time and effort into studying to improve our knowledge and skills, we should be ready to invest in the tools we need for our work. Truly, nothing valuable comes without some form of investment. It's true. Whether it's time, money, or effort, if we want professional results, especially in fields like design, 3D development, using proper legal tools. I agree with you, Harry. I agree with you there. Okay. In the style of the sword that we just created, make a new weapon. This time we're making a battle axe suitable for the pictured character. Let's see how we go with it. No. Create an image of this battle axe. All right, there we go. The battle axe is going to be cool. I'm seeing some guilt here. That's good. This is still doing a lot of thinking. This is taking much longer than was expected. Almost as long as the rest of the system, honestly, which is wild. Look at that. It changed the color. Now the red is only slightly visible, which is kind of funny. I think you have to pay really close attention to notice the difference between the gilt on the blacksmith and the farmer. And you almost see no difference between that farmer and the... But when it really piles on, then it starts to get quite obvious. I think that's so cool. You're getting some playtime? God of War, you mean like time to play... Oh, you're talking about this. You're talking... Oh... What do you think, God of War? Is that a battle axe that you can be happy with? Is that a good battle axe for this dude? Yes, you like? All right, good. Good. Let's get that in then. Okay, one more shot here. Let's see how this goes. It gives me the vibe of the throwing weapons that do some serious damage. Yeah. I think it'll be really cool if we instantiate two of them and you stand there with like dual battle axes. Dual wielding on the barbarian is gonna look really, really cool. Really cool. Alright, where are they all? Let's go do some accusations. Going out for the day, gonna accuse my neighbors. Doing my thing, doop-de-doo. I really should probably turn the countdown and the spawning off. It slows the process down a bit. Okay. Guilty. Farmer's catching all the flack today. Guilty. I see the dot now, but the position of the dot seems wrong. Who are we doing? We're doing... Who is the actual guilty party? Alright. I mean, it's progress. At least the indicator exists at all. Alright, and then we're going to make innocent. Yeah, the position of that dot is not right. Gives me the vibe of a throwing weapon that can do some serious damage. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a pretty freaking cool weapon, God of War. It's going to be a pretty freaking cool... Look at it. Look at this thing. I can't wait to hit a zombie in the head with it. Cannot wait. It's going to be fun. Okay, that indicator is now working way better. In that it exists at all. We need to change its position though, so... how is this function working now? We need to relocate it so that it sits consistently to the left of the text. At the moment it floats around, sometimes behind, sometimes in front of. It needs to consistently appear to the left of the first letter of the text. And we'll investigate this one ourselves as well. Let's kill that, and then we're going to go look up one of these characters. Okay, where are we? Where are our characters? Character, nice. Let's review the change. Okay, player avatar. Nameplate assign player avatar. Yep. If I recall, you can get a battle royale moment, and it would be perfect time to use those those two weapons. Yeah. Yep, for sure, God of War, for sure. Okay, we've got our integration tests. What we really need here is resolve gradient color. Try resolve vote indicator. Yeah, okay, this is all good. Where's our actual... I mean, here's the nameplate. this is what we actually care about. So it's a sprite, which is good. I mean, is it good? In terms of positioning it to the left of the text element, that's gonna prove more tricky. That's gonna be way more tricky. Okay, I've created a music animation scene and would really appreciate your feedback if I could share. What's a music animation scene? An animated scene connected to, yeah, like great, Harry. Throw it into Discord. You know what Discord is with the projects page. We'll have a squiz. We'll have a look. Okay, there we go. Got my Discord. And then your projects or art, one or the other. Drop it there. All right, how's it going? It's kicking on. I've created a music animation scene. That would be interesting, Harry. I would 100% be the mode that I'll have a lot of fun with. Other people and streamers doing the finger pointing to me as guilty, and I just reply back to them. Bring it on, I am waiting. Yeah, I could see that, God of War. I don't know how successful you're going to be in doing that. That's going to be a challenge, staying on top of it all. But yep. Okay, where are we? Player avatar. Player avatar spawn adapter integration tests. Good. We've got new test cases here. I bet a lot of screaming will happen at that point. Well, no doubt. I mean, you ready? You ready, God of War? There it is. It's the first Axie weapon. I reckon this is going to be pretty cool. I can't wait to have that one in each hand. That's going to be very cool. I mean, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's just make it. I should be careful adding too many of these because we don't have like a class for weapons. It's got Warhammer vibes. I know, right? I feel to me it's got vibes from, the like Warcraft. It's got Warcraft vibes. But Warhammer 2, man. Warhammer 2. Hand axe. Okay, let's get it integrated. Art to process. And then that. Hand axe. Extract. Hand axe, all of that goes in here. Then debug gets a copy. We duplicate this. Hand axe holdable. That's going to go here. That opens up, and then in here, it's going to be hand axe, and this goes in. $180. Was that at 180? Hold on. 180. $90. Another 90. And then we have to align the handle about there. Then this mesh goes. Then that goes there. And just like that, I think we have our, just like that, we have our axe in. Let's go to the church. Chapel, sorry. Chapel environment. I saw it, yeah, 2D. And yeah, we're using, you can convert 2D to 3D with some tools, Teddy Trojan. I would recommend looking up Comfy UI and trying that. That's the good way. It's a good way to get into it. Okay, where are we? Where's our hand axe? This is the wrong place for this though. Space layout. There it is. Chapel. Hand axe is next. That's a big hand axe. That's a big hand axe, chat. This is why we put it into our art test first. We always put it into our art test. That's the rule. Yo, Open, welcome back, man. Progress is going well. Actually, I am getting distracted. We're putting in a pretty cool hand axe, though its size needs some tweaking at this point. That is way too large. Okay, 0.5, I think. Half that size might start to get reasonable. That's all. It's still really big. We have to remember how freaking big how big that sword is. So maybe 0.4. I still don't mind like large chunky weapons. Maybe like 4.5. And what I'm gonna do, just to make this super cool, is we're gonna put 2 in. So that we can hold it with left and right. Okay, before we go, let's review this. Okay, it needs to... Yeah, we don't need to spend too much time thinking about this one. This is a yes. I should make a tutorial for it, Trojan. Just like show the process, because that's what enables us to move fast on this. Oh, wrong scene. Hold on. F8 that. F6 this one. So progress is good. Open. Check the art Discord for the Warhammer reference. I was actually waiting for somebody to put something in art just before, wasn't I? Somebody was going to show me a project. Yo, yeah. I remember thinking how cool this was as a kid when I saw them. Yeah. I can remember being a kid and just being like, oh, I love this art. And I even had like an old magazine with a bunch of really cool art in it. But anyway, yeah, that's cool. Thanks for the nostalgia, man. That's very nostalgic. All right, let's go see. Let's do one accusation. Accuse innocent. Frustrating. Still doesn't work. Oh, it's still implementing, to be fair. So we weren't even testing that. That's fine. All right. We should have done this test with God of War's character, actually. Yeah, let's do it, because that's what we're testing for. We're testing the new weapon. This music, no, not Not feeling it. Not feeling it. I need to switch the vibes up. Okay, here we go. New test incoming. White Dwarf magazine? Yeah, something like that. It was something like that, Sponge. It was really great. Okay. Host a game. Not a monster, of course. Here we go. Oh my god. Oh my god. Left hand. Oh, I'm going to hit myself in the head with this. Oh, we got that very wrong. We got that very wrong. Of course we did. All right, it's a start. It's a start. We can fix it. We can fix it. How do we get that so wrong? Oh my gosh, this is like in a completely different position from where I thought it was. We're going to flip it in reverse it. 180. About there. One more run. Let's do it. I grew up with that stuff. The art was always amazing. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. I know what you mean. Like, for the first time, seeing, like, orcs and especially, like, space marines and the like, yeah, and it was great. It was great. The old Warhammer stuff was awesome. Okay, here we go. Create with 4. Let's go with the Barbarian, of course. Ooh, we got a monster pick as well. I feel like the best pairing for the Barbarian is the Yeti because he's so big. He's such a big guy. Dawn of War is still the OG to this day. Agreed. Agreed. All right, here we go. That is so freaking cool. That is so cool. We need to shift it up so he holds it further. But that's a very good start. He needs to hold it further to the handle. And we need to move it in a little bit. Look at him. Look at him. It's God of War here to see this. That looks badass with both weapons, doesn't it? He's going to be able to like swing them around and it's going to be awesome. Sick. Yeah, I know, right, Sponge? Okay, let's tweak this so that we get it right. He needs... The position of these needs to go more to the center of the hand and he needs to go further down. So... So that goes further up there. And then which way would be up? Oh, hold on, we can maybe infer this from... I mean, it actually doesn't matter. I need to adjust that appropriately. So that's probably it. I think if I do this, surely that shows me the move, right? Okay, yes, it did. It did. So we can use this trick to adjust. It might make it closer for one hand, but further for the other. So we might just have to settle for the center line. And then fix his hands up. That's so cool. Until he cries, and then he doesn't look so tough anymore. Yeah, that's freaking awesome. This is a cool villager. This is a very cool villager, guys. And then he's actually not a villager. He's a freaking monster. Ever seen a snow yeti with axes? We have to fix this guy's face. We have to fix his face for sure, but that is also terrifying. A very welcoming villager, yeah. I bet he cried because he did not have a target. Look at him with the monster with the axes is kind of sick. Isn't that cool? We need to fix his face. His face needs a rework. But the character itself, kind of cool, guys. Kind of cool. Now I need a giant, like, two-handed axe. We need to figure out how to do the two-handed weapons. Is going to be a whole other thing, isn't it? But kind of cool. It's such a perfect, like, transition. The monster mode from, like, such a perfect pairing. I feel like those guys were, like, accidentally made for one another. That's great. He's playing as the Yeti. You're playing as the Yeti, yo, Turbo. He's fun. He's going to be fun. What he'll do, his skill is going to be like a giant ice storm around him that slows everyone down. So he'll be able to, like, and he'll also hit really hard. He's going to be slow. Like, I think this guy's going to move pretty slow, but he'll create this big area of effect around him that slows people down who are in it. And then, so his run will be a fraction of this speed, I'm thinking. And then, but he'll also, like, trap people with that. The other thing that'll be cool. Look at that. Sword and axe. Swap those over, actually. So we'll go, what is it? Sword in left hand, axe in right hand. Why is that not picking up? We really need to change the shape of that collider. Very good, very good. Noob of the Linux, all is well in the world. Yes, we are making good progress, having fun times. Hold on, is there an axe there? There's only 2 axes. Is there also an axe outside? What's going on? What's going on? Something's wrong there. Oh, did I pick it up and... Oh, no, it was a sword. It was the sword. Makes sense. Alright, very cool, very fun. We still need to do the collider for this. How's this kicking along? Oh, that needs auto approval. It's annoying that we were held up there. Okay, so... There's our collision shape. Where's our top node? This is going to be the shape of our blade. Transform Y is going to be 0. Yes for that. Actually, you know what? I think that box is going to be a cylinder. Not a cylinder. Yeah, a cylinder. Bring the radius way in. Okay, Y is going to be 0 for sure. And then that blade's thickness needs to go down. All right, good, good. And then one more collision shape. And this one's going to be a capsule. That goes like this. Okay, there we go. I think that's pretty good. That gets our boundary quite well. All right, nice. How programmable is Godot? Do we need to mess around with the GUI? Just thinking about agentic things can be maxed out. Commanders, yeah, you do need to mess around with the GUI. Like you see me doing it right now. You need to learn Godot. You can't just like, though there are some people trying to do it. There's a GitHub project with a guy who's just like trying to connect Godot with an AI to make it do everything. But the outputs are just not great. I think just learn the engine, just learn it. Just go learn Godot and, you know, it's fairly compatible because it serializes a lot of its data. So that's, you know, that's a thing. Okay. One more try here at run instances. We're going to make 4. Give it a run. Here goes. Here goes nothing. Excited. Exciting. 4 players. Create, join, and join, and join. Let's put in our Viking again, our barbarian. And we'll go our priest, and we'll go the knight, and we'll go Fasfi. Of course, if we get our barbarian can go with our Yeti. It's like a fine wine and cheese, guys. But the answer is it's pretty programmable, commandos. All right. Vagabond, guilty. Yes, and now it's actually freaking working. Innocent. Neutral, excellent. That's it. That's what we wanted. That's what we wanted, guys. That's finally working. All right, let's do it with... Oh, where's our priest? That's one guilty-ass priest right there. That's exceptional. Great. All right, I feel like I've actually... This is implemented now. We can mark this as done. Let's see. Stage that, stage that, stage that. And now we're good. Now we're good, guys. Hey, Nick Beth. So what kind of game is it? Yo, Nick, let me tell you all about it. Let me tell you all about it, man. We are working on a game called Not Monsters. I'm just going to go to my big art board and give you the pitch there. It's a social deduction party game, Nick. We're actually working on some of the social deduction elements of it now. I've been lurking and watching a while without sound. Okay, cool, man. Thank you. I appreciate the lurk. We're making a game that's a lot like Among Us, but it's going to play way differently. It's more like chaotic physics-based combat at the core of it, where you know there's like just an arbitrary voting system inside of a game like Among Us and like a one-button kill. This doesn't have that. What we're aiming at doing is more creating like social manipulation and kind of like a popularity contest type of thing between players. We're in the middle of doing that right now, so I'll show you some of those systems. So for instance, if the knight wanted to go and call the vagabond guilty, I could go up and say like, you're guilty, and then there'll be an accusation thing. But at the moment, we've just got we've just got a little red dot that appears next to them, and then you can also see in players, you see the vote cast now. Like the priest is treated as guilty, the vagabond is treated as guilty. And then I'll just illustrate the feature we're working on right now is if lots of people go and call them guilty, like this, the nameplate is going to go and turn up really, like really red, which will be the next thing that I need to do before I call this finished, actually. So you'll see that the writing has become quite red because now everybody thinks that person's guilty, where if everybody votes a person innocent, like this, that's the feature. I'm going through the feature we're working on right now to give you a bit of a sense of the, how it works for voting. Who are we voting innocent? The priest? Is it the priest? Priests are never innocent. But let's do it. Innocent. His name should start to get quite white. Priest, innocent. So yeah, sorry, it starts to turn blue like that. So yeah, it's social deduction. I'm enjoying watching the development. Yeah, no, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. We've also been putting in some systems very recently for holding items and weapons. So for instance, now the vagabond has an axe and a torch. But it's like, yeah, we haven't got the combat systems in, but those are coming quite soon. I'm really excited about those because we're going to make it physics-based, as I mentioned. So it's going to be like swinging and collisions and ragdolls. It's going to be really good. Best game ever. The graphics are insane. No, thank you. I do appreciate that, Harry. They're not the best graphics by any stretch of the imagination, but I am enjoying making it. I definitely am enjoying making it a lot. Okay, so last thing we're going to do here. As the guilt or innocence becomes... innocence tends towards the extremes, I want to increase the thickness of the borders so that the color becomes more accentuated. Plan out the implementation of this feature. Okay. Just destroyed my headphones. Oh, crap. Sorry, God of War. That's really annoying. I hate that for you, man. I need to spend some time with these flames to get them right. That needs to go on our to-do list, actually. Backlog. And that is in... I mean, where is it? I guess it's in, like, beautification way down here. It's going to take a while before we get to that. Flames for torch. Flames for torch. But yeah, that's pretty exciting. God, that went quick. When the monster reveal forces a red outline, what should it force the thickness to 2? Full extreme state and use the maximum outline thickness. About... That should also force the thickness of the border, yeah. Yep. Okay. But yeah, no, you've been enjoying watching the development, Nick. That's awesome, man. I'm glad you came through. I know right now we're right in the thick of it, so to speak. So we spent a lot of time like talking and catching up earlier in the stream. So it's good that you're here now, but I'm sorry that I'm not really focused on conversation. I probably should be a little bit more. But yeah, it's been a fun, really, really, really fun stream today. Okay, there's a bug preventing me from picking up the... You can accuse the monster, the person who's obviously a monster, of being guilty. Okay, accusation needs to go off for that. That's kind of ridiculous. This is going to be a simple fix, so we're going to put that on. Okay, the accusation system is still here. Um, it's currently possible to accuse a monster of being guilty. When a player enters monster mode, the interactable that allows you to cast a vote on their guilt should be removed. As they transition back to a villager, it should apply once again. Okay. Plan mode there. Which headphones, by the way? Yeah, God of War. Good question. Good question. How's your day been going, Nick? Are you just like you locked in and working today? I'm guessing you're a game dev, right? Like a pro game dev is my assumption. I mean, I need to look into your channel a little more, dude. You've got so many follows. One day I too aspire to be as followed as Nick. How'd you get there, dude? Any tips for a up and comer? Any tips for somebody trying to figure it out? Your channel looks awesome, by the way. I would absolutely love to learn, man. You have no idea how game dev works? Oh, really? I looked at your channel and I saw that like there's a really cool environment behind you. I was really trying to get to like the about section to see what kind of content you do, but I just assumed it was game dev, man. I'm so sorry. Okay, so like Pokemon, Final Fantasy, World of Warcraft, my kinds of games, dude. My kinds of games, to tell you the truth. Very cool. And a Humble partner. That's neat. That's neat. Humble used to really support game developers, but not so much anymore. I'm an actor and I just play games. Okay, all right. So your tip is just like just become a really famous, good-looking, charismatic actor, and then you can get your follows in. That's the trick, huh? I gotta stop all this code business, go be in some movies, and it'll be sweet. I've been streaming for 9 years in October, dude. Yeah, that'll do it too. That's a lot. That's a lot. I mean, we're on like a similar trajectory. I think I'm at 1,000 or 2,000 follows in 1 year in. It's like, yeah, hard to think about how to manage to like grow. It's a real challenge, man. It's a real challenge. Okay, what was this one doing? Because this is tab. Yeah. This one definitely. We need to finish that one off. Okay, the current player avatar owns the accusations and interaction targets already and emits a form change when it gives a clear hook. Enable the accusation target only when the current form is not monster. Okay, if the player already has an accusation menu for the target who transfers, close it. What happens to the existing votes? Preserve the votes. Okay, outline thickness should now change. Let's give that another run. Give it a run like this. No, this is going to be slower, actually. I'm realizing going like this is now faster because I've chosen a bunch of people who don't spawn in the church. Dude, you're crazy. You partnered already in 1 year. It took you 5 years. The story, Nick, is a little bit, there's a lot of nepotism in that story. My sister Fastfee's like, hold on. Shout out Fastfee. She's a fairly successful streamer, and she was able to raid me a lot, and that helped me get the numbers to get the partner spot. So I know Fast. We're in OnlyFans together. Okay, that's that. Yeah. So that helped a lot. That helped a lot, Nick. Without her, I don't know if I would have been able to. So yeah, nepotism all the way. Not all the way. There was a little bit of hard work involved as well, but you know. Okay. You know, the one thing that I think is pretty exciting about the position I'm in, Nick, with this, Seb's now famous. I am not famous. I am not famous. But the very cool thing about what I'm able to do here is that the content that I create could lead to, like, in a sense, also it's interesting for people who are watching, but it's promotion for a product, if that makes sense. So, you know, the game, in a sense, it's going to be like, I'm hoping that by creating it the way that I am creating it, I'll be able to also, you know, push the game, and like people will see it, and when it comes time to launch it, maybe the people who have seen it will potentially buy it, and that could be really, really great. Which is one thing that means, you know, I don't know how well it will work, which is kind of why I'm trying to crunch this game out and get it to the point where I launch it. But you know, it's different, and I think a lot of content creators, they just sit there and unfortunately they don't have anything to sell. Like, you can't sell something, right? And it's not like I'm trying to be like salesy. I really genuinely like love what I'm doing, but at the end of it, there's a chance I can actually turn this into something, something I can do sustainably for a long time. Let's put it like that. Guilty. Okay. Now look at that, guys. Check it out. If I go here, we have a innocent artist and a guilty fruit seller. Features done, including the votes that players cast. So I can neutralize that, and then the button disappears. The little indicator disappears. So I think that's a done feature, guys. Will there be any in-game purchases? It's like, maybe Turbo. I haven't exactly decided on that yet. So I don't know. I don't know yet. But we are trying to sell it for a really, really, really low price point. In which case, like, yeah, maybe in that situation we will. Just to make sure that we can make back what the game costs, all the time and energy and the lost income and all that comes with making a game. Yeah, this is kind of like, this is a bit of a hack. If I don't remove this is a real problem. You could just walk up to a monster and press F and be like, oh, it's the barbarian. Mystery solved. We need to fix that. Yeah, hello, Mystic Shadow. The game is about, if you've ever heard of the Salem Witch Trials, imagine the game is set in a town like the Salem Witch Trials, but there are actually monsters. As you can see, there's a zombie right here in front of me. And so everyone plays, if you've ever played Among Us, this game is going to play a little bit like Among Us, where you can walk up to a person and you can accuse them. Like, you can, say I want to accuse the butcher of being a monster. I can say he's either innocent or he's guilty, and then it updates like a player list with votes and stuff like that, and the HUD kind of changes to show. So it's like Among Us, but instead of voting with like a user interface, what we do is we vote with our fists instead in this game. You can so there's lots of different items that you can pick up, and you can, there'll be melee attacks and stuff like that. Actually, how did those items get there? I don't remember them moving. All right, there's some bug going on here. I'm gonna have to fix that. Maybe I should fix that before I do new features. I mean, the host can pick things up. So yeah, like you can see with this weapon, if the zombie was there, he'd be able to like beat the zombie up. A whodunit game, exactly. Yes, it's a whodunit game, but your friend's probably done it, and so you have to figure out which one by casting guilt. Like you can see the fruit seller right now is looking very guilty. She's looking very guilty because everybody else cast a vote of like guilt on her. So yeah, the more people cast a vote, the guiltier a person looks. It's but yeah, then we're gonna have lots of other stuff like attacking with weapons, and the every person has a home, and as the game progresses, you need to do tasks to get stronger. so that when you fight the monsters, you don't die. Because initially there's like safety in numbers with the villagers, but the monsters get progressively stronger as the day-night cycle progresses. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you an example of how it looks at night. You're gonna have a hard time seeing, but the zombie, if he goes outside, he can see really clearly, right? He can see everything. If I take a different person outside, let's say I take the fruit seller out here. If the blue lines were there, she can't see much at all. It's like very hard until dawn comes. But we'll see the moon set over there. We'll see the sunrise. And then it's like, yeah, so there's day-night cycle. And at night, the monsters are really, really strong. But during the day, they don't have the same advantages. And so they kind of have to like work together and pick their moment to strike. That's very cool. Yeah, no, thank you, man. I appreciate that. The game is making some pretty good progress, Mystic Shadow. I am very excited about it. It has a lot of potential. So yeah, it should be good. But yeah, we're getting like items and weapons in the game now, which is a pretty exciting thing. So we'll have like, yeah, you can imagine we haven't got attacking in yet, so it's gonna be. This is where the guy with the weapons would fight the zombie. Who wants Hungry Jacks? Me. The burgers are better there, don't you know, Gorgie? You're off to bed. Yeah, have a great night, Nick. Thank you for tuning in, man. I really appreciate it. I would love for you to, when this game comes out, if you want to play it, man. If you want to play it, can't wait for you to. If you want to get in with the, early testers and potentially play the game when it's out, dude, would love that. Okay. Why can't I pick anything up on the clients? I wonder if we just introduced this or whether that's always been there. But yeah, I mean, you guys can see right now how much clearer it is when you're a zombie to see things. Oh man, Hungry Jacks, I'm on a diet. Yep. Yeah, okay, see ya, Nick. See ya. Have a great night. You are brilliant. I wish I was this talented and intelligent. Dude, flattery will get you everywhere, Mystic. Come right on in. You can stay. I like you. Nah, I'm not. Honestly, I'm not that intelligent or talented. I just have worked really, really, really hard to get here. And I'm also using a lot of really new tools as well. That's another part of the picture here that you may not be seeing. I'm really using some like very new tools and some AI technologies that are helping me along with the process. Okay, here's one of them, for instance. Okay, we are going to stage these changes because it's looking pretty good. I think it's already pretty staged. Oh no, here we go. Stage that, stage this, stage that. Okay, we're going to unstage that. And probably these as well. And these. Okay, so this is player names and accusation state overhead. Render player names and accusation state overhead. I think overhead can be one word. That makes sense. Great. Good. I like it. I wonder if I did something really silly here with that system that I haven't thought of yet, but we need to fix the. I mean, this one needs to finish running, and then we probably need to amend the last one. No, we're fixing a bug here, or an edge case we hadn't considered. When did you make the idea for this game, Harry? I had just launched On Point, and that was at the end of the year. This was like end of December or mid to late December, and I just launched On Point, and the game hadn't done very well and had recently played Among Us for the first time with a bunch of content creators at a Oasis games night. And I was thinking to myself, like, okay, if I was going to make another game that was likely to make money and that my friends would enjoy, what would it be? And the idea came to me as like, I should combine the games that they like to play on their games nights together. And I thought Among Us was a really fantastic game, but I was surprised by how simple it was in how it had been made. It wasn't really put together particularly well, and I don't want to like cast aspersions towards Among Us. It's like they did a great job with that game, but like, you know what I mean, right? It doesn't look like the game that we're making. And I thought I could do something with a higher level of quality that felt more like Gang Beasts or Fall Guys. And so I thought I would just see how much I could get done with my Christmas holiday. And the whole stream went fantastically. A lot of people came in and showed support by buying statues. That's one thing that I haven't talked about for a long time. But inside of this project, guys, a lot of these characters are because somebody gifted 200 subs, which is a huge amount of support that we get. And then in that game jam, I said the first 50 people who give 10 subs are going to get a statue that goes into the game. I've only been making this since December, Turbo, and only really seriously since January. So it's pretty quick progress. And then, we got so many supporter statues gifted to us that it's like, I was like, okay, there's a real appetite for this game. A lot of people love the idea and want to support it. And we've since expanded that list. Not as much as we got over Christmas, but like, look at this, guys. Seriously, that's a lot of support for a game. I've never seen that much support for a game on Twitch in such a short period of time, and that made me take it really, really seriously. And since then, there's still be continuing support with 10 gifted subs turning into these gravestones. It's been the support of the community kind of convinced me to keep doing it. So now I'm taking it a little bit more seriously. I still don't know for sure if it's going to be a project that gets finished and goes in. Someone say gifted subs. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate you, man.
McCaban gifted a tier 1 sub to Rosie Cake 634.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you. 236 gifted subs in the channel. It's a wild number to have gifted. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. It's really starting to come together now. Like the picture is becoming clearer, and the game is becoming something that people are starting to get. Martin, like I used to do it all by hand. So it depends on the kind of game, and it depends on like the answer to that depends on a lot of stuff. But the short of it is, in a manner that took a lot more time than it does now. It now takes a lot more time. Okay, hold on. Where is our engine running? There it is. Kill that. And then, has this finished? Okay, we need to test that. Give this a run like that. Okay. The fact that you've only been doing it seriously since January creates even more excitement from my point of view. Yo, that's awesome, Turbo. Yeah, I think I'm happy with how quickly I can make progress on this project. And I think a lot of it comes down to working solo on this one. And just like doing, implementing it all myself means I can move fast because I don't need to wait for somebody else and to debate what the right shape of the architecture is and to figure out any of the, all those details I can just do as I go without needing to worry, and I can move quick. I can move quick this way, which is, it's a powerful thing. It's a really powerful thing. And I expect to continue moving quick, and I'm just choosing the fastest path to delivering the best game. That's really the mental, like that's the approach that I have trying to do this, you know? Ramorfo, thank you for hanging out for the whole damn stream. I appreciate it so much, man. I'll see you again soon, hey? How does the server work? Is one of the players hosting it? Yeah, correct, Martin. It's authoritative, but like I've kind of there's not really any clear indicator which is the host. What actually happens is they all talk to one server and they communicate their details to the server to say like they give a little bit of a benchmark of the computer and something to indicate the strength of the internet connection, and then in the lobby, like we're in that lobby phase, you saw the countdown. The first person to host creates a game, and then everybody joins, and then the server figures out of all the connected people who's going to make the best host, and then that person becomes the authoritative host with a host migration system that just moves the data for the authoritative data to a different client. So yeah, there's all like host migration built into it. Because I just don't have the money to run expensive servers, and I want to be ready to scale if the game goes well. Okay, so one of these is the monster. Can I go and accuse the monster? That's the test. I can absolutely not. The monster can still accuse the players, though. That's kind of funny. Excellent, this behavior now works. We need to adjust in the reverse direction. The monster behavior. As a monster, we should not be able to accuse the villagers. This might be best implemented as a specific check on the monster when doing the interaction. Let's investigate the different approaches to determine what is going to have the less, is going to be the most stable solution for this and have the smallest effect on the code base. Smallest potential disruptive effect on the code base. Yep. Okay, this plan here I want to implement as well. As soon as we're at the point where we can ship the next set of features. Will there be any customization to the monster? Not in this timeline, Mystic. Good question. Not in this timeline. At the moment, I'm working to the timeline right here. So this is the current plan, where we're going to be working through to May to get a vertical slice. So that's my plan, is to try and have all the different parts of the game that make it playable done by the 15th of May, and then try and do some community playtesting and stuff like that. All of those features would be after the player customization and stuff like that. Accessories and like changing colors and changing outfits and all of that would come after this point. And that would really be like, that might be how I monetize the game, is if people want customization, like a large amount of customization, then we might be able to use a currency in the game that does cosmetic changes at that point. So that's where it might fit in. Okay, there are three viable approaches. The low destruction one is local. Keep this on the accusation interaction trigger and check the local gameplay avatar's current form before opening. A stronger host side check is possible, but it would depend on the peer-owned movement form and replication. So it has more surface area than the behavior needs if the goal is specifically, as a monster, pressing interact should not accuse. I mean, the interaction effect that highlights the selected object should also not trigger. This should be able to control that. We should be able to control that locally, but we'll need special cases to handle. Okay, if the player opens an accusation menu as a villager and then becomes a monster before submitting it, what should happen? It should close. The accusation menu should close when you make your transition. Okay. Gotcha. Nice. That would be a good microtransaction. I would pay for cosmetics in a game like this. Thank you for letting me know that, Mystic Shadow. Yeah, it's good to know. That's one really nice thing about being here and streaming the game is you can learn what players would and wouldn't do and what they would and would not like. I think, it's a model that worked very, very well for Fortnite. And I imagine, I've put a lot of effort into the character pipeline, the system that allows us to go from an idea for a character to a character that you can run around and play with in the game. As well as like making the character system modular so that it might support things like hats and all that other stuff, like custom faces, custom clothing. I've been thinking a lot about that as we build it, so that if I get into a position where the game is successful and I want to introduce that kind of stuff, then we can do it. But yeah, I think I would want it to be possible to unlock cosmetics in a way that isn't that doesn't rely on a person buying things, but then potentially you can purchase a currency that speeds the process up of buying the cosmetics, or have a few restricted like special currency cosmetics. Might be the way to do it. Here's that music animation that I was referring to. Okay, cool, Harry. Let's check it out. Ooh, that's good looking. Hold on. Hey, nice, man. Huh. That's pretty cool. Is this rendered in like Unreal or I like the masking, like the you've done some masking there to get the curtains in front of the comped character. I see it here as well. That's quite cool. It's a shame that they didn't shoot this with more of a key light on the left, so that it would have matched better. But it's really cool, Harry. That's really cool. And you've even put like a little bit of a shadow in here. I mean, that's awesome, man. Very cool. Very cool. I like it. Nice, dude. Well done. Made in Blender. Nice. Cool, cool, cool. Why are you side questing? You should be making popcorn with fire torches. Yo, look, Dolly. Look how far we got today. It's crazy how much progress we've made today. I'm very happy with it. Hold on. Let me just rerun. Let me rerun. Look at this. Look at this, Dolly. I respect you trying to keep the price point low for gamers. Yeah, no, absolutely, Mystic. What I'm trying to do with that, it's also like a strategic decision. Keeping the price point low is also because it's the kind of game that needs a lot of players in order to be successful. So by keeping the price point low and hopefully getting it so that building it in a way where a lot of people on Twitch will play it, the idea is by making it cheap and getting it on Twitch that lots of people will buy it. And so although you don't make it up in in like large individual sales, lots of small sales will make the difference up. So that's kind of the plan there. Okay, check it out, Dolly. We've got so many new systems in here. Some of the new characters are in too. There's like a fruity character. We got the barmaid, which I thought was pretty cool. We've got a fast feed character in that suite. Okay, I'm actually gonna leave it on this middle mode for a bit. Hold on. No, we'll go back. We'll go back. Where are we? There. Have a look, Dolly. We'll make it up in volume. Yeah, that's totally the plan. That's totally the plan. Let's do fast vampire. I should have done a little nacho guy. All right, match countdown. I think everyone here will spawn in the church, so that's convenient. All right, check it out. So, have a look, Dolly. You can walk up to someone, hit F, and accuse them now of being a monster. So you're guilty. And then you go fast is innocent. And then butcher is innocent. I am convinced it's the barkeeper. And you see on the top right screen, it tracks the guilt, like the guilt votes. And so you can also see in here, we have the same thing. So the color green is related to the fruit seller. You can see that she gives an okay and +1 to the guilt here, where the one that she votes against, it goes like it shows the opposite. So now it kind of like it's tracking the guilt status of all the different players across the match. And here, so if I stack on and I go guilty, you'll notice that the text above barkeeper gets a little bit darker. And as more people jump in and get on the vote train, like if Fast V votes too and says guilty, and the butcher goes and votes, now you'll see that it comes up red with like a really guilty look. I don't know if it's easy to see. Okay, hold on. How did that get loud? Sorry. Thank you for letting me know, Dolly. Drowning you out. Okay, I hate that. Glad we fixed it. But you can see now the barkeeper, as she runs around, is like very obviously marked as guilty. So her interactions and the things she does, they'll come up as like, and the same thing is true if we like, let's say we go to Fruity and we vindicate. So say I go innocent on Fruity for a bunch of different, where is it? It was Fruity. Yeah, Fruity is innocent. You'll see she starts to go blue. There, hold on, it seems missing. Whoops. Players. Who needs to vote Fruity innocent? Who's yellow? Yellow is the butcher. Butcher still needs to cast his innocent vote. Innocent, and you'll see she comes up blue. And so now we've got blue, and we've got, well, I undid the red, but yeah, you can see the vote. Like the voting system here is kind of in, and that happened in one stream, which is very cool. If we're not going to have base code character, can we have a Sebastian, a bastion, a place, a castle? No, I don't want to be in this game. I want to make this game about everyone else. The game's already enough about me and the process of creating it. Check it out too, Dolly. We've got weapons and stuff in. Is this mist or fog? It is. And so everyone who's not a monster, so hold on. This character's the monster. If she goes like that, if she hits tab, like she doesn't get mist or fog. Oh, it's daytime now. So at nighttime it gets really foggy, Harry. And so you need to be a monster to see in the dark, and you get a big advantage in the dark. So the mist and fog makes it really difficult for players to survive and to That's fair. Yeah, it's part of what makes the monsters strong at night. Just saw the opportunity. Right. Oh, you're talking about Turbo. You're talking about the Sebastian thing. I just don't want to. It's enough about me. The fact that I got to make the game makes it very much about me, and I don't need more. I don't need more than that. The fact that people get to yeah. All right, this is coming along really well. I'm so dang close to being having all the things that I wanted to do done. Use local only accusation interaction gate. That's going to be for the innocent little barmaid. Where is she? There she is. So if she goes monster mode, she can still accuse, and that has to get changed. And we have to change the Fast V Vampire. I don't like the model for the Fast V Vampire. It's too thin. It's too thin for the game that we have and the style. So yes, implement that, and then that fix means we'll be ready for this fix. Oh, there's two more. There's two more. There's this change and there's this change. All right, two more things, and then, I mean, I reckon I'm gonna. Yeah, I wonder how much time we'll actually have. I've got to leave at midday now. So midday is now the time for my updated heading to. Is this a church? And what's it used for in the game, by the way? Yeah, good question, Harry. Yes, it's a church. We're calling it a chapel. It's the Church of Nacho. The different people have done different things that have inspired features of the game. Nacho has been like the biggest supporter of this stream. And so the whole church is like, we created a religion dedicated to him, and the triangle is in honor of his nacho-iness. And so the priest of Nacho is the person who lives in the church. If you, in the church, you can, like inside the church, you can, well, we haven't done it yet, but there's going to be a string that hangs down from the ceiling here. And anybody's going to be able to go to the church and ring on the bell. And that's a sign to assemble outside of the church here. And so that's like, if somebody has some evidence and wants to make an accusation, they can assemble people and then go and do the accusation here. So that's what the church is for, Harry. And it's also the lobby. It's also the lobby of the game. I think, someone was asking before about narrative. What I want to do is make it so that there's a little bit of like exposition that happens while people are waiting in the lobby. And so they can run around and faff about and whatever. And like, we'll probably put a bunch of interesting items in here so that they can swing weapons around and do a bunch of silly stuff and interact with books or whatever. So it's the place where players wait. Players are going to be stuck waiting here while the game fills up. And then other than that, the church will serve a very distinct purpose in that it has this bell tower, and you can ring the bell, and that's a sign for everybody to come together inside of the town to discuss who's the monster. I'm back from my 1 hour power nap. Nice. Back to the ground. Welcome back, Ghost. How are you? I hope you're well rested and slept well. That is cool. Okay, how's this going? Did I stage all my changes first? I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, we did. We're good. Okay, we've got the bell tower. The bell in the tower. We should check that in. That's part of the chapel. Just to get it out of the way. What do we change in the granary? Oh, the collisions. Yeah, we improved the collisions. We added a bell to the chapel tower. The other thing we did here, which can go in, we improved the collisions on the granary. Simplified collisions on the granary. Okay. Nice. Exciting. Chapel space, granary space. Oh, we need to unstage that. What is this? This is the... Oh, no, we don't need to do that. Hold on. That's to do with the weapons. That needs to be hand axe holdable. Excuse me. Oh. Hope your dev goes well. Hey, welcome back. How you doing? I didn't even know you were in here, Nessus. Yo, dude, thanks for hanging out in the stream. I didn't even know you were here. I think you must have been just like chilling and lurking, but it's great to see you again. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And thank you again for yesterday, by the way. I sat back after the stream and I was like, it was really nice to get some subs. It was really nice to get some subs. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for thank you for your support. Really. Thank you, Goldie. Still in here too. Thank you, Turbo. I don't know. I am sneezy right now. If you had a time machine, which era in history would you go to? I'd go into the future, Harry. I'd go into the future. I'd see. I guess that's not history, so it's a cheat question. That's a cheat answer, I should say. But yeah, I'd go into the future if I could. If not, then it would be interesting to see what I would do. What I would do is I would take all of my knowledge back to like the dawn of humanity, and then see if I could recreate all of the technology that humanity's discovered since then, and make myself a god. That's what I would do. Sneezy is better than sleepy or dopey. That's true. That's true, Psych. That's true. But I imagine soon if I don't get, if I don't get to sleep, I will become sleepy and dopey. All right, that axe is in. I should add that. There's some other things I really need to get in. Like, I need to come up with a strategy to handle two-handed stuff. Ha! Handle two-handed stuff. Funny. Chapel space, hand axe. Okay, this is introduced a hand axe item. And then the granary space. That's actually hold on. Unstage that. Amend the last commit because this was related to it. And then the granary can get staged. The little bits and pieces we do around everything else, it creates a lot of noise in these commits, but it's, oh, hey, wow. Thank you, Sparrows for the 1 month sub. Yo, thanks so much. That alert was slow. What happened? That took a minute to come through. Thank you, man. Thank you for the sub. I really appreciate, like I said just before, I really appreciate the support. It means the world, man. As I push through to make this game, like that support goes a long way because it's a stressful thing to commit so much time and energy to building something, You take time out to away from other things that could be, paying the bills, keeping the lights on, putting food on the table. So it really means a lot to get the support of the community as we make this game. Thank you so much. Okay, we've got the granary, simplified collisions for granary. The tune, you like the tune? Or witnessing the Jurassic era, then go back just before T-Rex rips my head off. Yeah, you're not wrong. Would be pretty cool to see that. But it was just like different. That there was like more oxygen in the air and some really like basic things that you don't even think of as fundamentally different that were really different about that time. Okay, now we're going to make sure if I F8 and F6... No, we're going to have to F5 to... Yo! Sparrows, hold on. You motivate me to continue with my game. Just one question. Why are you choosing C# over Godot script? I'm an experienced developer and I prefer C# over Godot script, but talking with all the AI that I have in my toolbox, they suggest Godot script. It's completely personal preference, Sparius. I've been developing games for a really, really, really long time, and writing C sharp for a really, 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 really long time, and for me, it's just a simple matter of preference and comprehension. I speak C sharp better than I speak the English language, and if I ever have the chance to choose C sharp for a project, I'm going to do it. Because it means that I'll feel so comfortable and familiar. I'll be able to understand the code that the AI generates that much more quickly. I'll be able to adapt to changes and like adapt my system to the needs of and requirements of my designs. It's just a simple matter of preference, man. But like if you want to, like Godot script has huge advantages. Really well integrated into the engine. It's really well integrated into the engine. It's like it's simple. There's so many big things going for it. I would say if you're not particularly attached to C sharp, then give Godot Godot script a shot, man. Give it a shot. What's the worst that could happen? You could always just rewrite it into C sharp anyway. It's not a huge undertaking these days, especially with an AI to assist you in the porting. So go for it. Yeah, I got it. But do you still write code? I will let AI do the dirty work. Yeah, I do still write a lot of code. Not as much as I used to. Definitely not as much as I used to. That's really changed. But okay, good. We can't interact with a player anymore. But I spend a lot of time doing cleanup and then directing it to create the right structures. And I've got like pretty detailed, pretty detailed. Like I'll go and I'll do code reviews fairly frequently off stream, where I improve the code quality, and then I'll turn my refactoring into style guides that I then direct to the AI to do further refactoring and to guide its like improved writing in the future. It's yeah. So the short answer is yes, I still do a fair bit of C sharp, but I tend not to do that too much on stream. I think people are more entertained by this kind of dialogue where there's back and forth, and if I'm sitting there staring at code, it's not as entertaining. So when I'm streaming, I'm generally not writing the code so much, but off stream I go and do a lot of work to make sure that the code quality stays high, and I do a lot of refactoring. But yeah, yo Turbo, you hung out here pretty much 8 hours, dude. That was a long stream for you. Thank you for hanging in here and being active in the chat the entire time. I really appreciate it, dude. Harry, I find coding challenging, but my sister is a web developer and works with code a lot. That's cool, man. That's cool. Yeah, for sure. The thing is with code, it becomes more familiar the more you do it, So you just kind of like got to put the reps in. You got to put the reps in. You got to keep trying, and then eventually it clicks. It doesn't happen without you trying it. That looks really funny with a zombie jumping in the background. Okay, we have a zombie carrying some freaking weapons. Excellent, excellent. You can't accuse as a zombie anymore, and you can't be accused as a zombie anymore. This is fantastic. That's a completed feature. Can no longer accuse or be accused as a zombie. Can no longer accuse or be accused as a monster. Okay. Apologies was meant to reply to God of War who's leaving. Oh, I get it. Sorry, Turbo. Well, you'll lock in then. You'll be here a little longer. Good night, God of War. Sleep well, man. Sleep well. I hope you like the hand axes for your character. I hope you love it, man. I'm really liking that character. Thank you again for the support by getting him and bringing him into the world. I appreciate that, God of War. I really do. Have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out the whole stream. Okay. That's good. Now let's do this one. Okay, clarify any further remaining questions. Clarify any further remaining questions before we move ahead and implement the plan. Just make sure it gets up to speed. What was this one doing? The random button. Yeah, this one still needs doing as well. That's probably next after this. Actually, they might be so separate that we can implement them in tandem. Really though, I should clone the code base and do that if I'm going to do that. So no, okay, I'm not gonna. We've learned the hard way that we do features one at a time. We do features one at a time, guys. Okay. Oh, that was quick. Okay. Move forward and implement. Okay, excellent. Night, Maddie. 8 hours in. You were there the whole damn time. I'm going to wrap up pretty soon myself. So as I finish this feature and then one other one, and then I'm going to wrap it because we got a huge amount done today and I'm happy with that. And I'm not going to get to stream tomorrow. Just a heads up, guys. I'm going to be at Fruity's place the whole day and night. But yeah, it's coming along so well. I'm really excited. But Sunday I'll be back in streaming. So can't take the credit for the 8 hours. I missed at least 1 hour. Dude, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Yo, Matthew. Dude. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. I'll see you soon. I might even find some time to call you tomorrow or something, dude. Good night. Sleep well, man. Thank you for the subs today, too. I appreciate them. I think Matty is always trying to get the community to jump on board with the subs. That's his ulterior motive with the subs. It works sometimes too. Okay, hello. Okay, we've got XN Singular. How you doing, Singular? Welcome, man. Good to see you. Have you been lurking a bit, dude? I feel like we had a conversation a long time ago now, but maybe time just moves fast, you know? You know how it goes. This song was written in x86 assembly on the Commodore 64, and I just love its vibe. I love its vibe. There's something really cool about it. Okay. The project has changed a fair bit since we came up with a plan. Refamiliarize yourself with the current state so that we can move forward to implement. Okay. I think I'm going to do that and then that. Can we actually do this? This is going to be... this is going to be our random. Random car roll. And then this is tab. Tab menu. This here is overlays, nameplates, which leaves this as our accusations. Let's go way down. Okay, these are running in tandem. Okay, good. Okay. Any remaining questions before you go ahead and implement? It's 1:37. Yeah, same thing here. Same thing here, Harry. It'll be time for bed soon. I think these two features, and then it'll be bedtime, which is great. It's really good progress. It'll mean we do a 9-hour stream, which is good since I won't be able to make the stream tomorrow. So we can get a lot done tonight, and then chill for tomorrow. Okay, I rechecked the current repo with changing files. One behavior choice. Okay, when the random card is clicked while the character is already selected, should the current selection stay eligible? Pick a different character. It's just asking questions to ask questions at this point. I think it knows what it needs to do. Okay, go ahead and implement. When it's ready, soon. We need to do this one first. Let this run, and then we'll be off to the races, guys. So this probably leaves us enough time to get one more 3D asset in. What should we do? Where's TL draw? Okay, lots of things here. We've got pitchfork, fruit basket, battle axe, hammer, cleaver, club. Club seems like a no-brainer, something that everyone might actually need and use, not specific to any particular character. One thing we could do besides pitchfork would be for the farmer, we could have a sickle so that he can harvest the other thing we could do is we actually put the corn on the cob. Should we do that? Put the corn on the cob? Yeah, I think so. Let's do that. Okay. I think if I go... So let's clean up the scene first. And then in here, we're going to go for... What's actually in this folder? There's nothing, is there? Well, that's neat. We can clean that up. Runtime has nothing environmental. What we can do is, if I go to plants, corn, yeah, here we go. Corn. If I copy that full path, copy the absolute path, open here, file, import. What was it? It was an FBX. Strange that that's an FBX. That shouldn't be an FBX. How's our corn plant? All right. Texture and all. Okay. From here, if I select our vertices, and then go more, aha. If I delete those faces, and try again, select more, keep doing that. And then just like figure out where this is leaking in. Are these corns? They are corns, yeah. They're corns, Harry. This is something that the farmer is going to be able to harvest throughout the game. And he'll be able to use it to heal people. So what I'm trying to do is get rid of the corn from the plant so that I can replace the actual corn with interactable objects. Okay, we don't need that or that. I need to... There we go. That's the kind of motion we need. All right, and not that either. Okay, let's go delete those faces. Okay. They are indeed corns. I like them. Let's see if we can just get an edge loop. That might be a way to go here. Maybe it's ring. Oh yeah. Maybe I can do loops and then rings, but maybe the faster way to do this is like this. If I go faces, and then we'll just like select the inverse. Okay. More. Probably, yeah, select lasso will be the way to do this. And then what we can do with this once we have it is just like hide selected. That one I need to undo. And then select, it's just like mesh, hide selected. Where is it? Hide selected, good. That, more. User-friendly as well. I mean, I wouldn't describe Blender as user-friendly. It is, there is a bit of a learning curve on it, for sure. It's not the easiest software to pick up. Hide selected. I need to add to the quick favorites for that one. Hide selected, and we can keep going. Let's get rid of that. Put on lasso select. And then go painting on this stuff. Ooh. Yes to that. No, don't delete. Hide faces. Hide faces. Big difference. Hide that. Okay. This song's kind of tragic. Has anyone ever listened to the words? It is really sad. I think that might be it. That's all the corn, guys. So now, show all. Whoa. Unhide? What is it? View. All right, let's just do what we came here to do first. Get rid of those dang faces. And these edges. Delete the edges. Okay. How do you unhide? Alt H, Alt H. Okay. That's something. Big weird gaps, but we can roll with it. We can roll with it. Especially since we're going to stick our corner in those gaps, I'm okay with it. Let's go select the edges. Little weird wiry edges. Okay, and yes for that. It's good music. You can't go past this stuff. Very nostalgic of my youth. Delete them faces. Delete the edge. Probably need to like fix these up. Getting there. Sometimes I feel like it's faster to regenerate the model than to go through and tweak, which is interesting. It's an interesting, it's an interesting notion because it means like, if you really believe that, when are you ever going to model again? That's the real question. Delete that edge. I can feel I'm fading a bit, guys. Which is a good time to end a stream soonish. As soon as the feature is done, then I'm done. Then we are going to sleep. You don't use Blender Kit? What is Blender Kit, Harry? Is that some like awesome extension I don't know about? I know you do like 3D model-y things, so maybe you should, maybe there's something I need to learn about here. We're gonna bridge. All right, hold on. We can do extrude. We're going to snap at vertex center, or the closest actually. And I need to put the welding. Where's the vertex? There's like weld at. Is it in here? There's something that lets you like weld. Harry, do you know this one? There's like a setting that lets you weld duplicate vertices that share the same location. Blender is an official add-on that gives you a built-in library of ready-made 3D assets. Ah, okay. Okay, cool. No, I don't really use that. I think if you do that too much, Harry, then it kind of like dilutes the visual style. Like the reason our game looks so good is because every asset is made specifically for the game, if that makes sense. In Blender, there's an option that allows two vertices that occupy the same position to get merged. What's this option? Still working. All right. Okay, enable auto merge. So go to edit mode, go to options. On the top right, options, auto merge, sick, that's the one. That's what I wanted. And now we can quickly do this kind of wizardry. We don't have to do too much of this. We've got to be careful now. We don't want to waste time. So let's move fast. Delete those verts. Also these. And those and that. Or is it G? Okay. Okay, now we're cooking. Now we're using the right combination of tools to get it done. Okay. Extrude that. Get rid of this stuff. Okay. Yes for that. Okay, that edge. X-ray off. This one can... All right, that edge, extrude. And this is getting to be a really dirty model, but I don't even care. Such a minor detail. By that I mean the whole model is a minor detail in the grand scheme. That we can go more. Delete those vertices. Delete that vertex. Maybe I need to just stick a cylinder in the middle of this thing. That can proceed. All right, where are we? Running tests, this is good. How do we do this? So let's go 3 edges. That edge, and that edge, even though that one didn't come up for whatever reason. That can go there. That can go there. Those can honestly just go. There's got to be a vertice like somewhere in there. All right, let's not get caught up spending too much time on details. That can go here. Okay, nice, nice. That vertice. Just need that one edge. There. Get rid of you. What's the actual shortcut for toggling this? Because it's hold on, that one needs to extrude. I'm going to get better at this, guys. Mark my words. As I keep doing this, I will start remembering more and more and more of my keyboard shortcuts. And the muscle memory will kick in. It's really like that, isn't it, Harry? When you... May I help you, by the way? I mean, you know, you're being helpful here by having suggestions and such. I do appreciate all of that. And advising me on tools and helping me find shortcuts and those kind of things. It's all helpful. It's all helpful, Harry. Okay. That can go there. That edge can extrude and go there. What can we do here? Maybe you go there, you go there. I really should have just like regenerated the plant again. That would have been the smart thing to do here. But I didn't do that and I'm not sure why. You can fill a hole by pressing F. Yes, the reason I didn't fill the hole though, Harry, is because if I did that, we'd get a new vertex that wasn't mapped to the UV and then the green wouldn't have come up. It would have come up as a different color. So although I could have filled I was thinking of filling the hole, but I was like, nah, don't do that because you want the color green to stick around. But yes, it's a good idea. First to select the fill. Absolutely, absolutely. It's mostly just trying to like preserve this UV space because like look at it, it's chaos. If I get a random one, I then have to go find that vertice and try and find a matching I have to get the face and try and find a matching color, which I don't want to be messing around doing that right now. Okay, but a good solution here might be, let's try this. If we get these edges, then I can maybe extrude and snap there, and then there, and then there, and then I mean, what are you doing? You can probably be that. You can be that. You can go there. Close enough. Close enough. That felt satisfying. Delete those verts. All right. You go there. You go there. Let's see. The UV section, press A and U, and then Smart UV Project. But even then, I'm going to get a nice polygon, but then it doesn't put it in the right location. It'll cover if I do Smart UV Project, it covers all of this. And then I do know how to unwrap, Harry. I'll show you. Hold on. I'll show you what I mean. So for instance, say I wanted to fill this hole, right? Hold on, let me clean you up while I'm there. Let's say I wanted to fill this polygon. Let's say there's no face there. And then I want to go, all right, I'm going to get my edge loops. I'm going to get these, and then I'm going to fill. What I get is this weird tearing now, right? And it's because the location of this UV is unknown, right? And it's got all that, it's got the entire UV smeared here. And I can do this. I can definitely go UV, smart UV unwrap. But what I get after the end of that is just another UV here. And then I have to go searching around trying to find a space where the color green is correct. If that makes sense, Harry. It's like if I have to find the color green, it might not look good even after I make a guess at where it is, right? So that would be one solution. And now I've done that was basically your suggestion there, is following that process. But now the green isn't going to, I might get lucky like I did here, and it might be close to matching, but that's a lot more effort than just doing this, where I know if I go here and here and here and extrude that, right? Then what I get is this UV, it matched the UV space of the last adjacent vertices, and I get a color that's correct. So I'm just really avoiding getting the wrong color. Yo, Turbo, dude. Thank you, man. Oh my God, you've been so supportive, dude. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. I really appreciate you. You've been locked in here with me the entire stream, man. That's wild. Thank you so much for your support. I do so appreciate it, man. You make it easier to be here doing this with that kind of gesture. Very, very cool. Very cool. Okay. Dude, thank you. Like, what can I say, man? You know 10 gifted subs gets you something, dude. Turbo, 10 gifted subs is a gravestone. Did we have 10 earlier in the stream today? No, we didn't, did we? Last stream we did. That's 10 gifted subs here, dude. You gotta decide what your gravestone says, man. You're up. You're up. W Turbo, thank you, man. Turbo X. So start thinking about what you want your name to say. What you want your platitude to say. Not platitude, what's it called? Epitaph to say. And then we also have to select the location here in the... Okay, that needs to yes. We have to select a location in the graveyard. Okay, that's going to be the outside space. Outside environment. Run the smoke test. It's getting damn close. All right, so here's the graveyard. I do, Turbo. I'm just gonna, if you tell me nothing more, I'm just gonna copy that, and it's gonna be that. Your name is gonna forever be immortalized in this game, forever with this. That's what it'll say if you don't give me something else. And you get to pick your gravestone too. So there's some nice ones here. Prime real estate there. There's a good one here as well. What else? We've got a few spots over here. What would you like? There's one right here. This is a great one. This is a really good spot. And some more here. What would you like? Here's a handy dandy diagram I made to help you choose. We've got those here. We've got the ones up the back. We've got these ones here. We've got that one on the end. And then a few over there. Let me know, what would you like, Turbo? You can just let me know by typing one of the letters into chat. Type one of the letters in chat, and I'll use that. Amazing spot. There's a lot of amazing spots still, surprisingly. What would you like, Turbo? Like, the subbies mean a lot to me, man. I do appreciate it very much. Thank you. And I'm getting dings. Ding, fries are done. Let's see. We're loading assemblies from weird locations. Fun. That's weird. I wonder why it's using, why it's doing that. Stay charged. Awesome. Awesome, Turbo. Done. Done. And in terms of the location, stay charged. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh my god. The gravestone is the shape of the witch's hat on top of the gravestones. Yo, that would be a cool one, Katie. You could arrange that. We could arrange that. Wherever you think is best. Okay. I think there's some cool spots. Which is the best spot? I mean, let's do this one. We'll just keep working out from here, yeah? All right, more dings. Ooh, done. Done, it's done. Exciting. I need to put approvals. Okay, we're gonna go Z. All right, very cool, very cool. Good, good, good. Name and epitaph. Let's see, this gets to be a new text mesh. Turbo. Why is its location strange there? That doesn't seem right. Turbo. And then that gets stay charged. Do you want an exclamation mark there? Stay charged or just stay charged? Under the tree. Yeah, that's a good spot. It's a good spot. I wanted to give back the good energy 24/7, allowing me to share music and following me earlier. No, dude, I really appreciate it, Turbo. Like, you don't need to give back. Like, you being here is giving a lot to me. I hope you understand that. I hope you understand that, man. That I'm the one who ought to be grateful here. I'm gonna get rid of that underscore just to make it look a little, I'm sure Turboic is your name. You didn't design underscores into, and we're gonna do this, Turbo. We're gonna crank the size of this a little bit since your name's so nice and short. There we go. And under the tree, I think that's a nice spot. Boom. Huge, man. Thank you for the support. I really, really, really appreciate it. You give a lot to us all, dude. Let's just say it's symbiotic, okay? It's symbiotic. The feeling goes both ways, man. The feeling goes both ways. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Implemented the tab feature. That was actually a pretty huge feature. Very cool. So first thing we're going to do Did it implement the tab feature? Yes. We'll make sure outside of environment. Okay, so added gravestone for Turboic. Commit that change. And then we're on to the tab menu. Let's run it like this. You give a lot to us all. I feel like you guys give me a lot more than I give you. Like otherwise I'd be here doing this completely alone without the support of like a massive group of people behind me. So I'm the one who ought to be grateful, man. I'm the one who ought to be grateful. Oh, this song, man. Isn't this a banger, man? Isn't this a banger, Turbo? Oh, I freaking love this song. Okay, not monsters. Ooh. This time Lisa's the monster. And let's go Witchy Witch. Seb, you missed the second T. Since I'm called Turbo for short, but could we put that in if it's... Oh my god, I'm sorry, did I? Did I really? We can absolutely... Sorry, man. Well, how the hell did I miss that? Yeah, we can fix it. We can fix that for sure. Outside environment. Amend this. Stage that. How did I do that? Dude, I'm really sorry. Thank you for calling me up on that and correcting it. That helps me a lot. I really want to make sure you love it when I put something like that in. I don't want to get a name wrong. That's a really silly thing of me to do. Okay. Now I'm... No, you're not ungrateful at all, dude. I'm really grateful. Thank you for the support, man. Oh, yay. Okay. All right, we have to go into the in-game menu. In-game menu. What the hell is squashing it vertically? I think this is our new tab menu, right? Players overlay. Yeah. Panel content. Where's the vertical height that's causing this to squash? It's happening on all of them. But it's not happening here. So players overlay. Also, it might not be the one. No, it's not. It's not. That's the in-game one. Yeah, here it is. Players peak overlay. All right, good. Because I was confused for a minute there. Top stack. This layout. Container sizing. I mean... What is it? It's got to be this. There's got to be like a spacer that we just don't want. Okay, Hold on. What's going on there? Okay, top stack. Center container. We might even just, yeah, like that. And then theme where somewhere here. That's actually perfect. Thank you, Seb. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's what I want to hear, man. That's what I want to hear. Glad we could sort it out and make it awesome. Where is... Center overlay? This is probably where it is, right? What's its borders? Style. Oh, could be that. Where was that? Hold on. Overlay texture. Oh, how do I do the sizing on this thing? That's very annoying. Okay, it's got to be this. Maybe the top margin is the place where... I mean, potentially we don't even need that, right? And now we can do a vertical layout. Control, container, VBox container. Good. There's got to be something to expand it, right? I think this needs to go like that. Yeah. And now you... This has a thing that allows us to force the child to expand. It's not a focus thing. It's not the most intuitive user interface sometimes for this. Expand. Okay. Players panel. Where did I see that expand button? It was container sizing. Is it under transform? Layout, transform, container sizing. So layout, transform, container sizing. This, very different, guys. Maybe get rid of our container sizing. Set this to... Like, we can put a border around this now, surely. Layout, transform. I mean, for a start, I want the height to just like fill. Yeah, there we go. Good. Now we're getting somewhere. Hey, plants, how you doing? I was thinking about this character design, a thief who can grab items from other people's hands, assuming it's not a thing normally. That's a good idea, plants. One thing I would ask you about that character. All of the villagers, I'm trying to design them in a way where they collaborate so that they're always working together. If I put a mechanic in like that, we might find that players take advantage of one another as villagers. How would you try and like how would we get around that where like we're trying to encourage the players to cooperate and we're building in a mechanic that causes them to kind of compete or like steal from one another? Like, what are your thoughts? Is there any way we any way we can fix that part of the problem? Like, not that it's a problem, but like that part of the design? Okay, I think we can put a border around this now. Control, container, margin container. And now, oh, why did that now do this? Container sizing. Yes, good. Now, where's the actual margin option for this? There's got to be margin here in one of these, surely. It's a margin container. Where is the margin? Okay, good. Yes, 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 yes. Like 50 pixels maybe? No, 100 pixels. Okay. Let's run it in game. How about a double grab mechanic instead of come help me carry this heavy thing, will you? Yes, yes. Plants. I actually absolutely thought of that. I absolutely thought of that. So the idea, we even have it in here. It's a great idea. I really like it. There's going to be here. Check it out. There's going to be. Oh, did I write it? This containers is a whole new section that I thought I'd written down, but like, yeah, you're 100%, like, it's a great idea. It's a great idea. And I'm pretty sure we're going to do that too, by the way, plants. It's, so here, containers. So the idea will be that you'll take harvestables and you'll put them in containers. And so instead of carrying one thing, you'll be able to carry like 5, but you'll have 2 hands holding the container. And the heavier it gets, the slower it would be. And if people could come along and help you, then we'd use inverse kinematics to do grabs and like pull the player in the direction of the thing that they're carrying. I can imagine some 2 dorks carrying a huge basket of apples trying not to spill it. Yeah. That's exactly the plan. That's exactly the plan. So I had the idea of a fruit basket. There it is. Fruit basket is one of them. But we're also going to have like crates and stuff like that. Weapon crate, that kind of thing. And so, yeah, already like what I want to do is make it so that when the players move, the weight of the things that they're holding affect their movement speed so that they slow down. And the stronger they are, the more they can carry. And then 2 players working together can lift something heavier than one. Would be ideally, I'd like to implement something like that. And so it's a great idea. It's a really great idea, plants. Okay, where is this thing at? We're gonna run it. And then we're gonna see all the different players on our tab screen. Though I'll probably need to do some redesign here so that the rows all have information on one row without needing multiple rows. Create there, matchmake there, matchmake here, matchmake here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Select. Monster. Choose your monster. Okay. So now we are testing we are testing our tab menu. Good, good, good. All right. We have to get rid of some of that vertical space. Okay, it's not a bad design, but I think we need the subtitle to go between those. This needs to be a little bit bigger. To keep that centered. What is keeping the separation 16? I mean, no, I'm okay with some separation. It's the space above here. It's the space above here that needs to shrink. Transform. Okay, here we go. So again, there's just lots of spacing around this. I think margin top can go. Yep, we'll move that up. That's an improvement for sure. Margin container. We just figured this out. This becomes like 120. Oh, whoops. Wrong side. 120. Or even like 110. 100. Yes, maybe like 80. No, 80. 80. Okay, cool. And then the rest, instead of doing this manually, how about a mobile altar of Nacho? Carry it around the city to gain a bonus, like a ritual. Yeah, that could be pretty fun. That could be pretty fun. I would have to think about like how that bonus plays into like what the bonus is and stuff like that, but could be cool. Okay, so I've made some improvements to the layout of the peak screen. Peak screen. Let's stage them first. Stage all of these. Where is the actual... Okay. Player's peak screen. The play of the... Player's peak screen. There's too much information in each row, though, to see a meaningful number of players at once. We need to reduce the vertical height of each row and collapse it into one row per player. This should be totally possible as we now have a lot more space after the redesign. Your task is now to relay out each of the character nameplates so that they are a single row with all of the information running horizontally. Okay. I'm going to end that, and then we're going to be back here and keep this kicking. Maybe full HP for everyone. Yeah, that could be cool. That could be a way to do it, for sure, for sure. It's a neat idea. It's a neat idea, Plants. I like the idea. It might be a thing that needs to sit on a backlog, though, before we need to do some other high priority tasks before we get to those kind of like really nice to haves. Okay. I think this represents our corn done. That took ages. Export FBX. Where was our original corn in the first place? Corn. Copy absolute path. There. We want the selected object. We just want mesh basically. Mesh and other. Export FBX. And in our game now, let's find our corn plant and see if we completely broke it. Do we re-import and... okay, good. That looks not broken to me. Fantastisch. Where's our actual corn holdable? Very exciting. Guys, we got freaking corn. I like it. Excellent. It's going to be holdable, corn holdable. Corn holdable. That would cause drama with who wants it and who doesn't and why. But yeah, no, please yap away, plants. I really appreciate the yaps. I like the yaps. Keep the yaps coming. Yaps are good. Yaps are good. We like them. But no, it's good ideas. I like the idea. I think the idea of having like group tasks that people need to cooperate to achieve is like perfect. It's the central idea, I think, of oh my god, Turbo! You madman! Dude, yeah. If you'd done those back to back, Turbo, that's a freaking statue. And I feel like you're here locking in. We need a statue for you, dude. Yo, thank you. I really appreciate it, Turbo. I really, really do. I hope you're having an awesome time, man. Right, Katie. Right, Dragihan. Freaking W is right. Amazing. Thank you. Like, Turbo, back to back, you did the 10 gifted and now another 15 is like, yeah, it's fantastic. I appreciate it a lot. That, doing like this happening consistently every few streams really makes the streams feel like they're worth it. They're worthwhile. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you a lot. Is there one more corn slot here? I feel like there is. Is that it down there? Maybe not. Maybe those are the corns. Those are the corns. Huge. I'm having a great time. W music and game dev. What's not to like? Yo, I'm with you. I hear it. Would you like to play some music? Is there any, do you have any requests for the DJ, Turbo? If so, please let me know. Oh my god, that's a lot of corn, guys. That is a lot of corn. We might actually need to go and reduce the poly count of this corn. Because look, it doesn't look like it, but every one of those kernels is actually pretty dense with mesh. So, alright, we're going to do that. Otherwise, it's way too much for that simple corn. Copy the absolute path here and file new scene. Thank you, Turbo. Plants look fantastic. Yeah, I'm always really worried about getting plants right. They're kind of hard to do well. Like, they're organic shapes that are quite hard to do well, if that makes any sense. Still, I'm not over it. I'm not over it, Turbo. I really appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you. You have made my day. You have made my day, Turbo. I thought statues were 50 gifted, not 20. I believe 20. 50 for the next 50 gifted for the next 50 statues it's 20 subs. So it's 20 subs for a statue. Yeah, yeah. Not 25. Yeah, that is yeah. Yeah. But you don't need to do that. Thank you for the 25 gifted in total here. I do appreciate it, man. I really do. We're importing an OBJ. Import OBJ. New sub goal just got created, guys. Hype train just got started. Freaking 2:30 a.m. and we're starting a hype train. Crazy. Oh, it's the crate of corn. We don't want the crate of corn. We just want the one corn. Where's the one corn? There it is. Copy this path. File. Import. OBJ. You're a one-man hype train, freaking Turbo, with your... Thanks again. Okay. I think I need to... We're going to go like that, and then we're going to go more, and then we're just going to grow like that. All right, we're going to what is it, like decimate geometry? We might need to do this with modifier. It's going to be deform. Sorry, geometry. Which one of these like simplifies? Decimate. I want like 0.3, 30% of that. Is that going to apply? We should be able to see that. You don't have to do, hold on. Don't do it now, but when it comes to it, can I get a futuristic themed cowboy or something like that? Yeah. Usually it's like we do this when it's like 10 gifted subs total. So like it would be like, I don't know, it doesn't matter. Usually it'd be 30 because it's 10 for the statue and 10 for the gravestone and then 20 for the statue, but you didn't know and you have done a total of 20 and you probably would have done 20 all at once and just got the statue instead of the gravestone. So we'll do a gravestone, but okay, what are you after? A cowboy. Okay, one thing we do, Turbo, though, you'll notice like of all of these statues, there's like some kind of like, there's some magic-y ones. Like there's a knight with some electricity coming from his hand. There's like, but all of these, we're keeping them medieval themed. Even like a person who was like, can I please have me holding a keyboard? I changed him to having an abacus. So it's that kind of, that's how I'm dealing with the technology stuff. But we can definitely do like a cowboy type character with a crossbow or something instead of a gun. How does that sound? Would that be good? So, all right, hold on. So we're going to, let me pull up the statues and let's make a Turbo statue. Hey, Maya Stella, welcome in. How are you? Good to see you. Okay, library, we're getting images. When was the last statue we did? Jeez. It's been a hot minute, hasn't it? Still no statues. There we go. Open in chat. Ooh, did I just see a new option? I just saw aspect ratio. Yeah, how much for a super mod character? Katie, we're doing because they take so much time and they really affect the trajectory of the game a lot. We're doing it's 200. It's 200 for a statue at the moment, Katie. Sorry, what am I saying? Statue for a character, for a playable character, it's 200. Um, in the style of the statues so far, create a new statue that is a cowboy looking character with a crossbow in place of a gun. A handheld. I misspelt held, but that's fine. It'll be fine. We'll figure it out. Yeah, it was 200, Katie, which is a lot, and don't even stress it. Hype train completed at level 4. Huge. That was a one-man hype train. Thank you so much, Turbo. Truly. I want to make sure that you like this character when it comes through too. So let me know. Let me know. That is number 63. Huge. How's that? Is he kind of cool? Do you like him, Turbo? Is that a good vibe? A cowboy? That's awesome. All right, awesome. All right, good. Good, 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 good. We'll kick that off. Number 63. No way, guys. Shouldn't this just like... Oh, it's not allowed in edit mode. There we go. That's probably a bit too much. Still so much. That might actually be how far we decimate this. That's it. Yo, Singular, thanks for hanging out, man. You caught a gifted sub. That's great, man. That's great. Could it be holding something Red Dead Redemption themed? Yeah, yeah, totally. I mean, they have a bow in Red Dead Redemption, don't they, Turbo? Like a normal bow or a lasso. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We can do that. We can do that. Change this character so that he has a lasso on his hip and he's holding a bow instead of a crossbow. Okay, and then we'll update this. Okay. Can you make the corn grains larger so there are fewer? Yeah. I mean, I could do that. I could do that, but I guess I'm just trying to move fast through it. I think this will be enough. This will be enough. This decimation's it'll do the trick. It'll do the trick. I think keep in mind how far out you'll actually see this. Okay, we're going to apply that. Gonna export the OBJ because it was very, very detailed and I need it to be not so detailed. Like it's just so mesh dense. Like that's way too much. It needs to be like significantly less. I can always redo it if it looks too low poly, but I'd rather it be low poly than too high poly. Okay. This goes here. And then that. There we go. And that's still not half bad. Still looks corny. Get it? It will look metallic, by the way, I think, but looks good. Yeah, I mean, one thing I can do there is smooth shade this. No, hold on. Smooth faces. There we go. That won't look so shiny then. Okay. So here's the coolest thing with that. Let's have a think. Okay. Should this new single row reload apply only to the whole tab players seek, or should it be the escape players? The peek only. Yep. Okay. And then we'll give this a run. Holy corn, by the way. Yep. Yeah. Popcorn in there. Wouldn't it be cool to have the torch touch the corn and it make popcorn? I would actually just like love that. That would be so funny. That is probably feature creep. Okay, here we go. Why did I bring the farmer in here? He's the one guy who should have the corn skills. Okay. This little dude's somebody we don't see often. The little, like, town child dude. Uh-oh. That's not good. Ah. The physics. The corn just all fell to the ground. That's it. That's an issue. I think also there's a bug here where now that I'm in the same rune, I might be able to interact with them. Now, what is happening there? There's errors. Surely it's errors. Nope, something wrong. Something truly wrong because there's no errors. Okay. Implement that. That's good. Okay, I think when we re-imported this, the corn plant might have lost its... I'm going to restart this. Stop and quit. And then go again and see if the corn is back. Ah, good vibes. Good vibes. All right, nearly 3 a.m. Very close to that feature being done though. How can we get that corn to stay as it is? Yeah, I thought so. So how did you lose your material, Mr. Corn? We can do that. That corn plant, that mesh goes. With this, I should get access to... Or not? What? Okay, where's our, like, material settings? Materials, here we go. That's annoying. Alright, we're just going to try this again. When I do our export OBJ, I need to make sure that the texture is getting embedded. Why would it not be getting embedded? Colors, viewport. I mean, surely that's enough. The material's there. That's all set up. All right. Actually, hold on. Didn't I just do an OBJ export? Export. I bet I did. Okay, I just put it in the... Oh, man. Hold on. We can revert that. I put that in the wrong place. That can get a discard there. This should be the corn plant. That's what I did wrong. This is environment, plants, corn plant. And that's why. So file. Wait. All right, there's a different issue for the corn plant, isn't there? I think I just need to make it local. We're just going to completely unpack it, and that can go here, and then I can apply a material to this, and then we'll be fine, and then we don't need to worry about it. It's another material in the project, but whatever. Whatever. Albedo. Like that. And then we have... This is going to be our normal. I guess this is our, what else have we got? It's going to be a roughness, and I imagine that's this one. Ooh, it's definitely not that one. That makes it shiny. Who warned me about shiny corn before? There we go. Which makes this one probably our metallic. Well, I don't know why we have a metallic channel on our corn, but we do. And then now this can export again as OBJ. This actually replaces the corn, so we get our low poly corn. Good, great, good. Okay, let's see this in the space layout. And now we still haven't solved our physics problem, where it needs to have its physics disabled until interaction occurs with it. So that's going to be working at the same time. I'm going to go across to a new terminal. Go to client. I want a new checkbox on our interactable items that have physics initially disabled until the first interaction occurs. Let's first design this change and ask me any clarifying questions you might need before we proceed. Okay. Okay, let's go see this feature because I think we're pretty damn close to that. Let's run it. I think the only one I actually want this on is the corn. Whoa. That was weird. Did you guys see the space layout changed? Ah, that's a sick beat, guys. Alright, I have no idea what would have changed to cause this. But we actually don't need to care. I mean, this is pretty weird, but... pretty strange. It's a very tiny way to play the game. Three, two, one. And load. Okay, that looks sick. Isn't that actually really cool now? That's good, that's good. See if we can actually... there we go, look at that. You can really see who's like guilty. If I go accuse, guilty, and then we see, yep. This is so good, man. This is great. Now we actually have a tab menu. Nice. I want to stage that because I'm very happy with the change. Yep, stage that, stage that. It's sick, right? Oh, you mean the music, Turbo? Actually, I agree with you, man. I have heard this. I checked it last time because I liked it so much. Very cool, very cool. The menu, yeah. The menu's pretty cool too. The menu's very cool too. We can now just press tab and get an idea of like where everyone's at. The one thing I want on this menu, this is excellent. One addition though, I want to see what our vote is for each character. Each character on each client on their own UI should see whether they've voted on a particular character and what they chose. Okay. That's great. And then here's all the corn just like lying around on the ground, which is weird. Whoa, that was a weird physics glitch. It's concerning that the lag can cause you to like pass into an object and glitch out like that. Here we go. There's another instance of it. So this is what people use to speedrun. People speedrun that stuff. So I need to kind of figure out, there's something frame rate dependent happening there. I think somewhere there's physics text doing frame rate dependent stuff, which is concerning. There's a bug there. We'll have to follow that up. Throw the corn. Okay, we've got a fix on the way for that though. Okay, where should the client see their own per character? Peak's probably okay. What should the UI mean by my vote for the character, given the current accusation system always has neutral stance by default? Show the client's current stance for each character as guilty, neutral, or innocent using existing data only. Yeah. And then this one's next. So we're very close. Confirm the only physics-built interaction trigger receiver in runtime code is holdable item root. Doors and accusation targets are separate non-physics patterns. That makes holdables that have default interpretation, but it still needs to lock the scope because the wording could imply a future generic interaction target. Only holdable items, yes. What should count as the first interaction that enables physics? The first pickup. Yep. I love this song too. After physics is enabled, how should that state behave? Persist per spawned item. Yep, great. New vote row, yes. Ooh, hold on. Hold on, no, please, no, not you, you. I don't know what caused the layout to change. That's pretty weird. Sorry, Maya Stella. The playlist is just my favorite songs. It's my liked songs. I'll see if I can do a share, though. I don't think you actually can share your own liked songs. That sucks. Sorry, but this is Above and Beyond Can't Sleep. I can share the song. Let me do that. Can't even link to... Yes, you can. Here we go. Gonna copy link. Why does this song always play when it's so late for you? I don't know. Maybe it's not an accident. Maybe it's intentional. By design. By design. Well, we're nearly done. We're nearly done. How should we represent physics has been activated in the runtime network model? Explicit flag. Yeah, we can do that. What are we actually doing in this one? This is our holdable physics enable. Okay. What are you doing up here? Oh, that's our default character. Right. That does remind me, we are missing our poltergeist. Where is he? What? How do you spell poltergeist? Why can I never remember that? Content, character, monsters, all the way down to P. And then we throw him in, because gosh, isn't he spooky? All right, nice. Yeah, enjoy the song, Harry. I hope you like it. Okay, what was the last thing that implemented? No, that's going to need to go here. This is cooking. Character. Oh, yeah, this one. This one's probably next. Let's have a think about this one. Oh, this is the... Yeah, that's activating the holdables. Okay, we need to just... I guess we can... It defaults to false. Yeah, good. All right, implement that. Nice. Another long stream I see. Yeah, Mike, how's it going? 9 hours, 9 hours. I suppose it is a very long stream. We've just been incredibly productive today. Like, wildly productive. I've got so much done. I've got so much done this stream. It's been very, very good. I'm, excited. I'm excited by the amount of progress we make every stream. You just woke up? Nice. Let's circle back so that we don't forget. How's this? How do you like this, Turbo? Is he looking good? Make the bowstring thicker. Awesome. The cape is a huge bonus. Okay, nice. Nice, nice. Yep. Any other little changes before we ship him? Or you're happy, just ship it. The other thing we'll do here is remove the engraved nameplate from the front of the statue when it's done. 3:10 a.m. Yeah, I know. I need to 12. I still got 9 hours of sleep right now. I still get 9 hours or 8 hours. All right, we'll see if we get that in. Okay. One more thing to check. Ooh, this song's different. I haven't heard this one before, Turbo. Do you usually sleep in the morning? No, often I don't, Harry. Often I have meetings around like 10 and 11. So if I'm streaming late, usually I'm waking up pretty early again as well. Which isn't the most healthy thing, but I can't help it, man. I'm too excited about what we're getting done. The stream, like lately, the progress we've been making on Not Monsters has just been too exciting. And people have been tuning into the stream too. Like, we didn't really get any raids today. Have you noticed that? Like, no raids is huge, and we're still sitting at, like, after 9.5 hours, we're still sitting at, like, I haven't really been checking it, but I think, like, 56 people tuning in. Mostly just lurkers at this point, I'm sure, but with no raids, I'm so wildly happy about that. Can I have a look at him? Here he is. This is him. This is him. Do you like? Let me know. Thumbs up or thumbs are down. Yeah, no, it's. I think I function pretty well on minimal to like low to no sleep. Yeah, he's perfect. Great. Ship it. We're gonna copy that and then update the one we have here. Okay. That's not in yet, but it will be. Bring to front. Excellent. I think we did get micro in. So that's good. All right, that can cook. This can be tested now. Let's see. where is... I'm going to F8 that, F5 this. Then the next thing to test... Ooh. There's something else that's running and making changes. All right, it is. Holdable physics needs its fix. So now we're doing 2 changes at once, which is bad. I don't like that. We'll have to stage the changes separately. Stage the changes we've made here in this chat. There are other stage changes as well. Yeah, there are. That's not good. Okay, but they're nice and isolated, so I think that should be fine. So these are the... added a tab peak menu in-game. A player tab peak menu. Good. Good. Okay, nice. I mostly sleep around 12 to 1 a.m. since I wake up at around 5 or 7 a.m. Yeah. Hey, another follow. Based Path. My God. Nice to meet another based compatriot. Welcome in. How are you doing, man? Thank you for clicking that follow button. It means a lot, man. It means a lot to me. I do appreciate it. I really do. All right, check it out, Turbo. I see based, I follow. Nice. What do you think? That's pretty cool, I think. I reckon we did good with him. Yeah. Happy, Turbo? Like him? I'm going to take that as amazing. And the bandana. Yes, yep. No, thank you for following, Based. How did you find the stream? You just browsing and came across this? Very excited to have another follower. We are pushing closer and closer to the 2,000 follower mark, which is very exciting. Very, very exciting. Cannot wait. Okay. How has this gone? Has it finished? Still thinking. Okay, I need to check the tab peak. I wonder if it's running. Can clean that up and make sure we can compile. Maybe we'll do a sneaky run, even though it's gonna... Have you ever used Sketchfab? I actually threw some really old models up on Sketchfab. I've never downloaded assets from it, but Sketchfab. I'm pretty sure just like some random 3D models I made ages ago. This one was probably my most successful Sketchfab model. By the way, Harry, it's yeah, I just like I made this. This took me forever. It took me a long time, unfortunately. But, I really like this mod. I really like it. Let's see. Can I show the, really good geometry? And then, great channels. Where is it? Just like that, and I used here. There we go. That's the coolest one. And this was all by hand. It was all by hand, adding the Unica stuff from the. But yeah, it's a really cool gun, especially when you get up close and see this gun is a double action revolver. So when it shoots, the whole top of the gun slides back. It's a real gun. It's a real thing. I don't know if you guys know about Gun Club. I worked on this game for a really long time. 100% organic free-range modeling. Exactly, Ivory Fritz. Exactly. Yeah, I worked on this game, and I didn't get to do a lot of the weapon, like basically any of the weapons modeling. I ended up, even though I trained to do art, I ended up doing I ended up doing a lot of the code on this game. So it, yeah, and just like on my weekend, I was just in envy of the artists getting to make all these awesome weapons. So I just was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it myself. I'm just gonna spend a weekend and make a cool gun, and I did. And then there's just some other 3D models for some other like random projects that I did at various points in time, and these are so nice and simple. It's like such nice and simple models, uh, especially like you can do some really cool things with Substance Painter. Just like that wrap, I think is so nice. And these don't get a lot of love for some reason, but I still feel like for simple models, they're kind of nicer than the Matiba. Um, this one's pretty cool. It's like a shoulder pad that you would like pauldron, a big pauldron that kind of like sits around the character. Model this like random skull. I really like the approach I took on the fur here too. If you turn off the, where is it? Turn off the wireframe. Why do I turn the wireframe off? Hold on, there's a way to do that. That's a side quest. It's a side quest. We're not going to look into that. But yeah. If you guys want to check it out, These were done so long ago too. Like, when is this? When is this? This is now 8 years ago. That model was done 8 years ago, guys. Now that's a long time ago. Free range, like you say, Fitz. Welcome in, by the way, Fitz. It's nice to meet you. UN base, both of you. Do you guys know what we're actually doing here? What we're building? In the before times, exactly. Exactly. Once upon a time. Which model? Hold on, we're talking about 3D models now, Maya Stellar, I think. I have no idea what's going on, but I need a break from netcode work. Yo, well, come and watch me do network code instead. I'm sorry, we are making a multiplayer game here. You have no idea what's going on. It's we're making a social deduction party game at the moment. I'll see if I can get away with a sneaky run in between. All right, here we go. There's a good chance everything's broken, but I'll show you guys really quickly while I test the next feature. I love the detailing and the textures look especially great. Yo, thank you, Harry. I know that they're not. It's not the best 3D models in the world, but they are well optimized, well tweaked. Like there's very little waste in them, that kind of thing. I think that's a nice thing to do from time to time, is just to do it like the old way. As Fitz says. Okay, let's go with that and that and that, and then we'll select, and then that, and then select and select and select. I didn't get there fast enough. It'd be fun to have a randomizer for our character selection. Okay. All right. Tab menu. My vote. Nice. Good. So now we can see my vote is innocent. Yeah. Good. That's a new, yep. We can see guilty and innocent. We've got our own whole column. Hold on, I'll do this where you guys can actually see it. So if I go and run up to the townsman and say guilty on tab, you'll see the bottom row now is actually showing up guilty. So it shows not only what his absolute guilt is, but what your vote is. So you can now go innocent, guilty, neutral. That's great. Good. Excellent. That is going to get pretty, it's going to get pretty busy. All right, let's see if we still have our monster activation mode. One of these guys is monster activation. Oh, actually, we did a self-host, and we made mistakes. We didn't do this properly, where we set it to 4 players so that we guaranteed to have a monster, and so a monster hasn't spawned yet, so to speak, from the players. I have concerns about this netcode and this computer. This computer might be too powerful for the development purposes, and I need to it seems like a conundrum, but working on a computer that's kind of weak helps you optimize for such a computer at playtime. Okay, you can go werewolf. Okay. One and start. All right, looking good. This is looking good, guys. Let me just confirm. Okay, there's the holdable item. Okay, this is all the next stuff. Optimization is the exact reason I keep 10-year-old dev boards. Yeah, true, man, true. Base path, I hear you, man. If it runs on a dual core Intel from 2016, it's good. I hear you. I hear you. It's good stuff, right, Turbo? It's good stuff. Are you worried about network conditions specifically? Yeah, the thing I'm worried about, Ivory, is the environment that I'm the architecture I'm developing here is it's peer-to-peer host authoritative, the strongest peer. So there's a pre-phase game where everybody gets connected with a lobby and everybody reports the computer's benchmarks, like a score for its performance, the computer's performance, and a score for the computer's network performance. So like hardware and network. And then of all the different clients, the person most suited to hosting becomes the host. And then then it does migration, and it migrates all the connected clients to that host. And I don't know. I've just for a long time I haven't really tested with multiple computers yet. So I'm concerned that I keep developing too many features and don't optimize enough, and assume that it all works when everything is localhost. And then the moment I jump to the other distributed model, that I might run into problems that I don't know exist yet. That's my concern, Fitz. So I need to move on and do some other testing, but I really just I want to do a test with the community when a certain vertical slice level of features are done. So I don't know. I think once the combat's in, I want to progress to the point of combat being in, and from then I'll probably be, I'll be ready to to do more of that actual testing, testing stuff with groups of people. Otherwise, I think it's, all right. No, not yet. Nearly Turbo. I've nearly got that character in. So let's go to the, we need to go to the crypts. It's been a while since I've been in the crypts, hey guys. I don't head in there as often now that we're moving on to into other parts of the system. Okay, what do we got? Oh my god. Number 63, that's so many. 63 Turbo. Hold on. Is it done yet? No. I hesitate to even put that in because I know I'm going to have to delete it and redo it, but so there we go. 2 Hey Micros. All right, ready? Here we go, Turbo. Boom. Nice. Nice. Yeah, you likes it. Good, good, good. Understood, makes sense. I have some thoughts if you'd like, but I don't want to be one of those chatters. So I look forward to seeing how you troubleshoot and solve those issues. No, dude, like I know what it's like. I know I sometimes have to hold back to not be like a backseat streamer with these kind of programming things, but I honestly don't mind, if I am a strong believer in following the advice of credible people, and so if the advice is good, I welcome it. I welcome it definitely. So go ahead, man. Please don't. The fact that you even qualified yourself with like, "Hey, I don't want to say that. Like, I don't want to be out of. I don't want to speak out of turn," but means you're at least thinking those things through, and it's more likely that what you say, I'll be like, "Yep, we're gonna do what Fit says." Um, okay, we're going to go turboic. There we go. Downloads. Turboic, we're going to go to process. To process. We're going to extract. We're going to cutty and the pasta. And then these go in here. And then, once that's done, we do this. A little bigger than that. Maybe 1.2. I can't believe we're nearly out of spots, guys. It's like wild. 62 is such a large number of statues. Okay. $63. Okay. And then we lay them out. Boom. Nearly. We got one more thing left to do. Where is it? Hell yeah. What do you think, Turbo? You like him? Yo. Nice. Thank you for the 25 community gifted this stream, man. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it, dude. So cool. Thank you so much, Seb. Yeah. You want a bit of a spoiler for what's coming up with these statues? I've got plans for them. What I want to do is right here, every game, there's this big empty spot, right? There's this big empty spot in the graveyard, and I mean, yeah, I'll give you a spoiler. What we're gonna do with it. And if any of these guys watch the regulars who are holy, you're still on. I am. I was just caught in the act, Goldie. Caught in the act. I was just giving a spoiler for something I'm gonna do. What do you think of this idea? What do you think of this idea, Goldie? We're gonna do this where I. Oh, where'd that go? That can come here. We're going to do this. We're going to put one of the statues from the crypt in this spot and maybe some other spots too. And then just like scale it up like pretty big. Ah, not that big. What the hell? Oh, I hate the way this feature works. Because if you select it, like, there's no... Okay, a little bigger than that. Not smaller, bigger. Yep. About that. And then the idea is that goes here. And then every game, a different random statue gets selected. So as you're walking through, like, every game, there'll be some different random cool thing that you get here and you're like, oh, hey, a statue. And every day it'll be something, like every match, it's going to be something different. That's the plan. He shouldn't be, but he is. And look how productive I've been, guys. I've got so much done. This has to finish, but then we're going to have like holdable physics. And then there's one last thing, which is going to be, I mean, where is it even? This one. And that's going to be a random button. And then it's all in. But we're doing good. Okay. Next stream you should be... Hold on. I won't be streaming tomorrow, by the way, guys. Which is why I'm really trying to like lock in and get it done now. What's your excuse, Goldie? What's your excuse for being up so late? Have you been playing games? What games? Who you been playing with? Tell me the goss. I just finished up gaming with Dolly and Crazy. Yo, that's sick. I hope you guys had fun. We've got so many cool things in this stream. Seriously. Like, we got this in. We got this in as well, which I think is a very, very cool piece of art. A new game called Pratfall. Huh. Pratfall. Pratfall. I can only imagine that's a right... Oh, okay. Oh, what? Ah, okay. It looks a bit scuffed. I guess as long as it's fun. Okay, cool. And it's good? They've used an algorithm called marching cubes for that, to create the environments. It's like a marching cubes. is this algorithm. I mean, how to explain it? It's like it'll find all of the, yeah, it's that's very obviously marching cubes. I'd love to do something with this project, with this code sometime. It's really cool. It's really cool. But yeah, that's 100% marching cubes. You can tell from the environment. Look, it's me. Um, it's the same as Astroneers. Yeah, Geo. Yeah. Marching cubes. You should look it up, Goldie. It's a good algorithm to have in your back pocket. All right, how is this going? Holdable physics. So far, the only item that we need to apply this to is the corn. I can do this myself when it's done. It's got to be close, right? I mean, why is it such a big change? Let's check this in while we're at it. We gotta add turbo. Added turbo to the crypts. Yo, Nacho! I'm turning off his PC. Oh, he had Seb lurking. Wait, what happened, Nacho? Wait, it's Nacho. I'll march on your cubes. No marching on my cubes, please. I like my cubes unmarched. Marching cubes is do you know the algorithm, Nacho? Great algorithm. That game, 100% marching cubes. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome, good to see you. He had Seb lurking. Who had Seb lurking? I'm Dolly. Oh, okay. Dolly in imposter mode. I'm gonna call accusation on that claim and say it's the real Nacho. I'm just turning off his PC. Oh, okay, fair enough. I was so excited to see him. I would say hi for me. Say hello. Tell him I say hi. But all right, I will. Good. Okay, and then I'm going to bed very soon. As soon as that is done, and then actually as soon as this is done, after that is done, then I'm done. So probably only, a bit. This is interesting. It's doing like its own checks for the risk, which is pretty cool. Think of something Nacho would say. His brain is mush, time for sleep. Good night, Goldie. Sleep well. Okay. Nearly done. Nearly ready. We've nearly got this in the bag. So many features done today. Actually, you know what? I'm going to preempt the end of stream and go be like, what did we get done from today? Because it was a lot. This is coming up. Accusations, yes. Yes, all of that done. Great. Only a few little things on the list, but a lot of work. Good night, Dolly. Sleep well. See you. Bye. I need to lock in and sleep as well. I do. That's a 10-hour stream, guys. We're at 10 hours. Which is wild. This one thing needs to finish. I think just this one thing. I'm not even going to run the next one, guys. We're just running this, and then we dip. That's the plan. That's the plan. Huge Strim, yeah. And Turbo. Huge from you too. You have been here from the very frickin' start. You have not left. You have been active in the chat the entire time. Very appreciative, dude. Very appreciative. Huge. I missed 3 hours, sadly. Nah. Nah, you were basically here. You were here in spirit. You were here in spirit. Okay, here we go. Why did it do that in Godot script? Oh, it's doing its, that isn't even a test. It's doing a sneaky, like, that was very sneaky. It's testing something in the engine. It's making it's manipulating the engine to do things. Integration tests. All right, it's very close now. It's very close, guys. Jacob, hello. You said you'd be back, and I said I'd be here, and here we are. Here we are. No, I'm making the most of it since I won't stream tomorrow, guys. I won't stream tomorrow. So I really want to get a lot of my stream done today. Interesting message. All right, here we go. It's running the integration tests, which means it's towards the end. All it has to do is the smoke tests and the... All right, still integrations. All right, here, this is the one. Holdable item service tests. Good, good, good. Interesting messages are the most interesting. It's true. What could be more interesting than interesting messages? All right, I swear it's so close, guys. It's this close. And then the corn, we can walk around and pick corn. Imagine that. We could be corn pickers. I might even put it like an item in that enables you to like do a thing more quickly. It could be cool to do that, right? To just be like some activity takes time to do. Yeah, I know, right, Harry? What's your excuse for still being here? Corn is the best vegetable, fight me. No, it's not even a fight. I can agree with that. I can get on board. I can get on board with that. What could be better? What could be better? Ding? Ding fries are done, chat. Here we go. Let's run it, and we'll then observe the corn. Potatoes are pretty good, but given the choice between the two, peas are also good. Peas are good. Potatoes are starches, yeah, but it's still a vegetable, so... Create, match, and match. Let's go. People we know will spawn in the thing. Of course, we have to do the farmer. We have to do the farmer. All right, here goes. Farmer mode engaged. Let's pick corn, guys. Time to pick corn. Farmer mode. We'll take fast feed to go to the corn. Ah, we never activated it on the corn. That's our bad. That's our bad. That's our mistake. We need to go items. Where are we? Items, corn. Corn, I like it. Pick up target. What do you mean? Where's my checkbox? There we go. Disable physics until first tick. That's some shiny looking corn right there. And now, I'll even try matchmaking harness. This might be a bit faster. Peas are good, yes, yeah. Peas with rice is good. Does rice count as a vegetable? Rice is great. Broccoli, yes, broccoli is pretty sick. With sweet potato is better than potato. I'll fight on that one. I'll die on that hill. Okay, countdown. And now let's go pick corn. Oh my god. It's corn. It's corn, chat. He can pick the corn. He's got corn in his hands. He's a madman. Look how much corn there is. I don't know why the corn fell through the ground. We're going to ignore that for now. Why is the corn falling through the ground? Is it? No, I mean, it's enabling physics or it wouldn't fall. It's got to be something with the... Yep. Look at it, guys. Look at it. There's so much corn to pick. He's doing his job, feeding everybody. He's just feeding all of the people with all of the corn. It's fantastic. Think of how grateful they all will be when they have too much corn and everybody is happy because corn is here. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. I know. And then he gets caught out at night in the dark. All right, that's very cool. Tab menus, accusations. I accuse you. You are guilty. UI elements. Oh, one thing to check. One of these guys caught the monster mode, right? Yeah, there we go. And caps lock is activating that, so that's good. All right. That's a lot of corn. The monster stole the corn, Jack. Get him. He looks so stupid. He looks so stupid with his corn. How did I do that jump just now? There's going to be some physics glitches that we have to sort out, but that's fantastic. Great, really good. Let's check our changes in, and that's it. We're going to wrap the stream there, guys. We got an incredible amount done today. Tell me, like, name it. Name a, aside from the Christmas holidays, name a more productive stream that we have had. I can't do it. And I dare you to do it too. I don't think you can. It's very, very productive. Just one last thing before we wrap it, so we just prove to ourselves we're not leaving this in a bad state. Client tests, run all tests. We know about that one. That's fine. The last few streams have been massive for progress. Yeah, you're not wrong, Turbo. We've kind of shifted away from doing like art and like creating interior environments and all of that type of stuff to just like being like, all right, we've got some deadlines. We're going to make some features. Which is pretty exciting. Come on, tests. All pass. Please, all pass. Oh, there's a bug. What is that? That's a failure. Protected memory. What the helly? Memory corruption. That's weird. All right. That's not good. See if it happens a second time. There it is again. Run unit tests and diagnose the failure. Need ECC memory, apparently. Yeah, I don't know. Did you read that? You read that somewhere in here? Oh, it might be this. It might be this. That we have all the instances running. We'll try it again. What's going on here? Hello. PowerShell. Clients. Tests. Unit tests. Run unit tests. Oh, it's a thing. All right. That's a bit concerning. A bit weird. Why is it not having trouble with the tests? These seem to be fine. All right. I'm not going to deal with this today. We're going to kick the next stream off solving that. If it doesn't take too long to explain for you, Go, how do you make the game look seamless, endless, and realistic with how the sky meets the ground, if that makes sense? Yeah, Turbo, yeah. You're asking, like, how do I achieve stylistic consistency? And the way I'm doing that is this, Turbo. Like, earlier, like, I think it was even Harry. Harry suggested that I use an asset pack, like a Blender asset pack. And my response was, I don't want to do that because I want to maintain stylistic consistency. The way I do it, Turbo, is this is my North Star. This is my compass. I say, I'm going to make this thing, right? I'm going to make this thing, and anything that doesn't fit into the look and feel of this doesn't get in the game. And then I go and I make sure that I make everything, and I make sure that I make it in a way that it fits in with this. And then you get your artistic consistency. So I know it's like an oversimplification probably to be like, just make it all yourself and make sure that it looks the same. But that's the answer, is everything is made with with my time and attention, and a bit of like, I mean, quite literally the sky meeting the ground. Hold on, you mean, so you mean something different. You're answering the wrong, I'm answering the wrong question. What are you asking? What are you asking? So you're asking, how do I get the sky to meet the ground? How do I look seamless and endless and realistic? I mean, hold on. I'm trying to understand what you mean. What you mean, Turbo? So, I mean, look, one thing I'm doing is I'm blocking the line of sight between the horizon. So I make sure that from the perspective of the character, you never actually see the horizon. So this is what would happen if they could get high up enough. Like, you go a little bit further, and now it looks crap, right? This looks terrible. At this point, it looks gross. But we build the way in which the line of sight from where the player is to where they would be seeing the horizon is always blocked by some other thing. Yeah. So it's a game, it's a level design trick where you ensure that you never see that, right? And like one cheat that I'm doing here, I've seen so many games do it poorly. Yeah, yeah, totally. Yeah. I'm this is one of the big reasons why I'm putting a fence here. And later when I have a little bit more time, I'll be taking trees like this and I'll be putting even those outside of this boundary so that when people look around that that they see other objects outside of this space that make them believe that there's more stuff past the edge of the world, but there really isn't. There really isn't. It's just a matter of designing it so that there's an obstructed line of sight between where the player is and where the horizon is. It looks difficult to execute. It's not that bad. It's not. When you know what you're doing and you like work from when you work from a concept to that implementation, it's you just have to like start designing your environment with that in mind from the start, and it's easy to do then. And allow it to fit the theme. Yeah, and that does just come down to designing all of the assets yourself. I've seen game devs out random stuff in those areas. You put random stuff in those areas. Yeah, yeah. That's often how you do it. It's like you just make that environment seem like it's got a lot of stuff in it. But for me, it was really like foundational. I was like, okay, let's design an environment, and then I make sure that there's no way to see the horizon. There's always some object in the way. No, that's totally fine, Turbo. Like it made sense once you rephrased the question. Totally made sense once you've rephrased. Okay, excellent. That's a wrap. That's a wrap, guys. That's the stream. And so no stream tomorrow. Sorry. So I was really trying to make as much progress as I could tonight. Done. Not even a question. Not even a question. We are rating micro. So let's go. /raid micro. Done. Very fun stream. It was a great stream. It was a great stream, Turbo. Thank you for the subs. I do really appreciate it. I really appreciate it, dude. That's awesome of you to support like that. It means a lot, man. It means a lot. So huge. And thank you again. Look at his environment. Look at his work environment. Those are just straight up vibes. Look at his keyboard. I need one of those keyboards, chat. I need the split keyboards so I can TP type and make the cool things happen. I want it. I want that. But yeah, let's make micro. Make micro feel welcome. He's rated us several times. What the hell? How did that stretch? There we go. And then chat, I can uncrop you even though you're broken right now. And then we'll go big. He seems locked in. I think he's probably in like a focus mode. So I guess we can't, we won't interrupt him too much, but we'll just let him go. This was a great stream, guys. This was a really good stream. I had a lot of fun. And it was incredibly productive. That was wildly productive. I can't wait to get back to this on Monday. So have a great night.